Thank you. Um, yeah. Good morning. The planning board is now in session, and we need a motion to go into closed session for pursuant to sections 3-305B3 and B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the purposes of discussing the acquisition of real property and consultation with counsel.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, we need a motion to come out of a closed session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We need a motion to ratify the actions taken in closed session.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. As always, we commence our planning board hearings with a moment of silence for those who have passed on in the intervening week. We're going to start with folks in Prince George's County. First, David Vargas Jr., age 44, died in a single car accident on February 15th on Route 210 Indian Head Highway. We want to remember Mr. Vargas and his family. Jacqueline Oida, Esquire, who was a former assistant state's attorney in Prince George's County and in Charles County. We want to remember Jacqueline and her family and keep her family in our thoughts and prayers. And then Major Edward J. Talbot, age 96, former Tuskegee Airman, served in World War II, who was also the first African-American branch librarian in the District of Columbia Public Library and Prince George's County Memorial Library System. He died a couple of months ago, but it's only come to light recently, and his memorial service will be held in 2 days. In the planning community, we want to remember Bernie Callen, a great force for preservation, advocacy, and education throughout the state of Maryland. He served on the board of the Maryland Historic Trust and also as vice president and treasurer for the Maryland Association of Historic Districts. He was one of the founding members. Across the nation, Jeanette Dubois, age 78, who was known for her role as Willona in Good Times, but she also wrote and sang the theme songs for the Jeffersons, Moving On Up, so that was her voice. Esther Scott, age 66, known for her roles in The Birth of a Nation and Boys, the recent one, obviously, and The Boys in the Hood. Anitra Gunn, age 23, a college student who went missing on Valentine's Day in Georgia. Faye Marie Swetlick, age 6. First grader who went missing from her home in South Carolina on Monday, February 10th. Kelly Nakahara, as age 72, who played Nurse Kelly on the TV series MASH. Lucille Harris, age 73, who was a legendary rodeo clown who appeared on shows such as, it's before some folks' time, I know, but not before others. I'm not going to make eye contact. But she appeared on shows like Hee Haw and Walking Tall, the final chapter. Also, the 8 people who were killed in the shootings in Germany yesterday. And for any of you who may have suffered a loss of which we are unaware, our hearts go out to each and every one of you. If we may have that moment of silence, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so again, it is February. We are pretty soon we'll be closing out Black History Month. There are brochures in the back detailing all the programs that we will be hosting and that have hosted already, hosted by the Department of Parks and Recreation in Prince George's County. It is American Heart Month. Take care of your heart in every way. It is National Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. This is really important. I got to take a moment because we have to look out for our young people. We have to look out for our old people too, but we have to look out for our young people because studies show that 1 in 3 high school students experience some sort of sexual or physical violence by someone they are dating. 1 in 3. That's alarming. 1.5 million high school students annually. 43% of college women experience this, actually, and 28% of men, college men. Countless experience social media, electronic, psychological aggression. 1 in 5 have been emotionally abused in the past 5 years, and even additionally alarming is 1 in 5 13 to 14-year-olds have been physically or sexually abused in some way. 70% teen girls who have been sexually assaulted knew their attackers, 70%. So we want to, just be mindful of that. And if you see someone who is experiencing some kind of symptoms, reach out and try to help them find help and help build their confidence, because no teen should be subjected to any kind of dating violence. No one, period, should be subjected to violence. It is also National Therapeutic Recreation Month. We in Park and Recreation at the Commission have tremendous therapeutic recreation programs, and we just want to remember all of those folks who are, and we're actually getting ready to embark on some new programs that will be really, really nice. But we want to acknowledge this and keep up our good work with therapeutic recreation. I will say also, so it is, again, it's February 20th, and in February 20th, 1792, President George Washington signed an act creating the first United States Post Office. Also, 1959, Jimi Hendrix, the iconic Jimi Hendrix, played his very first gig in a Seattle synagogue basement. He was promptly fired from the band after his first set for playing his guitar, in quotes, too wild. Okay. 1962, astronaut John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth aboard the Friendship 7. He later became a senator at age 77, while still a senator, flew into space again on the space shuttle Discovery. He died at the age of 95, but his widow Annie just turned 100 this week. 1972, for those of you who may remember, there's been a lot of talk about the Daytona 500 recently, but 1972, A.J. Foyt dominated the 14th Daytona 500, winning by over 2 laps. He is now 85. Also, in February 1885, abolitionist, journalist, orator, civil rights activist, and advocate for the women's right to vote, Frederick Douglass died at the age of 77, 6 days after his Valentine's birthday. And then finally, on 2011, February 20th, 2011, there was the 60th NBA All-Star Game played at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the house that Kobe built. Mm-hmm. The West beat the East, and not surprisingly, the game MVP was none other than Los Angeles Laker Kobe Bryant. Rest in peace, Kobe. In the area of sports, the spring training for Major League Baseball, including our World Series champs, Washington Nats. Of course, the NBA All-Star Game was played this past weekend. Go Team LeBron. Okay. And that was a beautiful tribute to Kobe there. And then both Maryland women's and men's basketball teams are ranked number 7 this week in the national polls. Can we say polls? Go Terps? Can we say go Terps? Finally, I want to say it is, we're foodies up here. It is National Snack Food Month, National Hot Breakfast Month, National Cherry Month, National Sweet Potato Month, National Barley Month, but yet it's Fasting February. We want to say happy birthday to Peter Goldsmith. Where's Peter? Peter, stand up, Peter.
Birthday.
Our Associate General Counsel. Woo. And we're going to do a little early happy birthday to our own Commissioner Washington, our leap year baby. So happy birthday to Commissioner Washington. And while I'm at it, happy 93rd birthday to activist Sidney Poitier, the first African-American Bahamian to win an Academy Award for Best Actor for Lilies of the Field. And I think that was all I had to say. Oh, except for, again, the planning department is going to have Black History Month programs Friday, this Friday, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Members of the planning department will engage in a enlightening discussion about HBCUs and civic engagement. And also there will be one on Wednesday, the 26th, and the guest speaker will be right here in this council hearing room, and the guest speaker will be Monica Montgomery, who is from the Prince George's African American Museum and Cultural Center. And there are flyers located in the back of the room. And finally, next Saturday, the February 29th, we have, drum roll please, the grand opening of the Southern Area Aquatics and Recreation Center, which will be our first specifically designed multi-generation facility. It is awesome. We've been there. We invite you. It's in Brandywine. We invite you to go take a look. So, and then finally, we close out with Census 2020. It is imperative that we are all counted in the census. We lose $18,250 for each person not counted. In 2010, that translated to a loss of $363 million that could have gone to countless programs in Prince George's County. Transportation, housing, so many other, education, so many other programs, and it's imperative that we are counted. So are you all with me? Are you all going to be counted?
Yes.
You sound way too lukewarm. Are you all going to be counted? Are you proud to be counted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So without further ado, we're going to proceed with our agenda. My first order of business is, first of all, we have the draft minutes of the meeting of January 16th, 2020. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Is there anyone here who wishes to oppose the staff's recommendations on items 4A or 4B? If not, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda 4A and 4B. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item 6, followed by 5, followed by, I think, 8, 6. 6.
Followed by 5.
6 followed by 5.
Six.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Maria Martin, Countywide Planning. Before the Planning Board is mandatory referral 1938F Liberty Sports Park. An additional backup was provided to the Planning Board before noon on Wednesday, February 19th. It included a mandatory referral intake questionnaire, a mandatory referral application, January 15, 2020 letter of acceptance to the applicant, a January 15, 2020 property owner notification letter with a mailing list, and a January 15, 2020 Civic Association notification letter with a mailing list. Also here today is Paul Woodburn, who's the Vice President of Ben Dyer Association, and Scott Morrison, who's the President and the Operational Manager of Green Branch. The Liberty Sports Park is located at 201 Prince George's Boulevard in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Oh, sorry. That's the location. And the site is a total of 53.72 acres. The county owns the two largest parcels, which are 49.94 acres, and the smaller piece, which is approximately 3.8 acres, is owned by the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. The 49.94 acres are zone EIA, and they're owned by Prince George's County. The 3.8 acres is zoned ROS and is owned by the commission. The 3.8 acres of land owned by the commission is being swapped for 3.8 acres of county-owned property that's located elsewhere in the county. The planning board is aware of this and has previously heard this. And Paul Sun from the Department of Parks and Recreation is here if you have any questions about it. The proposed site, the applicant proposes a multi-purpose, multi-field sports facilities with 10 fields for lacrosse, soccer, football, rugby, and field hockey. 4 of the fields will be grass, and 6 of them will have artificial turf, AstroTurf. And the next three slides have staff's recommendations. We're recommending to minimize the impact of the regulated environmental features, and we're proposing a trail spur into the Liberty Sports Park off the master plan Collington Branch Trail. Also, we are recommending holding a future coordination meeting to discuss all these revised trail recommendations in greater details. We'd like the plans revised to show the location of the bicycle racks on site. And finally, we're requesting revising the site design to include a prominent and attractive entrance feature and primary identification signage. And prior to the approval of the grading permit, we're asking the applicant to install a super silt fence around the boundaries of the archaeological sites to provide protection in the grading process. The applicant is proposing changes to staff's recommendations. Staff has no objections to the changes proposed. The application was reviewed for conformance to the planning board's adopted uniform standards for mandatory referral review as set forth in the technical staff report. Staff recommends the planning board adopt the staff comments and transmit them to the applicant. This concludes staff presentation.
Are there any questions of Ms. Martin? Thank you. Mr. Horn, are you speaking? Mr. Perry, are you speaking?
No.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the planning board. For the record, Arthur Horn, the law office of Shippey Horn in Largo, Maryland, here on behalf of the applicant, the Green Branch Management Group, the Green Branch Foundation, as mentioned, here represented by its president, Mr. Scott Morrison. We do have Paul Woodburn here from Ben Dyer Associates, and also from the NAI Micro Companies, Mr. Kevin Kennedy, Mr. Julian Curry. We do agree with staff recommendations, and we do have some proposed edits, as was mentioned during the presentations. They're mostly technical in nature. I do have one additional proposed change that I'm just being made aware of. So, here we go. So, Madam Chair, as you,
I'm gonna, go ahead.
this is applicant's exhibit 1.
Okay, so we're gonna have it accepted into the record as identified, your proposed revised changes to the conditions or
Yeah,
recommendations.
and all these have previously been concurred with by the staff. As you see, number 1 just takes the word further out. Number 2 just changes the spur to access, as well as talks about the word park is encouraged.
You know what, if you could, do you have one more copy?
Yes.
Can you make sure that our Parks and Recreation Department right there has their right to, okay. Because they do have the actual recommendation and everything, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so as we get to, I know, so,
I-
1 is simple, 2, you're just switching access in lieu of spur, but I want to go over the rest of 2.
Yes, and then that's the, again, that's the trailhead is actually on the site of South Lake. Certainly want to take an opportunity to shout out for a South Lake application. Which
Yes, you would. Okay.
We'll see that's coming very soon, and this board actually dealt with this case through South Lake with in our reconsideration to tie the trails together.
Yeah.
So
Let me assure you, we've had much more extensive involvement with Liberty Park since then, too. Okay.
So,
Okay.
so it's Liberty Parks, is benefiting. And one other thing that's important now, we talked about, as I digress for just a second, you heard about all the different uses that are coming to this site with the lacrosse, soccer and stuff. This is going to be part of, as everybody knows, the national AAU programs and stuff. This is going to be a tremendous draw for individuals and athletes across, not only locally to use it, but across the nation.
Not only
And-
locally.
Not
across
only
the nation,
locally,
okay.
but across the
Across
nation. And South Lake's going to play a big part of that with all the hotels and all the retail and stuff that's going to be an integral part of making this a tremendous benefit for Prince George's County. So I just wanted to throw that in as we come back in for South Lake. And the only other change that, again, staff wasn't aware of is that number 6, we do have the part that they've agreed with where it says, prior to approval of the grading permit, and about the silk fence that was mentioned, said between the boundaries of the architecture or sites and the site construction. But instead of prior to approval, it just should say prior to just the issuance of the grading permit or just start of work. So they have to have a permit to be able to put that silk fence in. So it should say prior to the start of work
I'm sorry,
under the
Mr.
grading
Stone,
permit.
I mean, Mr. Stone, don't tell Howard I did that, please. But prior to,
Instead of-
would you
instead-
repeat?
Instead of saying prior to approval of a grading permit, it should say prior to the start of work under the grading permit, because you have to have a permit before you can put up the silk fence.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Stabler has agreed to it.
Okay.
She has no objection.
And with that, like I
So,
said,
prior to the maybe commencement of grading under the grading permit? Okay, okay, all right.
and with
Okay,
that-
but I wanted to make sure that our Parks and Recreation Department, for the rest of that, about the park is encouraged to include complimentary trail facilities such as bike racks, okay, and things of that nature.
Yes.
So they're okay with it. They're okay with, they are indicating that, on the record, that they are okay with that. Thank
It's
you.
been thoroughly vetted, Madam Chairman. So,
Just checking.
okay.
Okay.
So
Was
we
there
just
anything
thank
else
you.
you-
That was it.
Okay, was there anyone else signed up to speak on this? I think there was, actually. No, there's not. Okay, if not, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, move that we accept the comments and recommendations of staff and approve the transmittal of MR-1938F to Green Branch Management Group, in addition to incorporating the revised comments as outlined in applicant exhibit number 1. And for the record, recommendation number 6 should be final as I will read. Prior to commencement of the start of work under the grading permit, the applicant should install a super silt fence between the boundaries of archaeological sites 18PR 1098 and 18PR 1099, and the site construction to provide during the grading process.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 5. Five, followed by 7, followed by 8, followed by 3C.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, this is Henry Zhang with Urban Design Section. Item 5 in front of you is a detailed site plan for 435 multifamily units and a 12,000 square feet of clubhouse with associated site improvement. The site is in Planning Area 71B, Council District 4, This is site vicinity map. It's located in the middle of Melford Town Center, within the city of Blue Ridge. The site is Zone MXT, mixed-use transportation-oriented zone. This site is currently vacant, with existing woodland occupying the northern portion of it. This site has a very long approval history, which dated back to January 25th, 1982, when the District Council approved the zoning map amendment A-9401 for the overall Melford development, which formerly known as the Maryland Science and Technology Center. In 2006, the Bowie Master Plan rezoned the property to the MXT zone. Later on, there is CSP 06002 and preliminary plan of subdivision 4-16006, and also infrastructure detail site plan DSP 17020 have been approved for the site. You see the topo here, general level at the front, and some steep slope on this side of the site and also to the rear of the site. The site basically will be accessed from the Lake Melford Avenue and Curry Drive. One more time, the bird's eye view. This is the conceptual site plan approved as CSP 06002. You see the site is generally located here. I mean, the subject site is generally located here, right in the middle of the town center. Let me go back one more time. This is the site of the historic site. The Melford House is located here. Approved with CSP a bunch of design guidelines to governing the future development of the town center. Specifically applicable to this application are the design guidelines for the multifamily villa you see here. And then also this case has been reviewed for conformance with those guidelines. This is the detailed site plan, which show a very extensive, like 9 building of the multifamily. And then those are 4 to 5 story building, except for this 1-story community center, all served by the elevator. They range from 61 to 69 feet in building height. With this DSP, the applicant tried their best to try to address 2 design themes. One is around the frontage of this Curry Drive and the Lake Melford Avenue. And then at the same time, they try to create a very centrally located place for the whole development of this complex. I believe in the urban design section, after review, we believe they achieved both of this design objective. I believe the architect is here. They're going to give us more detail about how the site has been designed. From here, you see that the site this subject site will have a main access from the Melford Lake Avenue, and then this is the main entrance. The clubhouse will be the terminals of the vista when you enter the site. And then at the same time, they put a lot of efforts along both frontage, and then there's a plaza has been proposed here. Across the street, if the board remember, it was approved under a different detailed site plan for senior housing, known as Aspen at the Melford Town Center. The plaza on this side basically feature a very extensive park space, and then on this side, it's basically designed and complementary to it, and then feature a lot of green open space for passive entertainment or recreational opportunities. You see here the site will be circulated, the building will serve by different parking, and then there is a service roadway also access through Carey Drive from the rear of the property. Except for Building B, all of them are located in this side of the north side of Melford, the Lake Avenue. Only Building B is on the southern side. The following about 14 slides are the elevations of each building. We have a lot. I just want to go through very quickly. In general, the design is inspired by the design and the material application of the Melford House and also architecture heritage in the areas. So I just want to run through very quickly. You will see from all those elevations, they basically follow a very unified theme of design. All the buildings in three parts design with a very elaborate middle base, middle, and the top. And then they apply a lot of different type of architecture elements, and like a cross gable, dormer, and then so on and so forth. And I believe the architect is here. They're going to give us a presentation. This is the clubhouse. You will see the main elevation pretty much in the same design theme. Apply a similar vocabulary. When you enter this community, this will terminate your vista. And then there's just different elevations of the clubhouse. This basically shows you a material board, which you see a variety of brick and stone and cementitious material has been used. Different color scheme. They all have their design consideration. They're going to talk to us later on. Those just some perspective. You'll see how the material has been applied and design element has been used. Excuse me. This is the clubhouse, community center / community center, and then there's in-ground swimming pool has been proposed along with other amenities here. And then they have this application has an obligation of rec facility in the value about $400,000 that they provide way more than has been required. You can find the rec facility information on page 8 of the staff report. And then this complex will be seeking LEED Gold certification in terms of the application of the building, green building techniques and sustainable site development techniques. This is another analysis of the site, basically the view from Melford House to the subject site. Because as you know, this one was approved under a very large CSP, cover a different piece of the development. And then Melford House is one of the important elements in that approval. And then the condition of prior approval have different requirements for the Melford House, how we can preserve the vista and the view of it. And then this is one of the exhibit has been shown at the time of HPC review and approval of this case. And the HPC has recommended approval and included in the backup of this DSP with no condition. The following slides will show you some of the signage they proposed. This is the building mounted signage. It's once again on the clubhouse building, several other type of signage associated with each building. This is the monumental sign. Will provide the primary identification for this project. This is just a very quick run of the gazebo, which is in the center. It basically is the focus of that plaza I mentioned previously. This is the gazebo. Behind it, they have some features, basically feature the low brick wall piece with the signage for this side. This is the close-up look at the plaza we talked about previously. This is the plaza previously approved, which you see a lot of paving and then feature a fountain here. But on this side, basically feature a lot of green open space with the gazebo as the terminus of the vista. This is just an additional design concept that developed. I will end this kind of presentation with this flyover. Basically, This DSP conform with all design requirement of the MXC zone and the applicable sign design guideline. The DSP has been reviewed for conformance with all the applicable prior conditions of approval attached to CSP 0602, 4-1606, and DSP 17020. Those discussion has been provided on page 25 to 31 on the staff report. This DSP also meet all the requirements of landscape menu, tree canopy coverage ordinance, and woodland and wildlife habitat conservation ordinance. Discussion provided on page 31 to 35. No agency opposed the approval of this detailed site plan, and the city of Bowie review it and recommend a lot of conditions of approval. Those conditions has been included in the staff report. The applicant proposed several minor amendments to the conditions, and which has been discussed with the staff. We are in general agreement with the applicant. The urban design section recommends the planning board adopt the finding of this report and approve detailed site plan DSP 19052 and type 2 tree conservation plan TCP 2-036-99-15 for mentions at the Melford Town Center, which also include a variance to section 25-122B1G for removal of 12 historic trees on the Melwood. This side is off the site, but as a prior condition of approval, we had to deal with it at time of this detailed site plan. In conclusion, we recommend approval, the staff recommend approval with 6 conditions. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Are there any questions?
Just a question on this last visual, because this wasn't in the slides that are online. What is the significance of the colors? Is it green just means from that vantage point that it goes over and doesn't actually intersect with any building, and red means that it hits a building?
Yes, sir. The green, basically, you can see through directly, and then this have some block
Okay.
of the view.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Antonetti.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Robert Antonetti with the law firm of Shipley and Horn. I'm here to be representing the applicant, St. John Properties, Inc., regarding this latest iteration of the Melford Town Center. I do have here with me Mr. Andrew Raub, regional partner with St. John Properties. I have Mr. Neil Greenberg with Somerset Construction, partner on the project. I also have Mr. Ken Finley, development manager with St. John. I have Jennifer Hearn, associate development manager with St. John. I have Mr. Chris Rizzi and Joe DeMarco from Bowler Engineering. I have Mr. Mike Lenhart here from Lenhart Traffic Consultants. And I also have Mr. Fike Tugberg and Chong Cho from Architects Collaborative. Mr. Zhang mentioned we'll be giving a brief presentation on our design philosophy for this application. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Zhang on his work on this case, his review, his collaboration, his willingness to discuss many of the important issues that led us to this hearing, and it's very much appreciated, and we thank him for that. This application is for one detailed site plan for 9 residential buildings and 1 clubhouse. As Mr. Zhang mentioned, he isolated the portion of the approved Melford design guidelines, which this is my torn up copy that I've used now for, this is the 5th detailed site plan for the Melford Town Center. So this carries forth those guidelines, and in fact, I mentioned to the client when I saw side by side really the design guideline picture for the villas, and we're calling these the mansions, but it's the same product, how similar these actually are from what was designed several years ago as a possible building type out here. So the vision is being carried forward, and we're very excited about this latest element to be added to the Melford Town Center. As Mr. Zhang mentioned, in 2015, the Planning Board and Council approved a conceptual site plan amendment for this project, which injected the mix of uses which you've seen throughout these various applications. It included up to 2,500 residential units, 260,000 square feet of office, and 268,500 square feet of retail, in addition to the 1.5 million square feet of employment hotel uses that were either approved or built around the periphery of the Melford Town Center, which is in that hole in the donut inside the overall Melford project. In 2017, the Planning Board approved a preliminary plan which reduced the density based on the layout and what could be achieved from 2,500 to 1,793 dwelling units. And that possible density now has been interpreted through multiple detailed site plans, the latest of which we have out here. We do have the Aspen multifamily building, which is across the street, as Mr. Zhang pointed out in the 3D aerial shows. And right now, this mansion component will marry up with the Aspen really at the intersection of the future Lake Melford Avenue and Curry Drive through the construction of the other quadrant of the plaza. Mr. Zhang pointed out that the plaza on the side of the mansions is really the softer element to go to counter or to be to be an additional complementary component to the hardscape on the Aspen side, which is more for your gatherings, maybe a market and things of that nature, where there's more green space, pastoral relaxation opportunity in the greener plaza on the mansion side. I think what's really special about this project, in addition to its quality and architecture and high quality materials that goes into it, it is anchored in the middle by this community clubhouse building, which is 12,000 square feet. It's a substantial building with an outdoor pool, with multiple spaces inside for community elements, for rental management opportunities, for mailboxes, package delivery, other things. It's going to be at the core of this building, but it doesn't dominate the other buildings. It's a lower scale than the buildings that surround it, so it's quite complementary. It will be a great central element for the residents, future residents of the mansion. Without belaboring it, I do want to point out one thing, that the planning staff's staff report mentions that the gross acreage of this detailed site plan is 53.95 acres. There was some confusion about where that acreage came from. That's actually the residual of several deed parcels, unplatted parcels that are out in this eastern portion of the Melford Town Center. The actual area of this detailed site plan is the proposed future lots and parcels that were reflected on the preliminary plan, and that totals approximately 11.352 acres. And I do want to have that correction in the staff report. And we have gone over this with staff, and we appreciate their collaboration. But I do have an exhibit that shows the area for the record of the mansion's detailed site plan, which I'd like to hand out, perhaps be marked and entered into evidence if acceptable.
Okay, this is your first exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll have this marked and accepted into the record as applicant's exhibit number 1.
Thank you. And again, this shows the acreage broken down by parcel. I will add that there is one additional parcel to the east. If you see it's labeled proposed parcel to be conveyed to community association, that parcel is for a private street that will serve the mansion. If you look farther to the west, you'll see a black and white dotted line of where that street continues around the next available development site, which is slated for future development. We'll come back with a detailed site plan to show how that road works. But we do have one parcel, one portion of that future private street added to the area of this detailed site plan. And the totality of all these parcels, including that private street parcel to be dedicated to the association, is 11.352 acres. So I'd just like the record to reflect that. So I do have some condition changes, but I'd like very briefly, with the board's indulgence, to bring up Mr. Fike.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to,
Well, I just want to be on the record. I think at the time this case has been presented and then getting into the application, basically the applicant proposed, if you, in your backup, this SOJ stated that the entire DSP will cover 53.95 acres. And then I think at the end of the day, I think that we discussed with the applicant tried to avoid future revision to this detailed site plan because they know the other piece will be under different ownership. So that's why they try to tie up this DSP without, revise it if the future development in other piece like this happen.
So
That's
do
the
you
only
agree with the change to?
Yeah, I think we discussed this and also involve our subdivision section. Staff believe this whole piece of the parcel created here will be allowed under the preliminary plan of subdivision because they're going to have several parcels to move around. So in general, we agree. But I want to be on the record. It's not something we didn't notice. This happened at the very beginning. But I think that's the intent of this whole revision of the acreage. But go back to this DSP, nothing will be changed or impact on this proposed.
Except for the tree canopy coverage, right?
Yes, yes.
So is it fine to go with the 11.52? Because in the staff report it's 11.38, which is de minimis, but I want to make sure we get the numbers right, and we need to make sure that you're in agreement with the smaller number, because that does affect the off-site
Yeah,
tree canopy
I think
coverage.
in general, yes. We're going to ask them to calculate per the boundary of the DSP. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for the confusion related to that. I'll take the blame for that. I'm Italian. I usually cast blame on others, but I will accept the blame on this one. But thank you for your indulgence on that clarification.
And just to be totally clear, Mr. Zanetti, is it going to be the 11.352 or 11.38? Because we had two different numbers in the
I
staff
saw that,
report.
yeah.
and-
It'd be 11.352, and that's representative of that additional parcel for access added to the area of the Melford Mansion parcels.
Okay, then we should reflect that in the staff report on item 13.
We'll definitely revise it if the
Yes.
planning board approve the new numbers.
Cool, thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Fike Tugberg to come up and, again, just briefly go over the philosophy and the design of this, very
Sure.
briefly.
And has he filled out one of our sign-in?
He hasn't, but I will fill it out for him while he's speaking.
Okay. Mr. Cobbs, we will come there. Okay, thank you. All right, you can finish.
Good morning. My name is Faik Tugberg. I'm an architect and a planner from Architects Collaborative, an office in Bethesda. I'm thrilled to be here making this presentation to you this morning. I know that you've seen our presentation material and you've heard the statistics over and over again. And I'm going to be very brief in the interest of moving things along, but in case you would like me to elaborate on anything, I'd be happy to come back.
Thank you.
And our attorney insinuates that I'm long-winded, so I'm here to prove him wrong.
Wait, your attorney said that? Okay. go
Yes.
ahead.
I told him it goes with the territory of being an architect, but anyway, so I will keep it brief. We're very excited about this project. We have worked with St. John and Neil Greenberg previously. In designing this project, we wanted to make sure that we met all the design guidelines while creating a very friendly, user-friendly, sort of a people-oriented scale and buildings and a very livable community. Next slide, please. I think you know where the project is, where the dark roofs are. We are roughly in the center of the overall site, and we're anchored by this semicircular plaza, which serves as like the center of this community and a landmark space. Next, please. We have 435 units and 725 parking spaces in 9 buildings and a community center. The 7 buildings are smaller buildings, and buildings A and B are larger buildings. They are generally similarly sized. We have elaborate parking scheme of the 725. Depending on your needs, you can get a surface parking space, or under every building, there's parking available. You can get an individual garage, or you can park in a common garage under the building. Depending on the site topography, we did our best to take advantage of the slopes to make this kind of a parking scheme possible. We also have surface covered parking. So I think we've covered every base in terms of parking. The orientation of the community, for us, the semicircular, sort of the park or the center of the community was important. The left side of the circle or the west side of the circle is more of a hard surface. It's meant for larger gatherings and perhaps activities that interest the community. On our side, on the Melford Mansion side, it's a more green, a pastoral kind of a reflective space with more trees and lawns so that you can sit and enjoy a quick drink or sandwich. And then as a center or a focal point of this space, we have this gazebo, which has a semicircular wall around it that creates a separation from the community beyond, both giving that space privacy and the privacy to the residential community behind it. The orientation of the project, we have a major frontage on Curry Drive as well as Lake Melford Avenue. The main entrance to the community is building number 6 and building A, which takes you straight to the community center, and we have an architectural feature, a modest tower of sorts that will serve as a landmark and sort of an orientation a wayfinder as you're entering. If this is your first time, you can pull in there, you can park quickly and inquire about leasing. Next one, please. In designing the buildings and the architecture, we looked at certain period buildings, antebellum, colonial, and federal styles, which are very rich in our area in general. But next slide, please. We've also looked for inspiration from Melford Mansion, Bel Air Mansion, and we have a sister project across the street from Curry Drive, which is Aspen. So we wanted to be sympathetic to these things. And some of the highlights are that punch windows, bay windows, dormers, and we also took a classicist approach to the project where each building is different, yet they have similar elements, and the proportions are sort of a distinct base, middle, and a top, and associated ornamentation and articulation. Next one, please. So we have a toolkit. Along with this different kinds of elevations, we've created a palette of colors, materials from fiberglass architectural shingles, metal roofs that also exist in some of the sample properties, cementitious siding, a variety of brick, and precast highlights. Next one, please. Using this toolkit, our objective was to create a series of buildings that wouldn't look, they would all look unique so that you wouldn't see the same building twice. Next one, please. These are samples. Next one, please. Next one. You can see the dormers, bay windows, sort of breaking the facade with balconies and ornamental elements. Some classical references. Next one, please. The other ones were the samples of the smaller buildings. This is the one, building A or building B, where we collided two of the smaller buildings. Next, please. And this is our pride and joy, our community center. It has more amenities than any other community center that we've done. I'm personally looking very much forward to having all of these buildings built, especially this community center. As I mentioned, we have this modest tower, which has a roof shape that is also inspired by the letter M, which sort of complements the logo. And it is the element that you focus on as you're driving, and the entrance is right below the tower. Next one, please. This is a view from the opposite side of the entrance. You can see the bathhouse. We have outdoor grilling, sort of a bar spaces, obviously pool activities, and then we have a small park tucked in between the back of the community center and one of the buildings, sort of a park, a place where you can sort of take a respite. Next one, please. And this is the plaza that I mentioned, and again, I talked about it. You can see the ornamental wall. It is also inspired by the architecture. Again, I think it's going to be a wonderful space. It's a real complement to the other kind of a hard surface space on the other side of Currier Drive. Next one, please. And this concludes my presentation. I hope I was able to keep it brief. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Actually, it's very thorough. We appreciate it. And so this is a separate PowerPoint that we need to enter into the record. So you'll make sure that Mr. Zhang has it too.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll enter this into the record as applicant's exhibit number 2. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Could
Okay.
you give us a sense of kind of what the square footage of the individual units will be?
The units will range anywhere from 770 square feet to 1,200 plus.
And that
we
would
have
be your
a-
3-bedroom?
Yeah, we have a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 2-bedroom and den units. And
And I'd like to go back to the community center, if I could get a description of that again and a visual rendition of that one as well.
Well, this community center, it is a tricky design in the sense that obviously it is a smaller scale building. It has a larger footprint, but we really made an effort to make sure that it is part of the overall architectural theme. To that end, we used really the identical materials and color scheme, except that with bigger embellishments, and it's a much more expensive building. It has, a lot of glass surfaces. The spaces that you see sort of towards the left side of the slide with the higher roofs are open spaces over the fitness room, also the leasing management office. The tower is sort of the entrance node of the building. We have floor plans, not in this presentation. And to the right side, you have a series of community rooms with indoor amenities, bar, service, kitchenette. And following that, just beyond, is the bathhouse, which is a basic bathhouse, except that the architecture on the exterior complements, hopefully, the rest of the building.
Thank you.
I've got two, please, Madam Chair. Is the brick facade limited to the first level?
On most buildings, yes, and I wanted to delineate the base with that. We didn't want to do the whole building in siding, so we use the brick as the base material. There is rustication, but as you can see, I didn't show you all of the buildings. Number of the buildings have brick climbing up 3 stories.
Okay.
That's in an effort to make sure that each building looks unique.
Than the other.
Right.
And then the second question is with regards to the hard surfaces that you're proposing. Is any of the hard surface pervious or no?
So with regards to the parking area and the pervious surfaces, we have a stormwater management concept approval with the city of Bowie, who manages this area since we're in the city, and it has a requirement that 10% of our surface parking, if soil conditions allow, needs to be pervious pavement.
Okay.
And we've met that on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up, so it's kind of related to that, but the design looks great. So I think this is really sharp. Actually, it's a small subtle detail. I like the M and the sort of the tower in the clubhouse. I think it's very quite nice. What of this gets you to the LEED Gold certification? So is it going to be just the high efficiency in terms of the modern building layout, or what gets you to the LEED Gold that you're hopefully going to apply for, assuming it's not too costly?
If you're familiar with the LEED checklist, we will have plenty of points accumulated in the use of materials to regional materials. We also have, I didn't mention, I mean, there are a number of details, but electric car charging stations, plenty of indoor bicycle parking, secured parking, other, light power-saving features, and actually Neil Greenberg with Somerset Construction, I mean, he agreed to build more potential to increase electric car parking stations in many locations in here. I think it covers, we do a lot of residential buildings. I mean, we're not doing some gray water treatment or stuff like that, but we have plenty of green area, a good water treatment, stormwater treatment principle. I think that covers it, really. I hope that I answered your question.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. Zhang? And
Yes, Mr. Dorner, if I may, I think this one probably going to achieve that goal on the two rating system. One is the ND because they have multiple buildings, and then the other is the new construction under the V4. Basically, it's each individual they can achieve something. Under the LEED, they have at least like 5 categories, which cover everything from the material, water usage, energy efficiency, and local material, and even a LEED AP on the team will get a credit. So.
Okay, great.
what, Ms. Proctor, did you get that? He wasn't speaking directly into it. Did you hear that? Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Let me just bring
Please
this.
identify yourself.
My name is Neil Greenberg. I'm with Somerset Construction Company. I'm St. John Properties partner on this project. The last 2,000 apartments I've done similar to this are all LEED Gold, and what we really do, where we make up most of our points is in the mechanical system. This will be a VRF type system, and we do something unique, and we really pick up a lot of points in the mechanical system. We do 2 things that are unique. We guarantee maximum utility costs, and on the last community we build, it's all in. Now, I don't know what the water, I know our water rates are higher. The last community I built, which is in Baltimore County, we guarantee a 1-bedroom apartment will not exceed $70 in all-in utility costs, water, gas, electric. I think a 2-bedroom's $95, and the 3 bedrooms I think are around $130. And we never have anyone go over those caps. We'll be a little higher here because we're in a gas and electric will be the same, but our water rates are higher here. So those caps will be higher. We also pre-wire all of the buildings for solar. So I would say 25% of our projects, we come up a little short on gold. And when we come up short on gold, we add solar to make up the points. So all of these buildings will be pre-wired for solar. We have pitched roofs. We structurally design the roofs to be able to handle solar on all sides of the roof. Okay. Obviously, this project has a southern orientation, so we have good roof lines for solar. So if we come up short, we'll put solar on, and we come up short in about 25% of our buildings, and we make it up with solar. But even going back as far as 10 years ago, we were the first residential community to get LEED Gold in the Baltimore region. We were behind 2 that were in Montgomery County, and we've been doing the same program. And again, the big difference is the mechanical system. You know, everyone's doing the low flow plumbing fixtures, but it's the mechanical system. And like I say, unlike anybody else in the market, we guarantee utility costs.
Yeah, most of the stuff we see gets LEED silver, so it's good to see you're taking up another notch.
Well, to us, it's just a pride thing. I don't preach energy conservation, but I have the right with my own money to live it, and we do it. And
that's great.
We're not going to miss gold.
Cool, great, thank you.
And this project is registered LEED NC new construction, so we go the LEED route.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as I mentioned earlier, I do, just to conclude my presentation, I do have some revised conditions, very minor, which I've shared with staff. I'd like to have that marked and
I
hopefully
think we're up
accepted.
to Applicants Exhibit 3?
3, yes, please.
Okay. And as you wrap up, you'll be succinctly going through these, is that?
Yes,
Okay.
with alacrity.
Just boy. Okay. Mr. Zhang, you've already reviewed these, right? You said
Yes, ma'am, we agree with the changes.
all of them, okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Stevens here from the city of Bowie. He has these as well? Okay, thank you. Okay.
So, if this,
Okay, most of these are
Technical.
yeah, technical. Got it. We're good.
okay, thank you. With that, that would conclude our presentation. We thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions or comments, we'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have the opportunity to come back up after Mr. Stevens, if so desired. Okay, so we've accepted the proposed revised conditions into the record as applicants exhibit number 3. Mr. Stevens?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Frank Stevens from the city of Bowie. The Bowie City Council conducted a public hearing on this case on July 1st of 2019, and their position was transmitted to the board in a letter dated January 28th, 2020. During the public hearing, the council focused its attention and discussion on several items such as landscaping, parking, lighting, signage, and the final stormwater technical management plan. All of those conditions were transmitted in our letter of the 28th. We have reviewed the revised conditions and are in agreement with them and with the staff recommendation. One item in the revised conditions, item 1P, which is recommended to be deleted, we have discussed with the applicant, and we have an agreement on how that's going to be addressed, so we're okay. So,
Private
in
agreement.
conclusion, we agree with the recommendation, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
you.
Are there any questions? That concludes the sign-up list. Was there anyone who wished to speak whose name I did not call? Mr. Antonetti, anything else to add? Is there a motion? Did you have anything else to add?
No.
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff, as well as noting the technical correction with regards to the gross acreage, as discussed earlier on the agenda, and approve DSP-19052 and TCP2-036-99-15, and variance to section 25-122B1G, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report and as further modified in applicant exhibit number 3.
Second?
We have the motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, so we're about to, these are the remaining cases. Item 7, item 8, item 3C, and item 3A. We are breaking for lunch at 12:30. We have 1 hour. I have my doubts about whether we'll get through all of these by that time. So I can try to see how we're doing with item 7, but it looks like item 8 may or may not be taken after lunch. We'll see how this one goes. Okay? Item 3C and 3A will be taken after lunch. Okay? Miss, what I can do is, where's Mr. Tedesco?
Coming now.
Okay. And Mr. Nelson? You can wait right now and see how far we get, or you have a number of people signed up, or we can hold you harmless to 1:30 now. Because it's hard for me to tell. It's hard for me to judge how. We'll stay. We'll be ready. Okay. And Mr. Tedesco, that works for you? Okay, fine. Okay. All right. Okay, item 7.
Good Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, I am Thomas Severs, Senior Planner with the Subdivision and Zoning Section. Item number 7 on the agenda is the preliminary plan of subdivision for Pecan Ridge 4-19003, which was continued from the February 6th Planning Board meeting. The subject project proposes a public benefit conservation subdivision with 80 lots and 12 parcels for a total of 80 single-family detached dwellings. As a matter of housekeeping, staff received a letter last night that staff has provided to the board as late backup. I believe y'all should have that.
Which letter? Are you referencing the Johnson letter?
Michael just handed it
Which
out.
one?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy Johnson.
Yeah.
Nancy Johnson.
That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So,
that needs to be entered.
okay, we'll accept this, we'll accept this letter into the record. I mean, I understand the issue. Once, when a matter is continued from the, okay, notice has to go out when we have a planning board hearing. When we, and the site has to be posted. When we continue the matter, when we start to hear the matter or it's continued here in a public forum and we have a new date, the signs do not have to be reposted because it is announced here as, so I just want to make sure everyone knows that once it's continued, same way, you know, in other administrative forums. The signs themselves do not have to be reposted at that time because it's been an open session, it's streamed. Anyone who is here can see the new date. Anyone who is watching can hear the new date. Anyone of interest will know the new date. So anyway, we do have this letter, and we'll accept Ms. Johnson's letter into the record as Citizen Exhibit Number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The site is located in the northwestern part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 71A and Council District 4. More specifically, the site is located on the south side of Lloyd Station Road, approximately 315 feet from its intersection with Maryland 197 Laurel Bowie Road. The subject site is located in the rural residential RR zone. The site is bounded on the north, west, and south by RR zone properties and to the east by the OS zone property. The site is located outside but adjacent to the City of Bowie municipal boundary. The aerial photograph shows that the site is currently improved with a single-family detached home, several barns and sheds, and paddocks and fenced land for horses. Surrounding uses include a single-family home to the north and to the south, an overhead utility right-of-way to the west, and the WB&A rail trail to the east. The site map shows that topography on the site slopes away from the central knoll of the property to the north, east, and south. There is also a perennial stream to the north of the property that flows into Horsepin Branch towards the east. The master plan right-of-way map shows the master plan arterial roadway Laurel Bowie Road adjacent to the property to the east. The 4 critical intersections determined to be impacted by the development are shown by the numbered blue dots on this slide and are further described in detail in the staff report. Given the proposed development, it was found that all 4 intersections will operate at an acceptable level of service as found in finding 7 of the technical staff report. This photo shows another view of the site. A sketch plan is required prior to a preliminary plan of subdivision to show unique features and priority areas that a conservation subdivision development proposes to build around. The sketch plan identified 2 priority areas of conservation on site. First, the pecan tree grove to the south, and second, the environmental features abutting the stream to the northeast and to the northwest. The preliminary plan shows 80 lots highlighted in purple and 12 parcels within the red boundary line. Adequate public facilities, including water, sewer, fire, rescue, and police facilities, are available to serve the site. There are internal public streets to serve the community and to provide adequate access to the site. The proposed lotting pattern is indicative of a conservation subdivision and results in more robust preservation of on-site natural resources by concentrating development in one area as opposed to a conventional lotting scheme that would push development to the periphery of the site. The pecan tree grove in the southern portion of the project area is proposed to be dedicated to the M&C PPC as part of the public benefit requirement to be considered for a conservation subdivision. This grove will act as an extension of the WB&A rail trail, which abuts the site to the east. The applicant has requested a variation from section 24-122A of the subdivision regulations to remove the requirement of a 10-foot PUE along a portion of proposed Street A abutting the pecan grove and indicated by the orange line. Staff recommends approval of this variation request as set forth in finding 11 of the technical staff report. The applicant has also requested a variation from section 24-123A4 and 5 of the subdivision regulations to allow a reduction in curve radii standards and width of the proposed public primary street serving the subdivision. In accordance with these provisions, staff has received a recommendation of approval of the variation from DPI, which is included on page 149 of BACA. This application is subject to the Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance, and a TCP-1 has been filed with the application. This TCP-1 shows the subject lots on the project, proposed open green space in green, and the PMA is outlined in pink. The trees proposed for removal are indicated by a solid red circle. At the time of this application's acceptance, the applicant submitted a variance request to section 25-122B1G of the Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance. This section requires the preservation of specimen trees. The variance request is to allow the removal of 24 specimen trees as outlined on pages 21 to 25 of the technical staff report. Of the 24 specimen trees, staff has recommended the preservation of 4 additional trees, indicated by the orange check marks. Staff recommends approval of the variance for the removal of 20 specimen trees. The PMA impact exhibit shows the area of disturbance proposed within the PMA, which totals 25,777 square feet. This impact is necessary to provide access to the site. Staff recommends approval of the impact, which is detailed on page 23 of the technical staff report. Staff have held numerous meetings with the applicant, have had continued correspondence with supporting agencies, and have had ongoing communication with interested parties surrounding the proposed project. The subdivision and zoning staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and approve preliminary plan of subdivision 4-19003 Pecan Ridge, TCP 1013-2019, variance from section 25-122B1G and variations from sections 24-122A, 24-123A4, and A5, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. The applicant has proposed and presented staff with revised conditions that staff has reviewed and agrees with the changes. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, Mr. Gibbs.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hewlett and members of the board. For the record, Edward Gibbs, an attorney with offices in Largo. And I am here this morning very pleased to be representing Caruso Homes, the applicant and contract purchaser of this property. I'd like to introduce Mr. Jeff Caruso. He's seated in the front row, and immediately to his left, Mr. Andy Garrett, who's the development director for Caruso Homes. We have an array of witnesses, not all of whom I hope will have to testify. I'm going to be very brief, actually, in my initial presentation because we really are at one with staff.
Okay, so let me just tell you. So you have witnesses to present. There are people signed up to speak. There are people in support. There are people, you have opponents. So I'm just letting the folks in item 8 know. I just can't see how we're going to get you before lunch, but you're welcome to stay if you like. But I can't see us taking it before 1:30. Okay, thank you.
I would agree with that. I'd also like to introduce a new associate with our law firm, Mr. Justin Kornblatt. And Justin actually is a local guy. He attended St. John's High School, where he played baseball under my tutelage
Funny how that
as the baseball coach. And then he went on and played baseball at LaSalle University. And he was so impressed with my tutelage that he decided to go to law school. And then he made the ultimate decision to come work with our law firm. So in the very near future, he'll be on his own up here. But I did want to take the opportunity to introduce him.
Thank you. It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much. Let me just say a few words here. I want to say a few words about Caruso Homes because they are a significant residential developer and builder.
And Mr. Gibbs, can you raise the mic ever so
There we
slightly?
go.
Thank you.
Okay. Caruso Homes was founded in 1986. They have been active throughout the Washington metropolitan area. They are currently building homes in North Carolina, but they have a number of projects in Prince George's County where their roots are particularly deep. And among those are Fairview Manor over by Freeway Airport, not on Freeway Airport, Oakmont Estates in Marlton, Windsong on Route 4, Balmoral in Upper Marlboro, Magruder West, which is a development surrounding an historic home down off of 301 south of Upper Marlboro on the east side of 301. And you may recall Signature Club, which came in before you a couple years ago. They're doing the development and construction, 313 homes down off of Indian Head Highway at Berry Road. So they have a lot of experience in sensitive residential development and construction. They actually started as a custom home builder. They still have a custom line, but the bulk of their development action these days is in community development.
Okay.
We agree with everything that the staff has said. I do want to take a couple moments to talk a little bit about conservation subdivisions. They are authorized, obviously, by Section 24-152 of the subdivision ordinance. And there is a reason why you see so few of them. They are required to be used in the rural tier, but there's very little development, if any, occurring in the rural tier of subdivision activity. And so you see very few in the developing tier. Probably this may be the third or fourth that has come through. The reason is that they take so long and they're so arduous to get through the process. But when my client went out and saw this piece of property that they have under contract, and they saw the pecan grove, and they saw the sensitive natural features that exist along the perimeter of the site, they felt that a conservation subdivision technique was their responsibility. And therefore, they put themselves through this rigorous process. The technique requires that you file a conservation sketch plan. It doesn't come to you, it gets certified by the planning director, but it's filed just like an application. You go to SDRC committee, you get referrals, you make revisions, and ultimately you can get a certification if you prove that you can meet all the criteria for a conservation subdivision. That process took us a year. We filed that in early 2018. Our certification occurred on March 13th of 2019. So a year just to get through that process. Only then can you file a preliminary subdivision plan, which we did immediately thereafter, and here we are today. So we have conserved the pecan grove. We've sited the homes along natural topographic lines within the property. We have a series of 3 cul-de-sacs. And I think that from a planning perspective, and I think your staff agrees, that the layout and design of the subdivision is superior, and we're very pleased with it. Park and Planning is going to take the Pecan Grove, and the HOA will take the other sensitive natural features. They will be subject to a conservation easement. So we think that in our written materials, we have proven that we satisfy all the criteria in the subdivision ordinance. We have asked for a series of variations. One is for the PUE on just a portion of Street A when it comes in curves. I don't know, Mr. Severs, if you could pull that back. Yeah, there we go. It just didn't make sense to intrude into that Pecan Grove area with a PUE when it wasn't necessary. There was nothing to be served there that would need a lateral extension. So we elected to ask not to have to do that. The other two variations are related to the entrance road that comes in. That is a road today. That is our property that goes out like the handle of a frying pan and stubs into Lloyd Station Road. That's the only way into the property. We have worked tirelessly with DPI. They have filed a memorandum that's in your record, which indicates that they support us using a 50-foot right-of-way to come in there. They want two 11-foot travel lanes, 22 feet of paving, and they support the variation. Their memorandum states that. And that, the last two variations really are about the same thing. One says you have to conform to the county road code. The other says primary residential streets are normally 60 feet wide. Secondary residential streets are normally 50 feet wide. We're proposing 50 with the limited number of units being served. DPI feels very comfortable with that, and they've indicated that in their memorandum. We are working out the final details of what they want on the balance of that 50 feet of right-of-way on either side of the 2-foot travel lanes, but it is all going to be dedicated as a public street. Our variation applications are complete and replete with analysis of the appropriate statutory criteria and of case law dealing with what you need to prove in order to establish that you are entitled to a variation, and we will submit on those and be happy to respond to any questions anyone may have. Our traffic study, it's been reviewed by the Maryland State Highway Administration, by DPI, and by your Transportation Division. It shows that of the 4 intersections that we had to test, 2 are signalized, 2 are not. The 2 that are signalized in the after configuration, meaning after adding in background traffic, after adding in a 3-year growth rate on roads that just generally occurs, and after adding in traffic from this development, one intersection operates at level of service A in the AM and PM. The second intersection operates at A in the morning and B in the afternoon peak hour. The other 2 intersections are unsignalized. When you analyze an unsignalized intersection, you pass if you're 50 seconds or less of delay at the intersection. In the after configuration, the wait time is between 8.1 seconds, and I think at one leg it goes up as high as 24 seconds. So, we're well beneath what is required or what is deemed to be failing under the highway capacity manual test. So with all that being said, I'm going to ask Mr. Mark Ferguson to get up and authenticate his land planning report, and then we're going to stop. And if we need to present any rebuttal evidence as a result of other testimony that may occur, we might have to get up briefly again after that. So,
Okay, so say that again. Say that last part again. You're going to have Mr. Ferguson, is that what you said?
I'm just going to have Mr. Ferguson authenticate the land planning report.
Okay, if
that
he could
did.
do that, because, and at some point before we break, because we may not even get finished yours before lunch, and so maybe what we can do is, you go ahead with that one, and then maybe we can let some of the citizens go forward. So
Oh,
we
yeah,
didn't have to wait.
that's totally fine.
Okay.
I do have the revised conditions that I'd
Okay.
like to put before you and just go through them very quickly.
Thank you.
Mr. Gibbs, was that, we agreed with staff, but?
Actually, I think these are more clarifications than anything else. So, but I will
Okay,
say
hold
this,
on.
we certainly agree with staff now.
Okay, so we're going to have your revised conditions marked and accepted into the record as applicant's exhibit number 1.
Right. I did not restate all of the conditions because the
Only the problem.
revisions are so minor.
Okay.
So we're proposing to delete 7B, which we think just came about through a misunderstanding, because that little panhandle that we have that comes out to Lloyd Station Road, there's no room for a sidewalk. It's going to be just an access.
Okay.
And I think staff agrees with that. And then Mr. Severs has already indicated he agrees with all these. 7C would become 7B, and that is a sign that's being requested to be installed, because when you come in our access road, we're going to have a cutover for cars to get over to the WB&A trail, because some of the residents that live down the trail use that to get to their residences. And so we just said, we'll put the sign up subject to DPI confirming they have no objection to it, because obviously it's their determination. 11D deals with grading. We're going to have to do a little bit of fine grading to tie out roadway grades, and we wanted to add that in, and staff agreed with that. And then Mr. Severs had indicated that they wanted 4 trees retained. 1 tree they want us to cut off so that birds can use it for whatever, nesting. It's going to be cut off at 12 feet. We agree with that. That's tree 45. Then they wanted us to preserve specimen trees 2, 36, and 40. We agree with 2 and 36. We could not save 40 because there's a sewer line going right through it. So,
Bless you.
so that one we couldn't agree to, and staff, in reconsidering their recommendation, agreed with that as well. So, with that being said, I'd like to offer this as an exhibit, and I'm going to sit down for a while.
Okay, and you're bringing Mr. Okay.
Yes, I am going to have
Mr. Severs.
Mr. Ferguson just.
Mr. Stevens on the record?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, you're in agreement, okay. All right. Mr. Ferguson. After Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Gibbs, do you have anyone else, or?
No, my people are going to be rebuttal if necessary.
Okay.
Citizens have to.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board. Mark Ferguson with
Morning.
offices in Largo. I've prepared a land planning report which really just complements and supplements staff's analysis in your staff report. I have no disagreement with anything that staff has said. I do go into some more detail about the findings that staff did in their staff report. I also discussed the 3 variations and the tree variance, again, independently, but agree with and I believe just supplement and complement what your staff has said. And,
Okay.
that's
There's a
all I
lot
have
in
really.
here, but we're going to accept your,
You got 2. You can't
Oh.
say you don't know what that. Okay.
okay. Mr. Ferguson. This
That is it. It
is this
speaks for itself.
submitted to recognize you as an expert witness?
It is.
Okay, so,
As he has been recognized.
I was going to say,
many
he's been
times.
recognized many times. You can't recognize him and then unrecognize him, but okay.
Well, you know, that resume sure does pass the weight test. doesn't it?
It does, the resume and me, okay. All right, so, we're going to accept your land planning analysis into the record as applicant's exhibit number 2, and your, you know, I just got to tell you, I've never seen a resume this long, ever. This is like 100 pages. Okay, but we'll accept it into the record. You have been recognized as an expert witness, as an architect and a planner, and there's no reason to not accept you as a witness now.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I'm just concerned about the number of trees that were cut down for that resume.
There you go. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Ferguson.
Ma'am, and really the summary is just as I had given. It's the report is there to supplement and complement
Okay.
your staff's report. I am in agreement with what they have said. I just go into a few more trees worth of greater length.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go down the list of some people who wish to speak. And let me start with the City of Bowie. Mr. Stevens?
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Frank Stevens from the City of Bowie. The Bowie City Council conducted a public hearing on this case on January 6th of 2020, and their position was transmitted to you in a letter dated January 16th of this year. During the city's public hearing, there were several individuals who spoke, addressed the council about their concerns regarding this project, which included preserving the ecological integrity of the existing pecan grove, traffic generation and safety, the impact of the subdivision's entrance road on the adjacent regulated stream, and overcrowded and inadequate schools. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council voted to recommend disapproval of this preliminary plan based on the testimony of the residents at the public hearing. This concludes the city's presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Stevens at this time?
Thank you.
Okay. Aviva Nebeski?
It's just barely still morning, so good
Yes.
morning. Thank you for having me here. I understood when I prepared my thoughts that I only had about 3 minutes, so
No,
this is the
okay,
tip of the iceberg.
let me stop you for a second. First of all, just, even though I called your name, please, and this is for everyone, please introduce yourself again, state your name and address for the record. And we ask that you be reasonably succinct, but you're not limited to the 3 minutes. Okay,
Wish I'd known that.
okay.
Aviva Nebeski, I live at 8306 Lloyd Station Road in Bowie, Maryland. Mine is the property right at the top of that picture there.
Okay, hold on a second. Mrs. Stevens is going to try to file with the
North
red.
Penn Hill Farm.
Okay,
I've been working against this project since it was first made public. When the developer first started looking at the property, he had a soil sample survey done with horses still in the pasture. The holes were left uncovered and the horses were in jeopardy until the owners of the horses came out and filled in the holes themselves. I contacted the developer and confronted him, and his response was that he told the owner of the property, and it was the owner's responsibility to contact the farm manager. This was how we started our relationship. Okay. Boundary surveys were done, and I noted that the markers were incorrectly placed over my property line. In meetings with the city of Bowie, I stated that I'd be having my own boundary survey conducted and the stakes moved to the correct place. Last week, I met with the developer's attorney and engineering firm to discuss the proposed stormwater management plan. There were 2 significant errors. A culvert pipe from the 100-year floodplain was left off the plan, and a discharge from their property that they claimed to drain into the creek actually drained into my pasture land. I've since met with DPI, and they have looked at this, and they have concerns as well.
and you know this because they've submitted something?
I don't know that they've had time. I just met with them on Tuesday.
Okay,
Okay, I can give you the list of people that we met with.
okay.
We have laws on the books, guidelines, policies, zoning, restrictions, et cetera. These are more than guidelines, and it's the responsibility of the various agencies involved in this process to assure that they're met. A regulated stream is protected not only for itself, but for the impact that it has downstream and all the way to the Chesapeake Bay. The Horsepen Branch is a regulated stream. The requirement is to not allow construction within 50 feet of its bank. The proposed road is within inches and in some places is actually on the bank of the regulated stream itself. When my husband and I first bought our farm, we were inundated with real estate developers, brokers, and one of the owners of Temptation Farm, now called Pecan Ridge, because they all wanted to buy a portion of my lower pasture land. Why? Because they realized that access was an issue. Needless to say, my husband and I did not sell. So here we are 20 years later, and the access road will be built on the bank of a regulated stream, will cross a 100-year floodplain. The preliminary plans show part of the road and sidewall actually hanging off the bank of the creek. The developer is required to mitigate any damage to the stream or the floodplain. How is that truly possible if you are building on the bank? I don't think it is. That's why the regulations have been written the way that they are. If it wasn't a problem, the rules wouldn't be in place. They wouldn't need to ask for a variation if there wasn't a problem. And then what happens about the mitigation during the construction of the road? We talk about what happens after the road is built, but not what happens during. No one seems to have adequate answers to these questions, and I distrust that these answers will be forthcoming before damage is irreparably done. Once the damage to the stream and the floodplain is done, it's done. mitigation is too late. I implore you to consider our environment's protection with at least as much concern as you do Citizens LLC and Caruso Homes. If you feel you must sacrifice our water for new home building, please demonstrate as much zeal to protecting our environment as you do in protecting the right of the owner to develop. There's the letter of the law and the spirit. I'm told the spirit of the law allows Caruso Homes to build. I say the spirit and the letter protect our water and our land. 22 feet of paved road will impact the stream and the floodplain. They estimate 730 average daily automobile trips on that tiny little road. 730 cars will send tire and gasoline residue into the stream and onto the floodplain. You have the opportunity to be good stewards. I beg you to use your power to do so. Thank you for listening to me. If I'd realized I had more time, there are so many other things that I would like to address. We keep hearing about how the conservation plan is so unique and wonderful, and it's great that they're going to conserve the pecan trees. You know what? If they didn't build the development, the trees would be there, conserved. I understand that the owners of the property have the right to develop. What they don't have is the right to run roughshod through our environment, to take a 50-foot road, which, by the way, is only 48 feet at some points, and put in a road that is going to significantly impact water, that is going to significantly impact the beauty of the community. We don't need 80 more homes just so that someone gets to build them. Let's preserve our beautiful farmland. Let's preserve what makes Prince George's County wonderful. We don't need to build. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have is it Adrian Red? You don't wish to speak, but you signed up in opposition, so we'll let the record reflect that. Nancy Johnson? Is Gwendolyn Morgan here? Do you wish to speak? Okay, so you'll be next, okay? Please identify yourself for the record. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Johnson. I live at 13307 10th Street in Bowie, Maryland. My family farm is 8500 Lloyd Station Road. My parents bought the property in 1949. So I think I've been there my entire life.
So, okay.
And I did I emailed my information in.
Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to speak, but my daughter is sick at home with her children. So
Okay,
I'm here, and I just want to make a couple of comments, and I'm
Okay,
gone.
just stop for one second. I just want to make sure, is that where
8500 is on top of the hill at the intersection of Normal School Road and 11th Street, where the power lines cut across my hayfield,
okay.
okay?
So is that it, Mr. Super?
No, ma'am, I don't believe it's on this image.
Oh, okay.
Okay, okay. Okay, Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, I was just trying to get
No,
oriented.
that's fine, I understand.
Okay,
Maybe I'll quit being so nervous.
don't be nervous. Take a deep breath, you have the
excuse
right
me.
to come, it's your right to come and speak.
My main problem is, well, what I just heard was the 8-second wait to go from from Lloyd Station Road to take Normal School Road to go out on Racetrack Road. I like to know where the 8-second rule is unless it's at midnight. Okay? If you're going through peak hours, and Bowie peak hours are anywhere between 6 and 8 to 8:30 in the morning, it's a darn lot longer than 8 seconds to get out. The only safe way out of this intersection, this property, is that road. At that intersection at Normal School and Racetrack Road. You cannot see traffic coming from Old Bowie towards 197 on Lloyd Station Road at the stoplight, stop sign, sorry. You can't
said
see
you
people.
can't see the stop sign, or you can't
No,
see the
you
traffic?
can't see traffic. You
Okay.
can't see traffic at all.
Okay.
and the people on the other side, on the north side of Normal School Road, they can't see the traffic at all because the hill is at least 14 feet high. So they can't see to make a left-hand turn to get to 197 either. My other concern is nobody thinks about the people that already live down on Lloyd Station Road on the W&A who use that for a right-of-way and have been using it for a right-of-way since I was a child. The McDonald's have lived there, as far as I know, forever. And Mr. McDonald is in his early 90s. So when they build the road to make their development entrance, what's going to happen to that man? How's he going to get in and out of his house? Where are we taking care of that? And the sewer, where are we getting the sewer from? That farm doesn't have a sewer. You have to bring it all in. Where's it coming from? What other land are you changing from virgin land into development? Sometime this country will learn that you can't eat pavement, you can't eat buildings. You have to have grass, you have to have trees in order to live, because you're taking away all the clean air and all the water. I'm sorry, I'm a farmer. That's where it comes from. That's all I'm going to say today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, and we do have your letter as well. Okay, Ms. Morgan?
Good afternoon.
Get it?
My name is Gwendolyn. Are you ready for me?
Good morning. Can you raise the microphone a little bit? I fully understand. Let me tell you.
I saw you earlier. You're right. Gwendolyn Morgan, 8504 Normal School Road, and that's in Bowie. I just wanted to first of all say I'm not opposed to the project. With a number of homes there want to put there. It's not a really large development. And then I am the person that sits on a triangle land that's really sitting in the middle of a lot of stuff. So what I plan to do is whatever they need from that property, I'll let them do it so they can open things up and where the horses can go back across the back of the lot or whatever space they need, they're welcome to it. I'm okay with it. But it, to a degree, is, I think that sometimes we can get set in our ways, and some people just don't want change, but it is what it is. If you do approve it, it would be nice. I know the others don't want it, but I'll stay where I live and stop worrying about other places where I don't live.
And where do you live? Can we see that?
I'm on a triangle piece on Normal School. I'm only one on Normal School.
Oh,
You see up there, is that it, right? What he's trying to illustrate
our
on the
staff
street.
can show us where Normal School is. Who's talking?
Okay, so we let's not have too much shouting from the audience because it's being recorded and we want to make sure we capture everybody.
Yeah, the triangle piece is at racetrack. Well, on
Where
one
that
side
red dot is?
11. It's just a triangle. Help me out here, somebody over there, because I can't figure out what it is.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Gibbs, can you? I need someone on the record to talk. Okay.
Can you bring up you don't have aerial photography off-site other than Ms. Nebesky's property? Okay, if
Yeah, you have to lift the mic, raise the microphone too.
Okay. I can give you.
Slide 3 has it, I think.
Okay.
If we go back to slide 3. Yeah, right there, I think.
There we go. Right there. That location. There is a. Let me put a map from our traffic study into the record. You're right here.
So wait a minute now. So this is a triangle, right? Okay, I know
Right,
where this
so-
is. So like the colons
Okay,
left
so-
over there. Georgia
All right, so
Bernadette.
you see the little panhandle of our property that goes out on that aerial you're looking at right now, and that hits Lloyd Station Road. And you go up the hill, and right there, that little road that curves off to the right,
Right.
okay, right there, some people call that 11th Street, it's really Normal School Road. There's a triangle bounded there by Laurel Bowie Road, Racetrack Road, and Normal School Road. Ms. Morgan lives in that triangle. And I'll have more to say about that when I come back up.
Okay. Thank you. So wait, hold on a second. So you've now submitted this to show us where Ms. Morgan lives.
That's correct.
So is this from something that's already in our record?
Yes, it is. It's a page from the traffic study
Okay, got it.
prepared by the traffic group, which is already a
Okay.
part of the record.
Okay. So this is already in our record, but Mr. Gibbs has handed us an exhibit from the traffic group's traffic analysis, and it's entitled Exhibit 10, the trip assignment for the subject site, and it depicts where Ms. Gwendolyn Morgan lives in that triangle on Normal School, Laurel Bowie Road, and 11th Street.
Ms. Morgan, how long have you lived there?
12 years.
Okay, thank
You
you.
could turn the microphone back to you.
Okay. Okay. Are there any additional questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Morgan.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that concludes the sign-up list. Was there anyone who I missed? Okay, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you very much. I have two witnesses who need to address the allegations made about the stormwater and the contamination of Horsepen Branch. The first of these people would be Mr. Philip Hughes from Rogers Consulting, and then immediately after him, Mr. Steve Allison, also from Rogers.
Is Mr. Steve Allison, is he?
Yes, I signed him up. He's on one of the sheets.
Okay. He's down on my sheet. Okay. Let's get him signed up. Okay.
Mr. Hughes, please.
Okay. You have him signed up. So can you look?
Morning, afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board, for the record, my name is Phil Hughes. I work with Rogers Consulting. We have offices in Largo.
Can you raise the microphone, please?
I'll raise it. I thought I was shorter than that.
I'm
I'm here on behalf of the applicant. So some questions were brought up about stormwater management. We have been continually coordinating with DPI on this issue. Stormwater management concept is relatively ready to be approved. We're coordinating entrance road issues with them. Ms. Nebeski did bring up a culvert that we did not have. It's a small culvert that's meant to drain a spring. And we will go out and we will verify that, and we'll make sure that everything drains properly and coordinate that with DPI. That whole area of the site where the entrance road is coming in and the area that she was talking about is part of the floodplain. There are 70 acres that drain down through the tributary there to Horsepen Branch. So all of that lower area is within the floodplain. So the discharge that we're speaking about is discharged within the 100-year floodplain, within the stream valley buffer, and is discharged on our property. It is not discharged on her property, which is perfectly within the regulations recorded with DPI. So we have been coordinating with them, and that has not been brought up as an issue. They are reviewing our floodplain report, and our study will also have to coordinate with FEMA. And then some additional items were brought up regarding sewer. We do have a hydraulic planning analysis approved through WSSC. Sewer does pass through the property, through that little panhandle, and water is available on Lloyd Station Road. So we have approved sewer service through WSSC already. And then initial items brought up about the entrance road being 48 feet. The right-of-way is a minimum 50 feet all the way through that entrance section and all the way through the site, which is one of the variances that we have requested.
So are you saying that the culvert does not go into
Microphone.
does not go into the witness's property?
We have to go out and verify that, but the culvert's probably on our property on that little
But I
panhandle.
think the issue is it's emptying into our property.
Our discharge is emptying into the stream valley buffer and in the floodplain, which extends onto our property. And if DePi feels like we need to relocate that, there are places on our property where we can relocate with that. And we have spoken with Ms. Zabeski about this and said that if it was an issue, we'd be happy to move.
Hasn't been determined yet, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Microphone.
It's been through multiple reviews with DePi, and this has not been an issue that they have raised with us. The only issue that we've been coordinating with DePi is the design of that entrance road to meet their standards of DPWT and DePi. All the other stormwater management comments have been addressed and coordinated with them.
Mr. Hughes, is there anything else?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allison?
We have an exhibit we might want to add.
Oh, the exhibit, I turned it in, but okay.
Which one do you want?
The one you handed out before, was that number 2?
It's a new one.
Yeah, well, that was just an excerpt.
This is a different one?
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
some-
so a new
this is
exhibit
his-
to hand
This
out,
is
okay.
this witness's exhibit.
Okay, thank you. What are we up to, 4? Okay.
All right, Madam Chair, Planning Board.
Okay, no, you definitely gotta adjust the mic, okay.
All right, is that better?
You have to, everybody has to adjust it to their height, so that we can
Madam
be
Chair.
properly recorded.
This moves too.
Yeah, you don't have to move or bend over, just move.
Okay.
Yeah.
All of it moves.
Can everyone hear me?
Please identify yourself, okay.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm Planning Board for the record. My name's Steve Allison. I'm with Rogers Consulting. I'm the Environmental Project Manager for the Largo office, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Caruso Homes, to discuss the nutrient rates loading going into the Horsepan branch. And let's see here. Does everybody get it? Including myself. All right, so what we did is we went ahead and developed a nutrient loading rate to show existing conditions of nitrogen going off of the site and the proposed conditions of what nitrogen loading we would see with the new development. And what we had shown in total nitrogen with turning the existing land use to the proposed land use, we had a 33% reduction in total nitrogen coming out with the use of ESDs in the new development property. We developed this through using the Chesapeake Bay Program Phase 6 watershed model to define land uses. And in that land use development in the model, they give out acreages, they give out total nitrogen per acre per year for different land classes. And there's 4 land classes. There's the development land class, there's the natural, there's pasture, and there's crop. We applied those land uses to the existing conditions. If you see on the sheet, if it kind of looks like they cut off a bit. But what we show is the existing conditions show the natural area, which is in the lighter green. It shows the darker green area, which we call a non-regulated tree cover. It is the pecan grove. It is less than 100 stems per acre, so we're not exactly calling it a forest, but we do show it as a reduced nitrogen load for that, and we have developed. Adding those total nitrogen edge of stream units per acre, the existing land use total nitrogen going to the streams is 391 pounds an acre. With the development, we've shown, while keeping the pecan ridge, or the pecan grove cover basically the same, we show that we have 264 pounds an acre. So the reduction then is 33% because of the ESD treatment that we are doing to the facilities. So therefore, the stream through nitrogen, which is one of the biggest pollutants in the Chesapeake Bay TMDL, is being reduced because of adding the ESD facilities to our development. So we just wanted to come up and talk about the Horsepen Branch health and what type of runoff water we're actually creating. And through the ESDs, we've actually created a net reduction of nitrogen to that's going to the Potomac as well through the development and the use of ESDs.
What about any other pollutants besides the nitrogen?
We looked at nitrogen because it's the hardest one to remove, and it's the one that leads to eutrophication and hypoxia into the streams and the bay itself. So controlling that is a priority. So when looking at this to see what type of issues we would have in our development, that was kind of our number one concern. So this is strictly based on land use change and the addition of ESDs.
So the answer then is you didn't look at other pollutants, you just focused your study on the nitrogen.
For this one, we looked at the primary nutrient that would be loaded from pastures in agriculture. And there's two different nutrients, but this is one of the primary ones that causes the eutrophication and hypoxia that we are concerned about, creating algal blooms or different types of things in the bay and in rivers. So through using 2 submerged gravel wetlands, we had the ability to reduce this with the development.
So what you're saying is because it's not going to be used as a farm anymore, then naturally the level of nitrogen would go down.
Well, that's exactly right, because the land use classes that the Chesapeake Bay program developed, they created simulations from 1985 to 2014 of what load a specific land use would have. And agriculture, pastures, even urban, have a higher nitrogen load per year. So by removing that, adding the ESDs, I mean, that's the clincher there. It's not the development necessarily, because the development number is just a bit higher than pasture, but because of the ESDs that we use that are required with development, we have the opportunity to actually reduce the nitrogen that's flowing into the Horsepen Branch than it is today. And that's what we're showing here in Nebesky's concern of what's going to happen to that stream. And so we ran the technical data and backed by the science from the Chesapeake Bay program of where are we really at this development. And these were the results that we found.
I think you're right, Commissioner Geraldo. It's not that you guys are actually mitigating much, because you're only reducing by 15 in terms of the quantity of switching over different land uses. The real big draw is that you don't have horse pastures. And this is an underestimate of what you're reducing because you're not including the manure in there, but it's just entirely changing it from horse pasture to developed land and just removing the horse pastures that you get the huge reduction in the nitrogen.
Yeah, this is extremely conservative because we could have called the pecan grove as pasture because that's how it's being used today. But we didn't do that because we understand that the trees and the value of that, and when the water hits that and the disposition that you have, it's not exactly like a meadow pasture. But through the land classes, it could have technically been termed that. But we wanted to be conservative as possible to make sure that we were as close as possible as reality. These are expected results based on the Chesapeake Bay land use classes.
Okay. Other questions? I need to, thank you, but Mr. Stevens, if I could, do you have a copy of the letter from the city of Bowie you mentioned?
The one from January 16th?
Yes. Okay, because somehow I don't have this, so that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I have Mr. Glenn Cook, who's going to talk for about 90 seconds. He's going to address sight distance at the intersection of Normal School Road and Racetrack Road, which is where Ms. Morgan lives, and then he's going to address the 8-second dilemma. And
He's
then
going to
I'm
address
going
the 8-second rule in 7 minutes.
Yes, well, then I'm going to talk for a couple minutes, and then we're going to be finished before 12:30. Thank you.
Okay, so for whatever reason, we don't have the City of Bowie letter.
But it is in the file. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, so we don't need to enter it to the record. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Cook.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name's Glenn Cook. I'm Senior Vice President of the Traffic Group Incorporated, and we performed a traffic study for this project. Be real brief.
Okay.
There was testimony that there would be 8 seconds of delay at the one intersection, and when Mr. Gibbs mentioned the 8 seconds, when you evaluate an intersection, you look at all turning movements at unsignalized intersections. The 8 seconds of delay was for the left turns off of the major street. So all they are concerned about is the opposing traffic. So that's why the 8 seconds is so low. From the minor street, the calculations using the analysis that we're required to do, as Mr. Gibbs stated, is in the teens, 18 seconds, 20 seconds. And that's because the traffic has to wait for traffic to clear in both directions. So the 8 seconds delay wasn't related to the traffic coming from the south trying to turn right to go towards 197. It was just the left turns along Racetrack Road. The other issue is the sight lines at the Racetrack Road and Normal School Road. The visibility is fine. Obviously, with the transportation studies, we normally look at adequacy of the road network from a capacity standpoint. In this particular case, we took it a step further because we did notice that because of the topo of Racetrack Road in the vicinity of 11th Avenue, there is like an over vertical where you do lose, the sight distance is somewhat restricted. However, down at Normal School Road, it is not. You can have plenty of visibility in both directions. So the sketch that Mr. Gibbs just passed out, what we were proposing to do was to restrict left turns at the first intersection, the one closest to 197, and would not allow left turns in or out at that location, and make those people go up to Normal School Road where they do have good visibility, and that would create a safer condition than what we have existing out there today.
Okay, hold on a second. You did. I have to, I want to keep going with everyone, and give everyone a chance to speak first. Okay. Was there anything else? Okay. Okay, Mr. Gibbs?
Thank you. Yes, just to sum up, first of all, I want to talk about our relationship with the City of Bowie. I have 2 exhibits to pass out.
Okay.
Our involvement with the city really started in 2018 when we received a call from their planning department requesting that we come in and meet with them about possibly annexing this property into the city. We agreed, we went in and we said, okay, we'll be happy to annex. Ultimately, that never happened, but that's when our involvement started. We went to a stakeholders meeting on September 25th, I believe, of 2018. We spoke about potential for annexation and development of the property at that time. We've been to no fewer than 3 public hearings before the Bowie City Council and Mayor. The Bowie City staff issued a report, which I'd like to put into evidence, and the staff report recommends approval of this application, even though the City Council voted to recommend disapproval.
Okay, hold on a second, and that happens sometimes, we know that.
Right.
But I'm going to accept it into the record, but I do have to comment, Mr. Stevens, I know you've been doing this a while. One of the things in the City of Bowie's letter references the overcrowded and inadequate schools, which is not something, a grounds for denying or disapproving a subdivision. It's not legally, because the law changed some time ago, so it's not part of the APF test.
Right.
I just wanted to mention that. Okay.
So in any event, I just wanted to get the city staff report in that recommended approval. We also have the referral memorandum from our hearing before the Bowie Advisory Planning Board, and they also heard the case, heard from everyone, including more than than people who testified today. They too recommended approval of the preliminary subdivision plan. So I think it's important to finish out the record with those pieces of information.
Okay, hold on a second. So, the first one, which one did you want to go? So we're up to, what, 5?
Yeah, 5 would be the Bowie City staff report.
That's December 3rd.
For Mr. Minor?
Correct, from Mr. Minor dated December 3rd. And 6 would be the memorandum of December 30 from Michael Bird, Chair of the Bowie Advisory Planning Board, to the City Council, setting forth their recommendation of approval. I have another exhibit I have to pass out real quick.
So both applicants' exhibits 5 and 6, as identified, will be accepted into the record. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is 7. This is an exhibit that shows Ms. Morgan's property and the road network that surrounds her and creates her property as a triangle.
Okay, so guess what? You're about 2 seconds into ending.
Actually, I think I'm still on the 29 side of 30. But,
Okay.
but anyhow, here's all I want to say about this. Look, we passed transportation adequacy without any of this, okay? Without any of this. None of this is required.
I'm looking, I can look in here and see it says it's AB for most of them.
Yeah, it is. It's simply that we heard people talking about the difficulty to come up Racetrack Road and take a left onto Normal School Road, which is that little stretch that runs between Laurel Bowie Road and Racetrack Road on that drawing. And so we said, look, if we could purchase some property from Ms. Morgan, we would be willing to make some improvements that would make traffic flow easier out there, even though it's not a requirement for us. It's not part of our APF, has nothing to do with it. We're just trying to make things better. And so we have made an offer to Ms. Morgan to have an appraisal done and to acquire that little 0.1 acre from the tip of her property where the triangle comes down, to make a wider turn so that horse trailers can make a left from Racetrack Road onto Laurel Bowie Road, and will not have to make a left from Racetrack Road onto Normal School Road. All right, because that left turn is what people were complaining about from a sight distance standpoint. You can make it, but this is easier and safer. And we're just willing to do that. It's not a condition, but we just want to set the record straight because people talked about difficulties with traffic. So the only other thing I want to say is this, stormwater management. We've worked, again, as I said, tirelessly with DPI. We have a plan that is about to be approved. We are not by law allowed to accelerate flow onto other properties beyond the natural state which exists today in terms of volume and impact, and we're not going to do that now. So concerns that are simply unsubstantiated concerns are really not very relevant. I mean, they're relevant in terms of expressing people's fears, but they're not relevant in terms of evidence. We have scientific evidence. We are going to have an approved stormwater management concept plan. We have agreed to conditions 2 and 3 that says we have to have an approved stormwater concept plan before we can get signature approval of the preliminary plan. So all of the scientific data is going to be reviewed and approved. We're imminently close to having that approval from DPI today. And I would simply note, relative to Horse Pen Branch, if you look at page 25 of your staff report, now, the analysis of the variance, and it says, the site is governed by current stormwater management regulations. Currently, the site is adjacent to the Horse Pen Branch, and water is discharging untreated from the existing development and horse pasture areas that were constructed prior to regulations, meaning there is significant discharge of untreated stormwater runoff. The proposed loss of specimen trees will be offset from the establishment of water quality and control devices, preventing direct untreated discharge into the Horse Pen Branch during storm events. Bottom line is, the after effect is going to be better than the current effect. With that being said, I'll be happy to answer any questions and would hope that you would agree with your staff and approve this preliminary subdivision plan. Thank you very much.
Quick question for you then, before you sit down. Would you agree to proffer a condition that all off-site woodland conservation shall be planted within the same watershed as long as it's practicable, as close to the site?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so let's add that into the findings, please, and the recommendations of staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so are there any other questions? Okay. Does the board have any questions? Okay. Oh, Ms. Proctor, I need to accept the last exhibit into the record as applicant's exhibit number 7. I just know that's what you were getting ready to say. Okay, okay. Okay.
I
Yes.
have one quick correction that I think we need to make. I can make it for staff, or Tom Mesa can make it. I believe one of the witnesses testified that, and I'm sorry, this is Deborah Borden, Deputy General Counsel. I believe one of the witnesses testified that the project was going to generate 733 trips, and that is incorrect. Page 8 of the staff report indicates that the project will generate 60 a.m. and 72 p.m. trips, and I just wanted to clarify that for the record so that there's no confusion about that.
Those are peak trips, not average daily trips. It says in the report 7:30.
Thank you.
She's speaking from the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Are there other questions? Okay. Ms. Johnson, you had something compelling. What is it? You have to speak at the microphone. What is it?
I hear all this. Nancy Johnson.
Okay.
13307 10th Street, Bowie, Maryland.
Okay.
Number one, I don't like the fact that they could rebut on us. I appreciate you letting me rebut on them.
Okay, so let me just say this. In accordance with, there are rules of procedure that are published for the, and so that just like in court cases, there's an order of presentation of cases. So in this particular case, the staff gives their presentation first, and then the applicant makes their presentation, and we call on the municipalities, and we call on the citizens. The applicant gets to rebut. You can have their rebuttal, and they get to conclude.
Okay. My problem with the traffic, the gentleman said you can see from Normal School Road, Racetrack Road in both directions. Yes, you can if you're heading north. If you're heading south, like my other neighbors across from Racetrack Road, you cannot see. I'm sorry, you cannot see. I've lived there my entire life. We've never been able to see. The other thing is that they're talking about horse trailers down where they're going to take Mrs. Morgan's property. My son-in-law has a 53-foot trailer that he uses to move hay, to move farm equipment. There's not enough space in that area he's talking about for that trailer to fit. I'm sorry, that's where my bus used to sit and park when I was going to school in 1956. So there's not enough room here. And my other question is, does anybody on the panel, on the board, do anybody from your staff go and look at property?
We, pursuant to, we're not necessarily allowed to go, this board doesn't go look at the sites before a case, but everything is presented to us. I happen to live in Bowie, so I see that. I travel down there all the time. I know exactly where that is.
Okay. But you guys are taking your recommendations from pieces of paper from your staff who hasn't gone to the property and looked at. And I don't think that's fair to any development anywhere. I don't think that's right. And I'm just voicing my opinion. I appreciate you letting me speak again.
Okay.
And I'm a lot calmer now. I don't know why. But thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your lunch.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mark Huber with the Environmental Plan Section. I just want to say that staff, most staff here has actually been to the site, so.
Okay,
I just
so
wanted
they
to
are.
let the citizens know that we actually have gone out to there before.
Okay, so our technical staff, our professional staff has been to the site to visit. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Does the board have any questions of anyone? Okay. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-19003, variance to section 25-122B1G, variation from section 24-122A, variation from section 24-123A4, and variation from section 24-123A5, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 1. And let the record also reflect a proffered condition by the applicant to include all off-site woodland conservation shall be planted within the same subwatershed, if practical, and as close to the site as possible.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Under discussion, I would just say, I appreciate everyone coming out, and I appreciate the citizens coming out. And very often it's difficult when the citizens don't have the same level of expertise in the land use law as opposed to, but you have the expertise about your neighborhood and your community. So typically, sometimes people do have more expertise. So it's a very hard thing to balance. Somebody made the statement that maybe we maybe we should just have farmland there. But the district council zoned this property rural residential, and that allows for up to 2.7 dwelling units per acre. And the standard lot size is about 20,000 acres. That is what the law says, and that's what we have to follow. The law also allows for, there are provisions in the laws for variances and variations to subdivision regs, and because in passing the law, they envision that not everything, there are going to be times when a variation or a variance is warranted. So there's no cookie cutter formula sometimes. So so the law envisions that and incorporates these provisions into the record for variations. And we can only grant those variations when the situation warrants it and if the case has been made. I would just say, I think in this particular case, the case has been made, and I'm looking at the City of Bowie letter. We can't consider the education. I know, Mr. Stevens, I know you know that. But I do thank everyone for coming, and Mr. Gibbs, you've told us that you've had countless meetings, at least, several meetings with the city and with the citizens there. But I hope that you will continue to have those meetings. And I know one thing that Ms. Johnson indicated was about the visibility, that sometimes you cannot see the traffic, which is very different from an APF traffic issue. And I don't know about the visibility, but if that's accurate, then maybe there's something we can do about signage there. So that's something that I would like for us to be able to look into, because that's a site distance thing. Okay, so if we can address some sort of letter in that regard to DPI or whomever, okay? All in favor of the motion? Is there any other discussion?
Yeah,
I'm
just a
sorry.
quick discussion. So yeah, I'll associate myself with those comments and then also suggest that for some of the citizen concerns were that there were other issues that haven't been addressed yet. There's still ongoing discussions with DPI. I think you've heard today that the applicant wasn't quite aware of that yet, but they're still working. They're not going to be able to get the permits unless they follow all the local regulations. So I think that will hopefully get addressed by the end of the time. But this is one step in the process. There will be other approvals coming forward, and since you guys have come and signed up and spoke here today, thank you for doing that and taking your time. you'll continue to get information about the case. And you can continue to be vigilant, and I assume that the applicant will continue to work with trying to address your concerns as best as possible. And then sort of the other comment is to the city of Bowie, that please take back to your advisory planning board that one of the comments in their recommendations to you was that their recommendations are irrelevant in the process, and that's not at all true. We do ultimately make the final decision unless other proceedings happen, but we do take into consideration recommendations from the city as well as the planning boards when those come forward as well. Personally, before I got up here, I was on a planning board for a city, and it bothered me like heck when the vote would go up to the city and they would just totally disregard what we had done because we'd spent hours on some of these and it became political decisions at that point. So I don't want that to be conveyed to other planning boards as they go throughout the communities, because the applicants a lot of times work with those groups, and those groups work with citizens as well. And in the case that I was at, we would always have citizens come in, and we'd make really extensive recommendations to the city that would sometimes get overturned. I personally look at those recommendations when those come through, if those are written in the letters, and I make sure that we ask for those things. And that's actually what I asked for the proffer, because I wanted to make sure that gets in, because there was due consideration done to this case. And I would encourage the applicant to continue to work with the citizens as you progress through this case.
Thank you. Well said, and I concur with that. Mr. Gibbs, continue to work with the citizens. Mr. Stevens, you'll take that back, because Mr. Stevens, can you say that for a second so I can see? Because you know doggone well that we hear you and pay attention to the recommendations that we get. And I know that you know that, and Mr. Meinhardt and everyone who comes from the city of Bowie and the other municipalities as well. But in the end, we make our decisions. It's not by plebiscite, it's by conformance with the laws that have already been enacted. So it's an inappropriate statement. So, and I'll pass that on myself as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. We're going to recess, and I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Number 8 will not be at 12:30, it'll be at 12:45. Okay, thank you. Okay, the Prince George's County Planning Board is back in session. We are going to resume in this order. We're going to take item 8, followed by 3C, followed by 3A. Okay, so, oh, wait a minute. Oh, Mr. Diaz-Campbell, okay. We're good.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, I am Eddie Diaz-Campbell, Senior Planner with the Subdivision and Zoning Section. Item number 8 on the agenda is the preliminary plan of subdivision for Beltway Plaza, 4-19023. The subject project proposes 55 parcels for a total of 2,500 multifamily dwelling units and 700,000 square feet of commercial development. The proposal is for a phased conversion of the Beltway Plaza Mall into a mixed-use town center-style community. This project was continued from the February 6, 2020 Planning Board date. As a matter of housekeeping, staff received several items of additional backup, which have been provided to the board in 3 packets. These were received before the deadline yesterday at noon.
3?
3, yes. Or perhaps they've been consolidated into 2. There are 2 on the website.
I'm looking
There are
at
3 on
2,
the
hold on a
website.
second, because some of them came directly to me, which is not a good thing. Okay.
Well, just check to make sure that all the individual
Okay.
items are in there.
Oh, yes, okay, I see it. Okay.
What is in there is, first, there's a review and comments in opposition to the traffic impact analysis.
Hold on a second, okay. Yeah, that's, okay, there's that one, okay.
There are also a total of 6 letters of support provided by mall tenants.
Okay, so I have 2, Ms. Bethia, and
Susan Walker. Is it
Antonio,
Susan?
okay, and then,
Well, Susan Walker,
yes, that's another one. Okay.
City of Greenbelt.
Yes, there are also letters of support from the
Okay.
Greenbelt Community Development Corporation and the City of Greenbelt.
Okay. Bethea Lowe's.
Okay, so wait a minute. So there should be 4. Because we have one from the
Prince George's Chamber.
Yes, we have, the Prince George's County Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see that one, but I remember
Here it is.
getting it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. But
I'll keep it.
it came in and I forwarded it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, you have all those items?
We did.
We're good.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
This one, it was already on here, the chamber. It should be over here.
So, the site is located in the northern part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 67 and Council District 4. More specifically, the site is located on the north side of Greenbelt Road, or Maryland 193, in the northeast quadrant of its intersection with Cherrywood Lane. The subject site is located in the mixed-use infill, or MUI zone. The site is bound on the north by Breezewood Drive, with the multifamily apartment complex known as Franklin Park, also in the MUI zone beyond. To the west is Cherrywood Lane, with an additional part of the existing Beltway Plaza development, also zoned MUI beyond. Abutting to the east is the Greenbelt Middle School in the open space zone. Finally, to the south is Maryland 193, or Greenbelt Road, with commercial properties in the commercial shopping center and commercial office zones beyond. The overlay map shows that the subject site and most surrounding properties are in the Development District Overlay, or DDO zone. This DDO is associated with the 2013 approved Greenbelt Metro Area and Maryland 193 Corridor Plan and Sectional Map Amendment. The aerial photograph shows that the site is developed with the existing Beltway Plaza Mall and 7 outlying pad sites. The proposed project would reduce the total amount of commercial development on the property to 700,000 square feet by raising most of the interior of the mall and building new vertical mixed-use buildings in its stead. Commercial development not raised will remain and be integrated into the mixed-use development. This photo shows the existing mall and its surroundings from a bird's eye view. The site map shows that topography on the site is generally flat. However, there is a steep cliff in between the mall and the school site to the east. The school sits at a higher elevation than the mall. The master plan right-of-way map shows classifications for several roads in the vicinity. Maryland 193, along the southern side of the site, is classified as an arterial roadway. Cherrywood Lane, along the east side of the site, is classified as a collector. There is no right-of-way dedication proposed or required with this application. The 14 critical intersections determined to be impacted by the development are shown by the yellow squares on this slide and are further described in detail in the staff report. Staff found that all critical intersections would continue to operate adequately under the proposed development. However, the applicant has proffered improvements to the intersections of Maryland 193 and Cunningham Drive, as well as Maryland 193 and 62nd Avenue, in order to improve operations. The project is required to provide off-site pedestrian and bicycle improvements. This map shows the improvements proffered by the applicant, which include crosswalk improvements, trail improvements, ADA improvements, sidewalk replacement, new sidewalk, new bus shelters, and a new capital bike share station. The full list is included on page 13 of the technical staff report. In consultation with City of Greenbelt staff, the Planning Department's transportation staff recommended modifying the applicant's proffered improvements, as well as including additional improvements to meet the findings for off-site pedestrian and bicycle adequacy. Staff recommends additional crosswalk improvements, constructing some new sidewalk instead of some sidewalk replacement, a bike repair station, and a second bike share station. Staff's full list of recommended improvements is included on page 15 of the technical staff report. The construction of the improvements will be phased in time with construction of the development. In addition, staff is recommending that several alternative improvements be available should construction of one or more improvements on staff's list prove infeasible. These include various sidewalk replacements and a third bike share station. The preliminary plan shows 55 parcels are proposed, outlined in red. The existing public right-of-ways, as well as proposed private streets, are in dark blue. Adequate public facilities, including water, sewer, fire, rescue, and police facilities, are available to serve the site. The illustrative plan shows the tentative locations of proposed buildings and uses. New multifamily buildings are shown in brown. Existing retail to remain is shown in purple. New mixed-use retail and office uses with residential are shown in red. A proposed hotel is shown in teal, and finally proposed parking garages are shown in gray. This exhibit shows the buildings in white in order to highlight the open space and recreational amenities proposed with the development. The subdivision regulations allow the City of Greenbelt to request the planning board require recreation areas to meet mandatory dedication requirements. The applicant and the city have agreed that 25,000 square feet of interiors for space will be given to the City of Greenbelt Department of Parks and Recreation. This exhibit focuses on the amenities in the mixed-use core of the development. A splash pad and plaza, sitting areas, and an amphitheater and green are shown as conceptual improvements. The open space amenities in the core of the development are anticipated to be open to the public, while other open space areas in the project may be reserved for use by residents. The applicant provided a connectivity exhibit showing how transportation will be handled internal to the site. Proposed new streets are shown by the orange dashes, while proposed new sidewalks are shown by the brown dots. New on-site trails are shown by the dotted blue lines. The applicant also provide diagrams showing typical street sections to be provided within the development. The top section here shows a typical 36-foot wide private street, while the bottom shows a 36-foot wide private street in the amenity core area. The top section on this next slide shows a typical 28-foot wide public street, while the bottom shows the proposed conditions of Breezewood Drive to the north of the property. The applicant has requested two variations, which are illustrated on the simplified PPS. The first is from section 24-121A3 of the subdivision regulations. This request is to keep open 3 existing access points to Maryland 193, which is an arterial roadway. The access points are circled on this slide. Staff initially recommended approval of the variation request for all 3 access points, as described in finding 7 of the technical staff report. However, staff subsequently
Wait,
determined...
hold on. As described, what page was that?
It's in finding 7.
Oh, finding 7, okay. All right,
Okay.
because they're existing.
Yes.
Okay.
So, however, staff subsequently determined that a variation was not needed for 2 of the access points, the ones shown by the larger circles. This is because section 24-121A3 requires that parcels along an arterial front on either an interior street or a service road. The 2 larger access points connect Maryland 193 to new private interior streets, which are to be provided by the applicant. The development parcels in the project adjacent to these streets will front on them rather than on Maryland 193. A variation is still needed for the third access point, which is direct to a development parcel. And staff's recommendation for that variation is still approval. The second requested variation is from section 24-128B12 of the subdivision regulations to allow omission of certain public utility easements on the preliminary plan of subdivision. Streets that lack abutting PUEs on the current plan are shown in yellow, while streets that meet the PUE requirements are shown in blue. Staff recommends approval of this variation request, as described in finding 12 of the technical staff report. Staff further recommends that a utility plan be provided prior to DSP approval. This application is subject to the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, and a Type 1 tree conservation plan has been filed with this application. This TCP1 shows the subject parcels in red, the right-of-ways in blue, and the affected area of woodland in green. This woodland area is located on the steep slope at the east end of the site. 0.89 acres will be cleared, while 0.24 acres will be preserved. Additionally, 8.99 acres of off-site mitigation will be provided. In conclusion, the subdivision and zoning staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and approve preliminary plan of subdivision 4-19023, Beltway Plaza, and variations from section 24-121A3 and 24-121B12, subject to conditions contained in the staff report. The applicant has proposed modifications to the findings and conditions in the staff report, to which staff concurs. This concludes staff's presentation.
And the tree conservation,
What about the tree conservation, I'm sorry?
you didn't acknowledge wanting to approve that as well?
Oh, yes, we do request approval of the tree conservation plan as well.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to hear it on the record.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Diaz-Campbell? And yes, Commissioner Dorner.
Yeah, so I just have a sort of nitpicky one. I'll probably have others throughout the case for the applicant, but just for us. The BPIS requirements, I was wondering if you could just tell us why, like, at what stage we would get to the other alternative two, like the two options on there. And I particularly, it's super nitpicky, but the first one I think should actually be something that we should address or see if the applicant can address more immediately, because it's between 58th and 59th Avenue, which if you're coming off the Indian Creek Trail, so if these people actually are going down to the University of Maryland, I ride in this area a lot, so I know how it's going to be used. If you have people coming from the University of Maryland up north, or if you have your residents actually going down to the University of Maryland, the sidewalk right between 58th and 59th on Greenbelt is not very good, and it's a hairy place to kind of get across the street to the mall. I do that because I eat at one of the barbecue places right over by there, which you probably well know, and it's not super safe for me to cross over with my son a lot of times. So if that could be something that you sort of prioritize more, I think it'd be good for the students kind of coming up, or students living there and they're going down, or people are working at the university and going down. It would be much more sort of very beneficial to the people who are going to be in your complex. And I just say that as more of a user of that area, because I know it, and it's something that's always in the back of my mind. I realize sort of the north of there, you're going to connect into the Indian Creek Trail, but I think this is more proximate, getting people directly into your complex there. So, yeah, I don't know if there's any reason why we had sort of switched it around. If you wanted to sort of leave that up for the applicant to talk about later on, that's fine too.
I just wanted to clarify which improvement you're talking about.
The first one on the BPIS, the alternative one, the number one, talks about improving the ADA compliance in the sidewalks between 58th and 59th Avenues on Greenbelt, because the sidewalks aren't really great in that area. And I think that would be something that would add a lot more value to the area in terms of public benefits.
So you would request that be one of the primary improvements rather than a alternative?
Yeah, if we could, I think that'd be very helpful for the project.
Okay, I would ask the applicant to speak on whether they would consider such a thing.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions of Mr. Diaz-Campbell at this time? Seeing none, Mr. Tedesco. Those are a lot of files there, Mr. Tedesco. Okay. Can you raise it a little bit more? Okay. It's not working? Can you let them know? It's now
Test,
fine.
test, okay.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Dorner, can we just table that? We're looking up, we recognize the condition it's in, and perhaps there's a substitution that we can make with your support from staff. We're trying to look at the cost estimates just to make sure we keep everything fairly consistent, but maybe move that up and move one down.
Sure.
If staff would be inclined to entertain that based upon your request. So
For the record,
the answer is yes. If so, we just have to identify which one we would.
okay, speaking of identify,
You know, this is what happens. You throw me off my game. I've been preparing for this all week.
okay.
For the record, Matthew Tedesco with the law firm of McNamee Hosey, here on behalf of the owner and applicant, which is GB Mall Limited Partnership. We have our full team assembled here today, as you can imagine. With me is Mr. Fred Wine and Cap Capiston from Quantum. Mr. Wine is the owner, president of Quantum, president of GB Mall Limited Partnership, or managing partner. Cap Capiston is also representative of Quantum. Alex Villegas with Rogers Consulting, Nat Ballard with Rogers Consulting. Although not here, Matt Lakin with Rogers Consulting was the land planner on this project. Mike Lenhart with Lenhart Traffic and Consulting. Mr. Steve Proctor with GS Proctor and Associates, handling public relations. And we have Andrew Gagliano and Gabrielle O'Brien from Mayor Warner, who is assisting with the community outreach and marketing in this case. Madam Chair, I know you see my stack on the floor. We have a lot of exhibits that we have to run through today. We do have a number of tenants who are here who have been participating throughout this process. I think there are 11 total that have signed up.
You want them to go first?
I think we have 3 that would like to be heard, although many of them have submitted letters of support into the record. I just want them to all be indicated by maybe standing up to let you know that they're here with respect to, and all of them are tenants within the mall. But we do have 3 that want to be heard. If we could just let them go, and then maybe I can get to Mr. Dorner's question.
Plus I have to find out who's with you and who's not with you.
I can tell you. I can tell you. So, Mr. KJ Sony,
Hold on. Okay, got it. Okay.
Shamar Higgs, and Francisco Escobar would be the 3 that would speak.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm telling everybody this. Anyone who wishes to speak, please make sure you sign up. And if you wish to associate yourselves with the comments of any prior speaker, you have the ability to do that when I call your name. You can say whether you're a proponent or opponent from where you are, from where you're seated, or you can come to the podium, or if you're further down the line in terms of speakers, if you want to associate yourself with the comments of any previous speaker, you can do that as well, so you have some options.
So, Madam Chair, are you going through all the speakers or just the?
I'm just saying this up front while I'm thinking about it.
Thank you.
So, because you're still in your case, so we're going to go
Correct.
with yours first.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have a question. Let me be sure. You said that everyone who signed up is affiliated with the mall?
Not everybody.
No.
I believe the opponents probably have folks signed up as well that would not be affiliated.
Okay, but you made a statement regarding folk who are here.
We have 11 or more individuals in the audience who are proponents, tenants of the mall who are here.
That was the word I was looking for. I thought I heard that, and
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
trying to make sure. They're
Sorry about
tenants
that.
of the mall.
Tenants
Okay.
of the mall, as well as, and of them, 3 of them I believe want to be heard. And so I was going to just let them be heard, and then I can come back because I've got a number of things to get through.
Okay. And I will say this, if we can be fairly succinct, not unduly repetitive, you have the right, you're afforded due process, you have the right to be heard, but I would try to not, once we get into a number of speakers, I would try not to be overly redundant. Okay, so who are we going with first? KJ Sony? Okay. Can you adjust the microphone a little bit
Hello.
closer to you?
Hello,
You
can
don't
you-
have to, yes, you can move that. You don't have to move, yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I am the tenant in the mall from the last at least 40 years.
And your name?
My name is KJ Soni
Okay,
from
thank
Luggage
you.
and Things.
Okay.
And I am the tenant in the mall from the last at least 40 years under the name of Luggage and Things. I had my shares of ups and downs, lot of changes demographically also, but with the help of the owners like Fred Wine and Councillor Cap Capstein, I survived and raised my family, paid my taxes. Now time has come for some changes in the mall itself, which I think management has been pursuing from the last 10 years. It took that long finally to reach here. We are excited to see this part of the county making some changes closer to metro station, closer to Beltway, closer to University of Maryland, closer to the courthouse. Greenbelt holds a very important place in the county, and it definitely needs uplifting. The project which quantum companies have presented is very ambitious and right for the time and the future. I would say it has been worthwhile this long wait. I would wholeheartedly support this plan and wish the owners best of luck. Thank you and best wishes always. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Whoever's next, if you could.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name is.
You can lift the mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Shaymar Higgs. I wear several hats within Beltway Plaza and also with the county. I am a tenant in Beltway Plaza Mall. I have a free art space called the Space Free Art for All. And I must say, I like to speak from my heart first. The mall, they've been extremely, the owners, the management, they've been extremely giving to our organization. They offered our spot. I presented this idea as to have a free art space for the community, and the mall, they actually donated the space to us back in September 2018. And ever since then, we've been there rent-free, providing free art and access to the community, because also I work within Prince George's Parks and Rec. I have done several projects from the from the Southern Area Aquatic and Recreation Center to the Costco Regional Skate Park, which is my biggest project. And I know, I've gone to several of these meetings and had the opportunity to speak about these kind of things, that I believe that this project is going to be really beautiful for the development of the county or for Greenbelt, because everywhere else around us is developing and growing, but Greenbelt is being left behind. And it's really disheartening to actually see that people within my community, within my age group, are being disconnected from Greenbelt and not wanting to get involved because they feel like there's nothing to keep them there within the community. And if to have a place that also has their housing and also they can possibly work, and they can also live within this community and bike everywhere, because that's another thing that my community, my generation, we like to bike everywhere. As one of the members mentioned, I think that would really add to the community, because in Greenbelt there are a lot of lacking with bike access. And also I would add that I do live in Franklin Park also, which is with the neighboring community. So I can also, again, see the benefit of having houses so that people can have more buy-in into the community and have more power within the community they live in. Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there questions of Mr. Hicks? Thank you so much. Okay. But I know, but I don't know who it is. Okay, Mr. Escobar, okay.
Good afternoon.
Can you adjust the microphone, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Escobar. I am a tenant at a store called Hermosa. I just want to speak to you guys about the credibility of a person. I've been in business for many years, and I deal with too many landlords. Mr. Fred Wine is unique in the way that he's helpful to everybody, and he is not there to take money from us. Most of the time, he's just giving to us. I've been there for so many years, for 15 years, and I never seen him charge me late fees. So the character and the moral that he has is excellent. And all of us should embrace this project because I think it's going to be great for the community, for the city, for the county, for the state, and for the tenants. We're all going to win in this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are other questions? Thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Tedesco, that was it for you, for the moment? I mean, for your...
For the moment,
Okay.
with one exception, Madam Chair, I think you received a letter, it's in your backup, I heard you were talking about it with Mr. Diaz-Campbell. There was a, Regina Bethea, who is in tenant, is not able to be here today, but she testified before the city council, and she had requested that her testimony before the city council be incorporated into the record of this application. We have that typed out. We can submit the typewritten testimony, or we actually have the video of the city council hearing just isolated to her testimony that we can play. It's on your desktop. However you would like to handle it, but we would like to, based upon her written request, she would want that
That's fine.
incorporated.
Either one is fine with me, but Mr. Nelson, do you have any concern about that? Either the video or the typed up testimony.
I don't think this case is going to turn on that point, so I don't wish to stand.
Okay, so please let the record reflect that Mr. Nelson is here and present, does not object to the submission of the testimony of Ms. Bethea. I think it makes more sense to have it written.
Yeah, so this would be Opponent's Exhibit 1, I would presume, since it's her request on her letter that she submitted to you all, requesting that her testimony from that hearing on February 10th be incorporated as her testimony here today. So I would, Proponent's Exhibit 1, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I was
Sorry.
confused about. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of a tad odd. Okay. So, but this is her testimony.
Got it.
Okay. So we're going to have this testimony accepted of Ms. Regina Bethea, marked and accepted into the record as applicant's exhibit number 1.
And with your indulgence, we would like to play it. You have the transcript in front of you, but we would like to play it, if that's okay. It's 4 minutes long. It's not very long.
Okay. Okay.
I got to create a record, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't that.
Not
I
you,
understand.
not you.
I won't presume. I'm sorry.
Mr. Tedesco, did you want us to play this video from Regina? Did you want to? Yes, okay.
I'm sorry, we're going to accept it as proponent's exhibit. It's not applicant's exhibit, it's proponent's exhibit number 1. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that must be it.
I'm also with Dorothy Kayar. She's also an owner of Laugh Out Loud Stations. I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to stand here, and I really want you to know that I wholeheartedly support the development of Beltway Plaza Mall. I really want to, she kind of stole my thunder here, because I really think that it's about change, and it's about other developments leaving us in the dust. You know, all of the other communities, if they're going to be improving their locations, improving their places, and bringing in tenants and bringing in money into their communities, we're not doing the same thing. Beltway Plaza's due for a change. And the tenants here are, the tenants of Beltway Plaza are begging for a change. We want to continue to do business in Beltway Plaza. We want to be able to meet the needs of the community. The new tenants that are coming in, there's 2,000 or so homeowners. They're going to bring money into the community, and they're going to shop locally. And I think that it makes sense to approve this and move it forward. And I can tell you, I deal with Fred. He's a tough guy. He's a tough cookie, but he is always working for his merchants. He's always there, and he's going to work out a plan. He's going to do what it takes, not just for his merchants, but also for the community and the residents. He thinks of that all the time. That's all he does. And so I don't think that there's a hill that he can't climb to make this happen for the community. I think that this mixed-use idea is amazing. I don't know why I hadn't thought about it before. So this really just makes it, I think, good for Greenbelt, good for business in Greenbelt. I know you guys are doing an amazing job trying to protect all of us. But I could tell you, Fred came to me. I'm the owner of Laugh Out Loud Stations. He walked in the door. He says, Regina, we want to give a piece of the space to Greenbelt, a piece of your space to Greenbelt, before he probably told anybody else. He wanted to know, how did I feel about it? I was like, well, you going to move me? Yeah, I'm going to move you. I mean, I don't even have anything in writing from him. That's the way he is. That's the way they do business. So Cap does business that way. Fred does business that way. The tenants, how many of us have done business with him this way? How many of us like it? All right, so I know that you're protecting us. We thank you for it, okay? And I think that they'll probably write those sort of stuff in, whatever you need to get it done. But again, I think that when it comes to the concept of marketability, to speak to you, it's always changing. We're doing business. We're business owners. You know, it has to do with the market. You can't sell something that nobody wants to buy. You know, you can't promise what's going to happen. We've had a tough year. We've all had a tough couple of years with government shutdowns, right? And all of this crap going on. We've had a tough couple of years, but I think that one thing is for certain is Quantum has kept us there. You know, and I think that this is why they're doing this, for the community and to keep the community vibrant. It's old. It needs a change. It needs you guys to move this process forward and work out the details as we go. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you finish, let me ask Mr. Diaz-Campbell, the letter from the Prince George's Chamber, signed by Dave Harrington, the president and CEO, did that come in before noon or afternoon? Do I need to enter that into the record now?
No, the letter from the Prince George's, you said the Prince George's Chamber of Commerce?
Okay.
Or which one letter, sorry?
Yeah, it's the 19th, dated yesterday.
Prince George's County Chamber of Commerce? I would enter that into the record. It's not on the website as of this morning.
No, we have it here.
Madam Chair.
It came afterwards?
I'm sorry. Yes, Madam Chair, if you could enter that into the record.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to enter, I meant to do that earlier, because we have to make that decision. I thought it came in the afternoon, because it was emailed to me, but I didn't look at the clock. So we're going to accept that into the record as proponents exhibit number 1. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
No, proponents exhibit number 2.
Proponent number 2.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to conclude with the tenants who are here in support, but I would just ask if they could just stand so they could be recognized. Not all of them wanted to speak. They all aligned themselves with the testimony that you've heard.
Okay.
But I do.
I would like to know who they are so I can cross.
Sure. Well, maybe what I can do is just have them come up and introduce themselves, and then they can sit back down.
Okay, well, I'm just going to call the names, okay? So, is it, I can't read this, okay. Marie well, you know what? I can't read this. How about Molly Porter?
So Molly's with the City of Greenbelt.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so I don't know who, I need to see that name.
They're probably the half sheets if you have the half sheets.
Okay. Okay, so let me see this. Kenneth Agua? I'm probably not saying it. Okay, are you signed up as a proponent? Yes. And you do not wish to speak? And you're in support? Okay, and you don't wish to speak? Okay, so let the record reflect that that you're here, Mr. Agua, you're present and are in support. Okay. Oh, Mansuro Lalani? And you do not wish to speak? You're in support? Okay. Okay, let me cross that off too. Okay. As a matter of fact, if you can help me cross off. Okay. This one's Larius Jackson? Larrat, okay. Okay, and I probably mispronounced it, didn't I? Okay. Larratus Jackson, he's present, does not wish to speak, is in support. Okay, Mr. Escobar spoke. Hilda Gomez? Gomez? Is it Gomez? Okay. Gomez, okay. Present, and are you in support? Okay, and you do not wish to speak? Okay, thank you. Shankar Mishra? Okay, please let the record reflect that Shankar Mishra is present and does wish to speak and is in support.
He's coming up.
Okay.
My name is Shankar Mishra, and I own a necktie dress shirts stores, tie shirts and more in the Bellevue Plaza Mall. I've been in this mall since 1991. I've been to many malls, but I have not found any owners who's so helpful like Mr. Fred Wine and Cap. I had a lot of ups down in my life, in my business, and I would not be in business today if he wasn't Mr. Fred Wine, so God bless him. Now, why I'm here today, that's the main thing. I'm here to survive. I cannot survive if this project will not approved. This project has to be approved to tenant like me, small business like me to survive. We need a customer. And if we have a 2,500 units there, we got 5,000 people right there living step away from us. And they will come and spend money. We need traffic in the mall. Traffic has been reduced and we are struggling right now. We are there with the mercy of the landlord. We need customers. For that and for many other tenants, it's very important. And my humble request to you, for our survivor, our small business survivors, please help us out. Please approve this project. It's not for you guys, it's for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alejandra Ramirez? Are you here in support? Yes. Okay, and do you wish to speak? Okay, so please let the record reflect that Alejandra Ramirez is present in support, does not wish to speak. Okay.
Rahindra?
Yeah, is it Rahendra? Kumar? Are you, it says you're here in support? Yeah. Do you wish to speak? No. Okay, please let the record reflect. Is Rahendra Kumar is present in support, does not wish to speak. Shamar Higgs, okay.
Kumar Rajesh?
Yes. Kumar Rajesh? Yes. Yes. Okay, so I'm repeating it so that the record is clear. Kumar Rajesh is present in support, does not wish to speak. Taiwo
Samayi?
Samaye, that's just what I was going to say. Okay, is present. Are you in support? Okay, do you wish to speak? You do wish to speak. Come on down. Did you just say no? I have to come back to that. I don't see that. Michael? I'm sorry, one second. These are the rest of them? I don't see this name. There it is. Oh, Mr. Capistan, okay. Okay.
My name is Taiwo Samaye. My business name is Twins Africa Fashion. I've been in the mall almost 15 years. And for this new project, I'm so happy so that we're going to have a lot of people coming to the mall. And I know nowadays people look for Africa store a lot, so I can't wait for this approve, and then we can do more business. Without this thing, there's nothing we can do. So we need your help. And our owner, Fred Wine, is a very kind man, helping other people. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, I got it. No. That's, when it was copied over, Mr. Capistan. So when it was copied over, it came out completely different. Okay. So that concluded the list that I had for you, I think.
I think so.
Unless you, no. Mr. Capistan, do you wish to speak? He's coming. It says no, but he's coming. Okay. Okay. All right. So does that
I believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Hurling?
Sorry.
In the city of Greenbelt.
Actually, as you hear the good things about both Fred and Cap.
Hold on one second.
Oh, should I announce my name and
yeah.
and my weight and my height?
Yeah.
I'm losing weight, the height is staying the same. And we know each other
I just
because
found out
of...
I shrunk an inch, height-wise. Nowhere else, but okay.
Are we okay?
You're
Yes.
good.
Okay. Oh, I like
And you
that
have to
phrase.
say-
Conrad Hurling, and a former member of the Greenbelt City Council, although I'm obviously not speaking on behalf of the council, but I am speaking in support of the 16 conditions that city staff and the city council recently adopted, and I'm expressing the hope that you will include that as part of this applicant's plan. There are a couple areas that I want to focus on. While I generally agree with the city's 12th condition, that the applicant explore providing a shuttle to serve Greenbelt West and the other areas of the city, the motivation behind this is to make it easier for all Greenbelters to access the cultural, recreational, educational, environmental, civic, and commercial offerings while reducing the number of cars, and that was a big concern, was traffic on the town's roads, and reducing our carbon footprint. Every one of the remaining candidates running for the Democratic nomination says it is a crisis, and so this helps towards that reduction of carbon footprint. Further, not everyone obviously has a car, and so would it not make sense to ease access to these key elements via such a shuttle? Why not make it easier for our youth to access the basketball courts and baseball and football fields or the library when their parents are still at work? And there were folks that were coaches that came to me when I was on the council before and after that time that said, we need to have more access for the kids so that they can get to the practices and so forth, or to the different piano and other kinds of cultural lessons and so forth. This is a key principle upon which Greenbelt was founded, and when it works in Greenbelt, it can provide an example to the other 26 municipalities and all localities within Prince George's County. The other element of these conditions I wish to discuss concern Condition 7 regarding housing. It would require, after the 600th residential unit is built, or after 3 years from the issuance of the first permit, a commitment to fund a new market study to be completed by the city to assess the viability of owner-occupied units, senior housing units, and co-ops. This, to me, is a key condition. I must note that I suggested at a meeting of the city's advisory planning board about a year ago that the developer consider co-ops and other nonprofit entities as a housing partner, and that General Counsel Capiston was willing to listen. Not every developer or representatives of developers would listen. He did. And this condition, that is part of the city's conditions that it's requesting to be adopted, is evidence of that commitment, and I applaud the applicant for that commitment. Affordable housing, as probably everyone here knows, is a fundamental principle of Greenbelt's foundation. And it's even more important in this county. I believe that this condition could be broadened also to reflect the cost of rental housing. In my graduate class on affordable housing at the University of Maryland a year ago, I learned that while the rents in our county are roughly the same as other area jurisdictions, the percentage of income spent on rent and utilities are higher for our fellow Prince Georgians, as the median income level is lower than Montgomery or Anne Arundel or the other surrounding jurisdictions. While the county's new zoning and housing guidelines do not include inclusionary zoning, this condition makes the idea of providing opportunities for mixed-use housing and workforce housing possible. This principle is important for two reasons. If this works, co-op and other nonprofit entities housing are part of the project. I may have said that incorrectly, but it could serve as an example for the balance of the county. Further, it connects with the principles of the original Greenbelt plan. So Beltway Plaza would be seen less as a development in the other part of town, but instead be a vibrant part of the city, a place which connects through effective transportation and the city's unique history. It won't be just another development. Finally, it can serve as an example for the county. And finally, let me say, affordable workforce housing is inspired by an important principle, that the quality of one's life should not be limited by one's income or what one pays for rent or mortgage. I urge that you support this proposal with the conditions of the city, and if they can be improved, go for it. This proposal, with some work, can make our county even more attractive for homeowners and renters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, Molly Porter? Did
So
you?
she's with the city, so I think
Okay.
at this point, I'm ready to proceed
Proceed
with
with
my
yours. Okay,
case.
got
Yeah,
it.
if that's
Okay.
I want to thank all the tenants who have come out today. I want to thank all the citizens that have come out today. I understand that there may be other citizens you may hear from the Franklin Park community. And we'll get into that in a little bit later, but I do want to thank everybody for coming. This is a generational project. Every now and again, you all review applications and projects that really set the tone for Prince George's County. This is one of those projects. We've had a number of them, thankfully, throughout the county that has really elevated Prince George's County nationally. This is no exception. And so I am very honored and proud to stand before you and represent this project and this applicant, this owner. And I think and I hope that you all agree from what you just heard from those that are going to be most affected. The folks most affected by this are the tenants who you've just heard from, because they will have to be relocated when this ultimately gets redeveloped. And they have full faith and confidence in my client and its ability to make sure that they are protected and actually survive. And what we are here to do really is to protect the asset for Prince George's County, for the city of Greenbelt, for the tenants, for the residents, all of whom use and enjoy. I stand before you and I would venture to say there's probably not anybody in this room that's never been to Beltway Plaza. I would think that's true. And so, how many times do I get to stand before you and actually say that? We all know what it is. It's been there, I'll say forever, because as far as I know, it's been there forever. And so we have an opportunity now to address and adjust what Beltway Plaza is and take it to where it's going. And we are exercising best practices with respect to what do we do with these 1 million square feet under roof malls? We know what happens if we do nothing, right? I can point to you a project on 202 in the Beltway. I venture to say everybody in this room has been to Landover Mall at one point in their lives. It's not there anymore. We cannot let that happen. We cannot let that happen. That's why we're here. That's why Fred and his partners and Cap and everyone, we have spent years. If Fred speaks later today, which I'm not sure if I'm going to let him, but if he speaks later today, he's going to tell you he's been at this trying to do something for 16 years because the inevitable is coming, and we realize it every day. We see it throughout the country with respect to what e-commerce is doing to the commercial world. These tenants are deathly afraid, just given the existing circumstances of what's going on in the mall. So what were we asked to do? Our team was tasked by Fred Wine and his partners to sit down and say, look, what does this want to be? Where does it want to go? What do I need to do? And we went to the master plan, the sector plan. Imagine that. We used the planning document that your staff prepared, that you all recommended, that the council adopted. And the sector plan recommends redevelopment of the site in phases with mixed uses, higher density. That's why we were here a year ago. You may recall we were here on the conceptual site plan. We had less people then. We have more people interested in it now because I think it's really starting to become something as with each iteration of the entitlement process. And so that's what we did. And that process, I appreciate Mr. Diaz-Campbell's presentation. I was just sitting back as he was going through it. It was very thorough, and his report's very thorough. And I will say, with some changes, which we will get into later, we agree with staff's recommendations in its report. We thank them. Everyone in this well has played a hand in this application with respect to its review, and I thank all of them. This is a very complicated case. We have existing leases and tenants and parking restrictions, and how do you take that and change it? It takes a lot of effort and time, but I couldn't help but when Eddie was going through the presentation, how very succinct and to the point he was, which was fantastic. And I was only thinking, like, gosh, I wish the making of the sausage was that easy, because let me tell you, it has not been. There are a tremendous amount of stakeholders involved in this application. I want to thank Molly Porter. I want to thank Terry Ruby. They have met with me more times than I think they would want to. I have enjoyed every moment of it, but there's been a lot of back and forth. The city council, we have, and I know I've done this on other applications in Greenbelt, but we have had a tremendous amount of stakeholder involvement. We had 3 or 4 advisory planning board meetings or presentations. We presented before the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board once. We had an on-site visit with the Department of Parks and Recreation for the city to actually walk the site, identify a space within the building that we could donate to the city for 365 interior programmable recreational space, which is sorely needed in Greenbelt West. My client recognized that, stepped up to the plate and said, we offer 20,000, they asked for 25. We agreed to go to 25,000 square feet. That's a huge impact to the city of Greenbelt and to the residents, and also to really the mall, to provide that amenity space to the city. We've had 2 work sessions in January and February before the city council, as well, concluding with the city council recommendation of support with a 5-2 vote, and you have that letter before you. And I want to thank publicly everyone involved at the city, all of those who serve on these boards. It's volunteer work. We spent a lot of time, a lot of hours, and I think what you have before you is recommendations of support, which is indicative of our efforts in this case. So that you guys see everything that everyone else has seen, we have some other presentations that we do want to show. If I could get Alex.
You can get ready, but I just want to make a statement.
Sure.
I'm almost finished my sign-up list. I have 2 more people signed up. Now, I don't know if there are any people here who have not signed up, because Mr. Nelson, you're not signed up, right? I don't have you here, and I
have a list of names. I was told when I spoke that I was going to have a list of 7 or 8 people that are going to speak.
I don't know where that is.
So then I misunderstood. I had that list in my hand.
Okay, so I need to have, can someone get the sign-up sheet from Mr. Nelson?
I'm sorry, that was my...
Okay. I just knew that we were finished. I know you were sitting here, and I didn't see your name anywhere. Okay.
Wait a minute, before I'm going out of order. Thank you. So, actually, before we show that, I want to stay in order of my outline. So we've had a tremendous amount of outreach in this case. Not only what I went through with respect to the city, but we set up shop 4 days within the mall to actually set up boards, and had members of the team in the mall for patrons, tenants, to come by, ask questions. We did that on February 6th from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, February 7th from 12 noon to 2 p.m., February 14th from 10 to 12, and then again on February 19th. And I'll get into the February 19th one, why we did that one. That was from 5 to 7.
And tell me the other outreach. I know you went to the city of Greenbelt. I'd like to know all the outreach. The city of Greenbelt, obviously you sent out a pre-acceptance.
So yeah, we obviously followed all the rules and regulations with respect to this body, with respect to notifications. That's provided on your staff report. But we sent out informational mailing letters back in March of 2019. The acceptance mailing letters on October 2nd, 2019. The property was posted on January 7th. We had, like I mentioned, we had a number of meetings and public meetings with the city of Greenbelt and its various boards. We set up kind of we attended a merchants meeting at the mall on February 6th.
What about any homeowners, any associations, any registered associations?
So there's a number of associations and representatives that attend the APB meetings and involve themselves. I mean, I think that's the process that we went through with respect to that. Members from Franklin Park obviously attended all of those. We had members of the Greenbelt South Core development were in attendance of those. So that was our, and in addition to that, Madam Chair, we just proactively set up with the help of with our community outreach folks at Mayor Warner, we set up a number of days within the mall for just passerbys, individuals to come by, have the board set up. We actually have if I may, Michael. Do I have any I don't even know if I have any exhibits on my.
You don't have any.
All right, so
I have
we're
two
passing out.
proponents, okay.
We're passing out what I would request to be applicants exhibit 1, which are photographs that were taken on February 19th, just to depict when I'm talking about the stuff, the outreach that we did at the mall for residents, tenants, patrons, citizens. You can see just on that evening alone how, the setup, we have boards set up, people can come by, ask questions. And that was directly done in response to a meeting that was held on Tuesday night of this week at Franklin Park that we were told not to go to.
That what? I'm sorry.
You were told not to go to?
We were told not to go.
Why?
You were told not to go, why?
Somebody going to explain that to us? Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, I'm going to explain it right now.
Okay, well, I'm sure, I suspect there's going to be two versions of this. I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, I'm gathering that. Okay. So my question is, in applicant's exhibit number 1, where this is set up in the Beltway Plaza area.
That was just where it was on February 19th.
On the 19th.
On the other 3 dates, we
But I
were-
mean, is there something there? I see the pictures on the poster board. Is there something there that says,
Yesterday? What's today's date?
that invites people to come see and ask questions? I don't see that on here.
Yeah, so if you, I'm kind of going out of sequence, so if you would indulge me for a second.
Sure.
Okay, so kind of getting back to the February 19th, which was yesterday.
That's what I know.
If I could have this marked as applicant's exhibit 2. So as you heard,
And you're showing these to Mr. Nelson too?
Mr. Nelson knows what they are, yeah.
Okay. Yes, okay. Do you have these? Okay.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, well, it's,
So as you heard from some of the tenants are actually residents of Franklin Park. So within the areas of, the public areas of Franklin Park, there was advertisements put up that you're being passed out now, as well as an email. This will be applicant's exhibit.
okay, but I was looking down. I did not know if you passed it to Mr. Nelson.
I just handed him one.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So hold on a second. So applicants, you've marked this as applicant's exhibit 2, and this is the sign that says Food and Facts Pizza Party for Tuesday, February the 18th.
So that was a meeting that was held by
Franklin
Franklin Park by Mr. Nelson at Franklin Park.
Okay.
That some of our customers and residents made us aware of. So
Okay.
what we also did in response to that was we reached out to the management company at Franklin Park to request that we, or to offer that we also attend so that we can have a round, a full discussion, answer questions. And if I could, I would have this email marked as Exhibit 4, I believe.
Or 3.
So this is an email from Mr. Capiston to Ms. Knight and Ms. Comfort, who are part of the management company for Franklin Park, dated Monday, February 17th at 3:51. Denise and Gail, it has come to our attention that Franklin Park Management is hosting a Food and Facts Pizza Party at the Franklin Park Leasing Office tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock to discuss the Beltway Plaza redevelopment. As you know, and hope you would agree, our team has been extraordinarily proactive in engaging members of the community in a highly transparent manner to present the redevelopment project, address potential concerns, and answer questions. These informational activities have included a number of work sessions and public meetings with the mayor and city council of Greenbelt, advisory boards of public outreach on several occasions at the Beltway Plaza Mall, presenting the conceptual site plan, including the several phases of redevelopment over an extended period of time, the preliminary plan of subdivision, and an explanatory video graphically highlighting the benefits of such redevelopment, which you'll see in a moment. As you will recall, our team presented the plan, boards, and video to you and your ownership at Franklin Park offices on Wednesday, February 5th, and responded to all questions concerning the future redevelopment at that time. Further, in response to that meeting, we are in the process of trying to obtain additional information in an effort to continue to work collaboratively. We believe it would be beneficial to your residents attending the pizza party to learn of the Beltway Plaza redevelopment project from the team of professionals who know it best, if only to avoid any misconceptions regarding its impact on Franklin Park and its residents. While we are aware that we did not receive a formal invitation to attend the pizza party, we request that Franklin Park Management include our team of professionals tomorrow night to make a brief presentation explaining the project and addressing potential concerns utilizing the plan boards and the video. Please get back to me by return email message regarding this request. Thank you for your attention. What we got back is Mr. Nelson.
Okay, hold on a second. This is applicant's exhibit number 3.
Applicants, what I would ask for exhibit number 4. What we received, and what's being passed out is request for applicants exhibit 4. What we received back the same day, February 17th, Monday at 5:43, was an email from Mr. Nelson on behalf of his client saying, "The meeting tomorrow is a private meeting and no one from your team will be allowed in the meeting. Do not come. We will see each other on Thursday. Thank you." So in response to that, we then sent another email.
So wait a minute, hold on a second. I'm trying to do my math. So this is number 4, you said?
This is 4.
And we're accepted into the record as identified. Same thing with number 3. We're accepted into the record as identified. Okay.
And what I'm passing on now, I would ask to be marked as Exhibit 5. In response to Mr. Nelson's email, on Wednesday, the day after the meeting we were told not to attend, we reached out to Franklin Park Management again, Mr. Capistan, to Ms. Knight and Ms. Comfort, and says, as reflected in my previous message to you as representatives of Franklin Park Management, we offered to attend last night's Food and Facts Pizza Party, make a brief presentation explaining the project, show a short explanatory video, and address potential Franklin Park residents' concerns. Your attorney declined our participation, advising our team, quote, not to come, close quote, and that, quote, no one from your team will be allowed in the meeting, close quote. Regardless, we wanted to make sure that your residents knew that members of our team of professionals will be available this evening from 5 to 7 p.m. in the corridor outside the Three Brothers Italian Restaurant at Beltway Plaza, prepared to answer any and all questions and address community concerns. Thus, we request that you advise residents of your community of this evening's scheduled community outreach at Beltway Plaza. We look forward to responding to the concerns of residents of your community whom you notify of this evening's opportunity at Beltway Plaza. Thank you in advance for your anticipated cooperation. Now, let me say this.
Tedesco, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, would be very helpful. Who is Franklin Park Management?
Franklin Park Management is, so that is represented by Ms. Knight and Ms. Comfort, who operate the property, as I understand it.
Operate
which property?
Franklin Park. Franklin Park is the large.
That's what I just want the
Yeah, I'm sorry.
context.
Franklin Park is the large multifamily project to the north. It used to be known as Spring Hill Lake.
Okay.
It's now known as Franklin Park.
Okay.
So it's a
Sorry about
management company of a rental-based community.
Correct.
Adjacent to the
Immediately
proposed
to the
project.
north of Breezeway Drive.
Okay.
So I offer all that to say, and again, I got to get into my more case in chief, but I want to go through how important it was that we try to communicate as best that we could. And ever since the current owners of Franklin Park have purchased the property, I believe 10 years ago, we have had a tremendously good working relationship. We have about 1,000 employees at the mall, many whom live in Franklin Park, used to be for Spring Hill Lake. We have tenants who testified here today who live in Franklin Park. We have had a really good working relationship. Nothing that my client is trying to do in any way is trying to hurt Franklin Park. It's tenants, it's rents, it's business, nothing. What we're trying to do is preserve the asset that its tenants actually benefit from, i.e. job opportunities and shopping experiences. Unfortunately, somewhere along this path, we have got into an adversarial situation, despite our best attempts to avoid that. We were told not to attend the meeting, so what we did in response to that is we sent the email that I just read, Exhibit 5, on Wednesday night, which is the Exhibit 2 of the photographs. And so I just want to make sure that the record's clear, you know, what precipitated these last couple of weeks.
Okay, so let me make sure, I did not accept applicant's exhibit number 5 into the record, so now it is hereby accepted. Okay.
And finally, just on that point, and I'm going to stop talking about that, but I would ask for Exhibit 6 to also be admitted, which is the email blast that was sent by Franklin Park regarding not only the meeting on Tuesday night that we were told not to go to, but also preparations of this hearing. And as I mentioned,
Okay, wait, hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just say this. Okay, so this is, what are we up to, 6?
6.
Okay. Applicant's exhibit number, okay, we have one extra one here. And this was from Franklin Park.
So this was the advertisement sent
Okay.
to Franklin Park residents regarding the meeting on Tuesday night and then this hearing today. And you can see the issues, you know, our action is required, join us together, voice our concerns, Beltway Plaza redevelopment, 6,000 additional residential residents directly in front of our community. Transportation and lunch will be provided for all residents who would like to join us on Thursday. So,
Okay.
again, I don't know how we got here. It certainly wasn't this way with the CSP. We still strive to continue to work together. Unfortunately, we have been, it's felt very adversarial these last 10 days, I would say. And I'm not sure why that is. We certainly don't want it to be that way. We want to work together. And again, we think what's proposed here is actually in everyone's best interest. The redevelopment of Beltway Plaza, kind of a rising tide lifts all ships. So, but I thought that was important to get into the record with respect to just our efforts and then, you know, the opposition that's here today with respect to, you know, in my opinion, how it came to be. So with that, Madam Examiner, I'd like to move on, and I'm sure we can talk more about that if we need to later, but there has been a tremendous amount of outreach. There's been a tremendous amount of effort despite being told our efforts are not needed. And I stand before you humbly saying that we will continue to do that, and we will follow the direction of the community as far as how much interest and information they actually want. With that, I would like to turn, if I could, for Alex to come to the computer.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think I accepted 6.
Alex, 6.
I did 6?
Yeah.
Into the record, I did. I knew that. Okay. Okay.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. I've got a lot of exhibits. I'm sorry. Alex, just stay put. Number 7,
I knew that.
as far as the question you asked with respect to how do you know, did citizens know and what efforts did you go through? So here's the handout that we actually had, that we were passing out to folks with respect to this project.
At the mall?
Yes. Can you give one? And we did a similar handout for the city council hearing last Monday night, the 10th. And I have that too, if you want that. But that was the handout we were passing out with respect to this hearing. So that would be number 7, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
So the city is
Okay, I didn't think I did. Okay, so I'm told that I did not enter.
Did not?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I needed to accept item 6 into the record, the email blast. Okay, so now we have before us.
So this is number 7.
Yes.
This was the literature that was prepared by our community outreach folks, Mayor Warner, and was handed out through the last many weeks at the mall. We have a similar one that was handed out.
Okay, so it was handed out. Okay, so we'll accept that into the record as applicant's exhibit number 7, and then you have something else, a similar one.
A similar one that we were handing out in preparation for the city council hearing to make sure our residents knew that there was a city council hearing, and if they wanted to participate and or support, that they knew how to do that. And that, if I could, I would
Was
like
there
that.
signage at the actual site? I mean, where you had this event on the 19th?
We had a big booth in the middle of the mall with boards and placards of all the site plans, and we had representatives there, as I mentioned to you, for 2 to 3 hours, 4 days.
I got that part, but what I didn't see, if I was in a hurry and going to the store, and I passed those signs, I might like say, okay, that looks nice. I might come back and check it out one day.
I would say
I
this is.
didn't know if they would say, stop here and see our plans for the mall. That's what I was trying to figure out.
I'm gonna let Mr. Villegas talk to that. I will say that regardless, I mean, that is a tremendous amount of effort to go through to try to make sure we are as inclusive as we can with respect to notification and people aware of the redevelopment. The people that are actually in the mall seeing that is pretty powerful.
I got you, Mr. Tedesco. I just had a simple question. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna let Alex talk about that. But if I can, while he's doing it, can I have this marked as 8? Is that okay?
I'm not even sure I'm with 7. What happened to 7 here?
7 was the one for this hearing, 8 is the
Okay,
one
at
for this.
7, and I accepted 7 into the record as identified, okay. Or at least I am doing that right now. Okay. I'm not, that's not by way of chastising anyone, because you didn't have to put the notice up there and the signs up in the mall at all, but you did it. I was just wondering if there was something saying.
Well, I've got one more exhibit 9, which is our website, which is another effort we
Okay.
went through to make sure there was no.
Okay, so we have item 8, Beltway Plaza, Imagine an all-new Beltway Plaza community. And that's accepted into the record as identified, okay. Now, we're coming up to 9. You coming up to 9?
So 9 is a printout of the website that we had created for this project.
Okay.
Well, before you get to 9, how was 8 used? Was this something on the web,
So the way 7 and 8 were used is that they were given to all the tenants at the merchant meeting. All tenants had them in their stores. They were there for customers to use. We set up in the middle of the mall with those, and they were handed out to individuals and patrons of the mall.
people coming through the malls
Yes, ma'am.
could have gotten this?
Absolutely. And Alex can speak to that because he was actually there doing that.
Madam Chair, for the record, Alex Villegas with Rogers Consulting, and I think I can have the answer to your
Thank
question,
you.
Madam Chair, as I was personally there at the mall at 3 or 4 of the occasions. I have Andrew with Mayor Warner, he's our community outreach. What we did, and me personally being there, we set up in the middle of the mall. Andrew went from store to store giving out the handouts. We personally were, as several team members were sitting next to the boards, we were passing out what you saw, and we were directing for more information to go to the website. In the website, there's a sign-up sheet where you can put your contact information so we can reach out back to them. And Andrea, I'd like to explain kind of how you reach out back to the people. Thank you.
Please, okay.
Does
Please
that
state
answer
your name.
most of your question, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry.
Yes, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Andrew Gagliano, Mayor and Warner Public Relations. I live at 355 Elmcroft Boulevard, 6109, Rockville, Maryland. So we have a website, and that has a opportunity for people to subscribe with their email address to be able to receive updates. And then we've also done a great deal of one-on-one outreach with all the tenants you see here today, and we also received a list from the Director of Marketing for the property management with Quantum, Janubi, who provided about 100 email addresses. And so we reached out to all of them individually and let them know about all the activations we were doing on site, and also gave them a chance to participate both with the City of Greenbelt Council meeting and then here today as well.
Okay. Thank you. What is this? Is number 9?
This is the website 9.
Okay, so this is from the website, and so, so that's your applicant's exhibit number 9. Okay. Which will be accepted into the record as identified, okay.
Thank you. And I have copies of all the support letters, but I think you already have those, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be redundant or not to have those marked, but I think.
The letters?
There's letters and there's signed petitions that were also.
Okay, well, you know.
I know.
About the petitions, that's
That's why-
public site, we don't do that, okay. This is an extra one.
So, again, that was a long way to get to just the amount of outreach and the amount of involvement in what we've been doing the past year, and really the last month leading up to this hearing today. So, again, thank you for your indulgence for allowing me to kind of go through that. I don't think I've never presented that many exhibits just to memorialize our efforts, but I thought it was important in this
I
case.
thought you've been following Mr. Gibbs with that. Okay.
So with that, Madam Chair, this is a preliminary plan of subdivision, kind of getting back to why we're all here. This is a preliminary plan of subdivision, and just from the presentation that your staff has conducted within your PowerPoint, which is just a snippet of actually what we have prepared, I hope you would agree that it's the most detailed preliminary plan I've ever been involved in. A preliminary plan is typically a line plan, right? We test for ASHRAE, and that's what we're here to do and what we're here to get approved. But because of being in the city of Greenbelt, because of the fact that this is such a kind of a historic type project with the magnitude that's involved, the complexity that's involved, just being able to pull something like this off, my client understood that we can't just come in here with a line plan. We can't just go to the community or to the city with a line plan. So what we have done is we've provided those renderings for a preliminary plan conceptually so that we could tell the story. And the story is what the website says. It's Imagine Beltway Plaza. Imagine what we can do. And so what we also did, because some of the city council members were kind of struggling, so to speak, with the illustrative plan, Alex and the Rogers team put together a video that I'm going to turn it over to Alex that he's going to narrate. It's about 4 minutes long, but it was presented in a work session to the city council. It was also provided links to the website. So we're going to show that right now. If you
So your video is applicant's exhibit 10?
It would be, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the board. For the record, Alex Villegas with Rogers Consulting, offices in Largo. What we're gonna see here is a video representing how we imagine the transformation of Beltway Plaza. What you see here in the sign context is 3 major anchor stores that are existing. How lucky when we have a grocery store, a Target and the associated stores, and an AMC movie theater. What we have is an underutilized surface parking lot in the back of the mall. If you were to go there today, it's empty. There's no cars there. A lot of people are just learning how to drive. So what we see is why don't we start with the Priestwood district? It's kind of fronting and backing to Franklin Park. And what we want to do is kind of transform these and activate as an urban, vibrant, residential community. what most residential developers would do is do a lot of the open space, usable open space, interior to the multifamily. What we saw here an opportunity is why don't we do it that is for everybody, that is for the city, that is for the community. One of the things we're proposing is an 8-foot multi-purpose trail that is kind of in the sector plan, but we say, why stop in there? Why don't we build a parallel network where sidewalks and pedestrian can safely interact? I have been personally many times at the mall. I like to go in the morning, in the afternoon, as we're planning this ahead. A lot of the kids, the school kids, are walking in the middle of the street. Right now, there is no connectivity to come from Bridgewood Drive into the mall. If we were to open the back of the mall and actually create a street connecting back to the AMC movie theaters, I can imagine dropping my daughter when she's with a friend, like directly to the movie theater. Right now, you have to go into the front of the mall, kind of find your way, but this will be a great opportunity. As we're creating that space, it's a good opportunity to have sitting areas, play areas, open space, give the opportunity for future different type of retail, like outdoor seating, that can happen. From this first phase, which is the back of the mall, the first phase, the empty surface parking lot, we're going to, and we have been working very hard with the city of Greenbelt to fill some of the gaps that currently exist from the pedestrian and bicycle environment in the mall. If you go to the mall between Wendy's all the way to the Silver Diner, there is no sidewalk right now. So people have to either walk through the middle of the parking lot. We're gonna go ahead and fix that on the initial phase. That's a promise that we have made. When you're coming from 193 to access the mall, there is kind of that pork shop that brings people full speed into the mall. Let's take that out. Let's take an opportunity to create safe pedestrian crossing. I think Commissioner Donner talked about how he rides his bikes in that area. It's very dangerous when you're trying to cross, especially an intersection. Right now, if we were to go back to the aerial picture of the mall, there's literally very few trees except in the slope area. Why don't we use proper landscape architectural trees that actually create the sense of space? We need the stores really to be in the front. So what you see here is kind of creating that first floor retail experience. Then is coming into the second part of the transformation, which is the interior of the mall. Why don't we open it up, transform it into a lifestyle center? There are many examples that we have studied, not just locally, but regional and in the United States. Pike and Rose is one of them, National Harbor. Create this big open lawn where you can have events, you can have an amphitheater that can be seen. When we do the retail in the first floor and you have the opportunity to go above with the residential, you can create these mezzanines that can be either residential or commercial to really activate and have eyes on the street, be safe, be a pedestrian experience. One of the things you saw through the video is a lot of anchor restaurants, splash park, water feature, elevated walkways, and this is something that we see as a great opportunity to really transform Bellway Plaza. Imagine Bellway Plaza we can be. And with that, Matt, the last slide, as we turn it, is kind of a SketchUp version of the project.
Thank you, Alex. Any questions on the video before we proceed?
Let me say this. First of all, I'm going to accept it into the record as applicant's exhibit number 10, so that's the video. So, as a longtime former resident of Greenbelt, I've frequented and still do Beltway Plaza a lot, and lived in the apartments. I remember when it was, what was it called?
Spring Hill Lake.
Yeah, Spring Hill Lake, and you know, prior to Franklin Park, and I actually remember when the Giant came there, and Burlington, and many. I've seen many movies there, but I never realized how long there was. I've never been to the back. I didn't even know that there was a unused parking lot back there.
Eddie, do you have an existing
That's always.
conditions?
Because I never parked in the
Existing
back.
conditions.
I always parked in the front. Unlike Commissioner Dorner, who rides his bike over there, I drove my car over there.
Yeah, so you can see, and I, when the Sports Authority was there and I was a kid, that's where we would go, and we would go in the back. There's a parking garage on the back, but you can see in the still frame of that video, the existing conditions plan. It's a sea of asphalt back there.
Yeah.
There are people. There's the student drivers, the driver's ed. They practice parking, and it collects a lot of shopping carts currently, but it's underutilized asphalt. There's no connectivity right now between Franklin Park to the back of the mall. There's no sidewalks on that side of Breezewood. There's no breaks on the north side of our property. So we're proposing, as our plan shows and the preliminary plan shows, an actual vehicular access points out to Breezewood, pedestrian access points to really make the sense of, really city and place and creating, and that's why it's so kind of confounding on why we have opposition in this case, because I don't understand the why when it really benefits both projects for the residents of Franklin Park to be able to, whether it be bicycle or pedestrian or even vehicularly, access the back of the mall and redevelopment and get into the core over time when we open up the whole thing. So, but yes, to your point, yeah, there is a back. You weren't missing much by not knowing it was there. It's no offense to Fred. I think they've kept it up, but that's what it is. It's a parking lot, and so.
So this is a preliminary plan. I mean, I like the idea of the residential over the storefronts helps because it does add an additional safety feature too, so that people can see, down into the common area, and it would beautify it. And I'm looking at the trip generation, so I don't see anything, unless I'm missing something that is, because I know that was a concern. I don't see too much. I don't see anything that's a level of service E or F.
No, that's the takeaway, right? All the intersections, and Mr. Masock is here. So based upon the approved scoping agreement approved by staff, we analyzed initially, Mike Lenhart, who's here and will probably testify at some point, we analyzed 15 intersections, which there was a slide in your backup that did all that. I'll defer to Mr. Masock with respect to his analysis, but we analyzed initially 15 intersections. Your staff analyzed all 15 and actually, and not to speak for you, Mr. Masock, but actually analyzed 5 additional intersections to those original 15. The city asked us to analyze 6 additional intersections to our original 15. So in total, we actually analyzed 26 intersections in and around this property. Moreover, the city referred our traffic impact analysis out to its consultant, GPI, who reviewed it. SHA has reviewed it, and SHA, when we say SHA reviews it, there's no less than 5 departments within SHA that review traffic impact analyses. There were other comments made during the vetting of this with respect to the study and the reduction based upon being within the vicinity of the metro. We had a 20% reduction. We changed that to a 6% reduction, which was to even further test the potential impact. All the intersections pass adequacy. They're all adequate.
Right. That's what I was saying, because I don't know if every citizen knows this or not, but the test for adequacy is, if you go through during the peak AM and PM hours, if the tests come back within level of service A through D, then you have passed that, you meet that.
Well, Madam Chair,
That's E.
not to correct you, but since
but
we're
E.
inside the Beltway,
Oh,
it's
inside
actually
it's E, yes, E, inside the Beltway, but normally it's A through D, but inside it would be E, but you don't even have D, E, or F here, so
No.
you're well within
Yes, ma'am.
the APF adequacy. And then I heard there's some mention of schools, but schools are not we have to follow these laws. Schools are not tested at the preliminary plan stage. That horse left the barn years ago. So while it used to be an appropriate test for preliminary plans, it is not.
That doesn't foreclose the fee, though.
Right, it doesn't preclude, that's what I was going to say. No, there's a fee that has to be paid in lieu of the APF test that we used to apply.
And I would say in today's dollars, if we were pulling permits today and assuming the full build out, I mean, that's $24 million
Okay.
of a school facility surcharge that will only go up with inflation over time. And so,
I actually wanted to turn to our council to address
Sure,
that.
sorry.
If you could. It's because this came up in a prior case today too, about the adequacy of schools. But the law changed, and so there's a school surcharge that must be paid, if you can help us there.
Yes, Madam Chair. Deborah Borden, Deputy General Counsel. The legislation was CB 40, 2001. And what CB 40 did was it removed it left in the analysis, which the planning board and our planning staff does with the public schools, and actually you have on your agenda to talk about the pupil yield. So we still do the analysis, but this bill removed all of the consequence of that analysis. It removed any payment, it removed any discussion from the law about what happens if the capacity is over 105%. That was in the law prior to 2001. After 2001, it was taken out. I do believe that the district council had taken it out, meaning to come back to it, but it has not come back to it yet. So we have to deal with what the law says now at this time, and that's what the law says. We analyze, we report our analysis, and we stop. And the applicant is subject to the surcharge that is charged at the point of building permit. They are charged on every building permit issued for a dwelling unit, assuming they don't qualify for any exemption.
Thank you.
So I'm actually wrapping up. Just a point of order. So Mr. Diaz-Campbell indicated during his presentation with respect to the variation request that was filed from Section 24-121A3. There's three existing access points, two of which are served by public streets, which meet the design regulations of 24-121A3. As the board knows, under Section 24-128B8 in a DDO, you have the ability to approve private streets, which these are. All parcels front and access those private streets. So the variation request that was filed for two of the three is moot. Subsequently to that, we determined the ability to provide a private street onto, thank you, Eddie, private street for the existing driveway. That would be New Street I. And what you're seeing is what I would like to have marked as, I've lost count of my exhibits, I'm sorry.
This would be 11.
Thank you. So what exhibit, as that's being passed out, Exhibit 11 is depicting, similarly to the other two access points on 193, a private street labeled as Private Street I over the existing driveway. There's the cross-section, which is identical to the other numerous cross-sections that have already been submitted and reviewed by your staff. We've just provided on this plan so you could see it, but this is identical to other cross-sections that you've already seen in your presentation. So that, providing that access as a private street, similarly as the other two, renders the variation for that access moot as well. So with that, the variation from 24-121A3 is not necessary, and we would, for the reasons stated by staff and for the reasons I just provided, in reliance upon 24.128B8, as well as the definition of a street under 27.107.0.01225A little I, private streets meet their design regulations of 24.121A3. And with that, we would formally request to withdraw the variation request, and I have a letter to that effect, which would be Exhibit 12, I presume.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to accept this one into the record as applicant's exhibit number 11. No, this one. This is 11. The new one would be, no, 12. Okay. Okay.
So what's
I know you're trying to speed him along.
number 12 is the letter addressed to Madam Chair, withdrawing the variation from 24.121A3, and if I could, I'd just like to read it for the record. On behalf of the owner applicant GB Mall Limited Partnership, hereinafter the applicant, please accept this letter as a formal request to withdraw the previously requested variation from section 24.121A3.
Do you need to read the entire letter? Is that a good place to stop? I mean, it's in the record.
Are you, as long as you're good, I'm good, I'm sorry.
We're good.
We're good.
So we're accepting this letter.
Thank you for that.
Withdrawing the variations into the record as applicant's exhibit number 12.
I don't have to do anything you don't need me to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I do want to make sure I get a record. Saving exhibits for rebuttal, my last exhibit in my case in chief would be our requested revised conditions and findings. I can pass those out now, or you can wait till the end, however you want to handle that.
That's fine, let's just go right now.
All right.
Make sure Mr. Nelson has it too.
I will.
Okay. Thank you.
This is 13.
Oh, yeah, 13.
Yeah. Okay, so your proposed revisions to the findings and conditions are accepted into the record as applicant's exhibit 13, is that what we're, okay?
13.
Okay.
As I indicated, I have other exhibits, but I think I'll wait for rebuttal for those. So I will say that although lengthy, they have been.
I'm calling Mr. Gibbs, telling him he's setting a bad example. But go ahead. Okay.
We have gone through these in great detail with your staff, and I'm happy to report that we are in full agreement with them. We can go through all of them if we need to. I'll follow your lead, Madam Chair.
Okay, so, well, you know what, I have to tell you, it is lengthy, but some of these look a little, they're not here a word, there a word. I think we should go through at least.
The non-technical ones.
Yeah, at least the non-technical ones.
Sure.
And then, Mr. Diaz-Campbell, do you have reviewed these?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay,
we are
and
in
you are
agreement on all conditions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't know, I'm not sure what
So
you
what you
define
call
as
it?
technical or not.
Okay,
so-
well, all right. Okay, so we're okay on the first page.
Okay.
Okay, September, we're okay on that. Tell me about this Parks and Rec on 5. 'cause I
So
haven't had a chance to read it.
as Mr. Campbell indicated,
Okay.
you know, the city controls its own parks and regulations.
it.
Your DPR is actually
Got
exempt.
it.
So so the language you see in new 5 is exactly the same as the condition that the city
Okay.
has imposed that we will execute
Okay,
an
got
MOU
it.
to.
Okay, so how about, okay, so the rest of it's okay. So then we get to the recommendation, approval 1E and F. Okay.
Okay. So the So E deals with the open space parcels and ensuring that they are owned by a business owners association and that a covenant is entered into. There's conditions that require that. The city is not going to take easements or control over the open space parcels. That'll be the business association that will do that through a covenant.
Okay.
1F is in response to my exhibit 12 and 11 and 12 with respect to the withdrawal of the variation and the creation of new private street I is 1F. So make sure that's reflected on prior to certification. 4B is is the condition regarding the. Okay.
Okay, the rest of them, I'm way ahead of you.
Okay, sorry.
I'm good. Okay, so now we go to page 7, 15G is
Well,
the
before we get to 7, I'd like to go to 5
Yes,
because
yeah.
it addresses Commissioner Dorner's question an hour and a half ago, sorry.
Okay.
So the item that Commissioner Dorner was inquiring about was item G in condition 12. Now, condition 12 is the first set of improvements under BPIS.
No, item G on condition 12.
So it's page 5 and page 6, Commissioner Gerardo. So item G is that improvement that Commissioner Dorner was talking about. The applicant, and I think your transportation planning staff are in agreement to substitute 12G with 12D. In other words, move G up to the priority list of improvements that have to be made, and then put D back down as an optional one if any one of the ones in the priority
So
can't
G
be met.
becomes D.
So G becomes D, correct.
So I don't know where the city of Greenbelt is on that.
I'll just ask another question, just not to nickel and dime you, but cost-wise, is that going to be like a huge offset? Because would you move F and G into that instead?
That's why we chose your improvement and either C or D are about this. All three are about the same price. So it's easy to substitute your G for one of C and D.
Yeah, because it's going to be cheaper, but is
It's
D?
not cheaper. It's actually your G is more than D.
Than D?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah.
Madam Chair, just real quick for James Hunt for the Development Review Division. I think item 11 is what you meant now instead of 12, condition 11.
No.
Is that correct?
Well, condition 12 is the implementation of the actual improvement, so that's why you
Item 12 on page 5 and 6, part G, I was asking about sidewalk between 38th and 39th.
Okay.
Streets to improve that on the north side of the Greenbelt. Yeah, so is that one.
Yeah. So 11 is just the on-site exhibit at the time of DSP.
Right.
So 12 is the actual condition that requires the improvement.
Right.
And so if we move G up to D, that's required as conditioned in 12.
And then you may need to modify number 15.
So then we're going to have to go back and modify 13 and 15
Yeah.
to add D in place of. But I think between your staff and myself, we can accommodate that in the resolution. But yeah, it would adjust because all those are the same conditions. Yeah, or same improvements, excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, so I was at the end, I think, the last page.
Me too. Page 7, yeah.
Okay, and I think we're okay there too, because, okay, there's the G on 15G. Okay.
Yep.
I'm okay now. Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Nelson? Okay, you need a microphone. You don't have to, don't move your stuff, Mr. Tedesco. Mr. Nelson, you can use this microphone.
Thank you. Mason Nelson on behalf of the protestants. I have a question about condition 4, stormwater management. This is a change.
Okay, hold on a sec. Condition 4.
It's a
Page
finding.
1. I'm not condition 1. Findings, number 4, I misspoke. Page 1. This is a change that was apparently made in the last 12 hours about the date, the expiration date of the stormwater permit. Every document we've seen till now has had that document expiring September 19, 2019. Now we have this new document which changes the date to the year 2022. Legally, that's very significant. We'll get to that when I make my remarks. But is there a document that's
We'll ask that question. Okay,
I'd like to see the permit.
that's fine. Okay.
Well, there's no permit. It's a conceptual stormwater concept plan.
But do you have,
But yeah, actually, a copy of the new stormwater concept management approval letter was submitted to your staff last week, I believe, Eddie? I believe it was last week, but we have that can be It's not, I believe it's already in the record, but we have.
But that's, okay, can you show it to Mr. Nelson first?
Yes.
Okay. And you're gonna accept it into the record? Okay. I have been doing very well thus far, but I think I messed up now. What, 14?
14.
Okay, 14. Okay.
14 would be the new stormwater management concept approval letter approved by DPI.
Okay, and so we're gonna accept the,
And if I may, just.
hold on a second, let me
Okay.
just see what's what. Okay, so we have, the new, stormwater management concept approval that, on the bottom is signed by Ray de Guzman, approval date was September 19th, 2019, and expiration date September 19th, 2022.
Yep.
And we'll accept that into the record as applicant's exhibit 14.
And in further support, just in, potential anticipation of, let's try to spot problems in the staff report. Not only did we have that corrected in our revised, but we also reached out to Mr. de Guzman just to make sure we thoroughly papered the file. We have an email from him dated Wednesday the 19th, just reconfirming, and I'll have this marked as Exhibit 15, but it's an email from Ray de Guzman to Rogers Consulting. This is to confirm that the proposed redevelopment of Beltway Plaza has an approved site development concept plan that is in accordance with the county stormwater management code, and that the statement mentioned below, which is a write-up from Charlie Howe from Rogers, is consistent with the conceptual approval.
Okay.
That's 15.
So although I don't think that's required, we wanted to make sure that you all had that with respect to confirming that DPI is in agreement that the site does have conceptual
Did you
approval.
give a copy to Mr. Nelson?
I did.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna accept this email from Ray de, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, oh, yeah, from Ray de Guzman, into the record. It was dated February 19th, and we're gonna accept it into the record, applicant's exhibit number 15. Okay.
I would submit, reserve time for rebuttal and additional witnesses on rebuttal.
Okay,
All right?
so,
Thank you for your
okay,
patience.
so.
Question?
Absolutely, okay, we have a question, and then after the questions right now, we are gonna take a quickie health break, and everyone else is allowed to do the same, and then we'll come back, Mr. Nelson, but I do have, you have given a list of opponents, and then I think we have one or two other opponents that may not be on your list. Microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had two lists. The Ralph Ryder is one of the principals, it will add to the list. I thought he was on my list, but might not be on the list that you have.
All right.
And we
We're
have,
gonna get the list thing straight with Mr. Cosby when we take this little health break.
and then, ma'am, just 10 seconds on the scheduling matter. I intended to speak first, then I intended to call our traffic engineer, Lee Zhang. He's been here since 10 a.m. He's got a family commitment. I'd like to take him first after the break. A little bit out of turn, but.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
But
fine.
it won't be long.
That's fine.
But we'll get his PowerPoint queued up, we're ready to go.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And so you had a question, Commissioner Dorner.
Yeah, so at the time of the staff report, we hadn't gotten a letter from the city of Greenbelt. We do have it now in support, but then they have a number of conditions that are not in the staff report and not in the amended findings that you have.
Well, that's not true.
Some of them are. So some like the 25,000, the elevated like walkways, like some of the stuff we've seen in the, yes, I'll back up on that. It's definitely true that you've addressed some of those things in the video and the other evidence we have. But some of the conditions I think are probably best served through MOUs with the city. Some of them could be things that you could do here, or you could proffer to that. So I was wondering if you wanted to just go very quickly through that list. Most particularly on here, that was mentioned earlier in one of the witness testimony, was the shuttle. Yeah, we can do this after the break. That's totally fine.
But he can start preparing during the break.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I'm prepared during the break, and I just want to highlight the shuttle. There's one part about a police officer, which you should probably do an MOU with the city, but that would be a good thing to do. Submitting a couple documents to them would be good. But then another comment from the former city councilman was about the workforce housing, and I think you probably heard or visibly saw Commissioner Giraldo down at the other side nodding in agreement, and I do as well. I think it's an important thing to potentially address after the break, if you have that sort of in mind. And I'll give you a point back to Hyattsville with examples. We have an arts district there. We have subsidized housing right off the main street, and it's been very good in terms of bringing people into the community. So I think very close to like where you guys are at is some examples of subsidized housing that you can probably get tax breaks for and other things to kind of consider.
If I just may respond on that one, I'm not aware of this board ever imposing such a condition. And so,
And I'm not asking you to impose. I'm just asking if you can comment on that because we haven't even heard anything about that.
well, Ms. Porter's here. I think she was going to hear, but yeah, that's fine.
The city of Greenbelt hasn't spoken yet, too. We have to get there.
But yes,
Yeah, so if you could just cover a couple of those things.
Sure.
If you could just look through the letter, I'm fine with you just kind of checking through and say, we've done this, 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 and this, and just sort of talk about the other things you haven't.
sure thing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a good 10-minute break because everyone might want to use facilities. They're out there, and we're going to do what we need to do too. We'll reconvene in about 10 minutes, probably like 4 o'clock. Okay. Okay, the Prince George's County Planning Board is back in session. The one thing I did not do, Mr. Nelson, was to call Ms. Porter. Do you have, from the city of Greenbelt, but I know your person has to go too. You're good? Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna get him. Okay, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. We're going to take one witness out of turn, Professor Lei Zhang. He's our traffic engineer. He's on the faculty. We're going to take one witness at a turn.
And then what I didn't call, because I don't think Mr. Orleans is he one of your clients?
I've checked my list.
I know he's not on your list, but
Mr.
he signed up
Orleans.
earlier. So before I get to your list, I'm going to take your expert and then Mr. Orleans.
That's
and then,
fine.
Okay, okay.
So normally, I would have given an introduction, but we're pressed for
time,
time. So we're going to
we're
call
good.
Professor Lei Zhang. I've given a copy of the CV to council.
Okay.
So I'll call up Professor Lang. He'll introduce himself.
Okay.
He has a PowerPoint, and we'll get right through it. Thanks so much for accommodating that schedule.
So he's an opponent and he's got a PowerPoint. And the opponent's exhibits are up to what? No, 0? Okay. So this would, yes?
I'm just curious if Mr. Nelson is having him accepted as an expert. If
He
so,
didn't ask that question.
that's why I'm asking it.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I'm familiar with the process of voir dire. My experience in the planning board, it's a little bit more informal, but if you want me to go through a proper formal voir dire process, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, okay, Mr. Tedesco, you opened that door, so in order for that to happen, I'm gonna need to see the resume, and you're gonna have to ask some questions, okay? Okay, so, but I need the resume then. Mr. Tedesco, oh, you have another copy? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right, can you bring Mr., so is it Lei Zhang? Yes. Okay. And do you have the other microphone?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay. You can come to the podium.
Sure. Good afternoon, distinguished Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the Prince George County Planning Board. My name is Lei Zhang. I am a full professor and Herbert Rabin Distinguished Professor and Director of the Maryland Transportation Institute at University of Maryland, College Park.
Let me ask you a few questions.
Okay.
So you're here to speak on the transportation issues?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
See, my experience with the planning board is more, you want me to do a formal voir dire process?
You don't have to do it. Once the issue, you were just going to have him testify, which was fine. If you want him now the issue has been raised as whether you're presenting him as an expert, and it looks, from the looks of your resume, you have a great deal of expertise in transportation. I don't know how much of it is in Maryland. But that's fine.
Most of it.
And I don't. Okay, go ahead.
All right, tell us, Professor Zhang, give the board, please, a summary of your academic and professional experience as it relates to traffic engineering, and then we'll get into your professional work in the last 10 or 15 years, please.
Sure, I'll be happy to. So I've been working at University of Maryland as a professor and leader of the Transportation Institute for the past 12 years. I've been leading more than 50 federal, state, locally funded projects in different areas of transportation. In the past 12 years, mostly in Maryland, I've worked closely with Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Department of Transportation, State Highway Administration, and other agencies in Maryland, as well as local governments in Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and elsewhere in Maryland.
Okay. Okay, I'm good with this. I do have and I know Mr. Tedesco may ask you a question, but you are familiar with the adequate public facilities test for Prince George's County for transportation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Tedesco, is there anything you want to ask? Of course. Okay. Can you get the microphone from?
Mr. Zhang, just looking at your CV, you indicated that you've worked with a number of agencies. Have you ever prepared a traffic impact analysis?
Yes.
Which one?
Quite a few. Well, one's in Prince George's County.
Which
I would
case?
count probably 3 to 4 different cases.
Name one.
Walmart development in Waldorf.
And actually, in that case, you were not qualified. Is that correct?
I was qualified on all cases.
So the hearing examiner in Charles County accepted your qualification as an expert in that Walmart case?
Yes.
Okay, I would disagree with that. Unfortunately, Mr. Gibbs isn't here, but Mr. Gibbs indicated that he was not qualified in that case, and that is not Prince George's County. But thank you.
Mr. Gibbs says about this.
Okay, hold on a second, because Mr. Nelson, you don't have a microphone. I want to make sure that you're on the record. You're, okay.
And
Okay.
so the other question I have is, you would agree that there's a difference between a policy analysis and an impact analysis?
I've done quite a lot of both.
Well, the question was, is there a difference?
The impact analysis, traffic impact analysis, as we are discussing here today, typically is part of analysis that's used for decision makers such as you to make the decisions. And there are certainly some differences between policy analysis and impact analysis.
So it's your testimony that you've been accepted as an expert in Charles County, but that's not on your expertise list on your CV, is that correct?
Could you repeat the question?
You testified that you have been qualified as an expert in traffic engineering in Charles County, but that's not on your CV.
My full CV is about 150 pages, so
It's not on this. Sir, just please answer my question. Is it on this CV?
You know, okay, let me just say this. I am going, are you objecting yet, or you don't know yet?
Oh, I'm objecting.
Okay, so please let the record reflect that Mr. Tedesco is objecting to Mr. Zhang's appearance as an expert in this matter. Okay, a transportation expert. Okay, so your objection is preserved for the record. Okay, okay. Now, you had some questions you want. Can you give the microphone back to Mr. Nelson?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Was there a ruling on he's permitted to operate?
It appears as though he's got enough education and experience with expertise in transportation. What I don't know is his expertise on APF in Prince George's County, but I guess you were going to get to that. So we'll accept him as an expert. And can you hold the mic a little closer?
Had we not been here since 10 a.m., I would have done a more detailed.
That's fine.
But
I
appreciate
understand, but we're trying to get through everything
Yeah,
too with you. Okay.
All right, so in an effort to move this along, I will say that I asked Professor Zhang to review the application first for the CSP and then subsequently for the preliminary plan. He has conducted a review. He has done his own analysis, and he's prepared a presentation which will take the planning board through his analysis, his conclusions about the level of service of various turning movements and various intersections, and his critique of the applicant's TIA, traffic impact.
Got it. Okay.
So
Thank you.
I'll open it up to Professor Zhang now.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to testify. If I may, I would go over there to operate my PowerPoint slides. Okay, thank you, sir.
Or if you can do it and speak from there too, whichever, you have a choice.
Okay,
Okay, you're good. Here we go.
Can we get to the first slide, please? Again, my name is Lejan. I've been asked to conduct a objective traffic impact analysis and also review the applicant's traffic impact analysis as an independent consultant on this case. So what you are about to hear in the next 15 minutes also represents my professional opinion as an expert in this area. It doesn't in any way necessarily represent the views or even indicating that University of Maryland would have a view on this particular issue. Next slide, please. So you are very familiar with the study area already. I'm highlighting several roadways in this area, including Maryland 193, Greenbelt Road, Maryland 201, Kenilworth Avenue, Maryland 1, Baltimore Avenue in the area. Next slide, please. I want to do three things today. Number one, I want to show you the current traffic conditions. Number two, I want to show you a traffic impact analysis I've done using the best data and best tools available out there to help you get a comprehensive understanding of the likely impact of the proposed preliminary plan of subdivision in the study area. Third and last, I will also show you my review results on the applicant's traffic impact analysis report. So what you're looking at here is the current traffic conditions. So instead of showing you traffic conditions using just 1 day of traffic counts, I'm showing you the best data that represents a continuous observation of travel time, travel speed on this particular slide along Maryland 193, Greenbelt Road, which is the major access road and arterial road next to development site. Horizontal access shows different time of day, 24 hours of the day. Vertically, you're looking at different intersections along the stretch of Maryland 193. So the development is about right at the middle of that location between Cherry Wood Lane and Maryland 201. So red means individual drivers are driving close to about 10 miles per hour on roadways here with speed limit about 30, 40, 35, 40, 45 miles per hour. So red is bad. Red means I or many other drivers in the location are stuck in traffic already. So if you, it might be a little small on your screen.
Means bad, does that mean level of service, F?
So on the level of service that defined for intersections and the roadway separately, so this measures the actual travel speed on the roadway.
Okay.
So red in this case, it indicates level of
Let me
service
ask
speed.
this, Mr. Masog, is that something that we need to know for purposes of preliminary plan?
Tom Mays of the Transportation Planning Section. Madam Chair, we don't use travel time as a measure of adequacy.
Right, that's not part of our
We use the critical lane volume,
That's
and
what I'm
that
trying
is
to
very
understand.
much a planning level tool.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is just the overview. I'll also go to the level of service
I need
results.
to go, because the one thing,
Understood.
hearsay is even admissible at administrative hearing, but it has to be relevant. Okay.
Okay, got it. So next slide shows other roads. So this one shows Route 1. So basically, the point I want to make with this is that right now during afternoon peak hour, situation is already pretty bad in terms of traffic congestion in the surrounding area, especially near the development site. Next slide, please. So this one shows the most recent traffic counts at various access points to the current site, as well as Maryland 193. Shows turning movement counts. So this is based on Maryland State Highway counts, which is the basis of my analysis during the PM peak hour. Next slide, please. The next slide shows after trip generation from the proposed preliminary plan, what are the additional trips, vehicular trips, that will be loaded to the surrounding intersections and then gradually loaded to other roadways for access and for egress to the proposed sites. So this is how my analysis is done. These trips gets loaded to the roadways. They're going to increase the traffic at a series of different intersections, and that's going to influence level of service and the traffic delay at all these intersections. Next slide, please. So this one just summarizes the overall increase in traffic volume. The experts here from the county just talk about critical lane volume. So this just shows the overall percentage increase of traffic near the site because of the proposed development. So it ranges from a small amount on Route 1 to as high as actually 50% near the site. And also a little bit to the west of the site, we're also seeing somewhere between a relatively significant increase in traffic volume. That's near Rhode Island Avenue, which is a very bad intersection if you drive there in the afternoon. The thing about traffic congestion, as well as critical lane volume, as well as delay, is that when things are already bad, when you add 5-10% of additional vehicles and traffic, that translates to an exponential increase in travel delay and deterioration of level of service and intersections. Next slide. So this one just converts these increases in traffic volume into percentage increase in travel time, as well as increase in congestion delay cost all across the area. Since I understand that travel time is not part of the APFO regulation and guidelines in this county, I'll skip the slide, but just you can certainly read it for your record. There is millions of dollars of additional delay costs because of the added traffic to the roadways from the proposed site. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I just want us to stick with the issues that we have to address in terms of adequacy and impact, transportation impact. You know, apparently you've done a lot of work here, and some of it's very thorough, but we are constrained by the laws and guidelines that have been enacted for us, and that's really what I'm trying to get to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second reminder that I should go to the results that you're looking forward to seeing, as well as your colleagues. Thank you. And so this slide, as well as the next slide, which I previously planned to use, describe a very advanced simulation method that we used to derive these results. So in the interest of saving time and jumping to the results that you reminded me twice already to see, that I'll skip this slide.
And that's twice you've reminded me, I've reminded you twice.
Yes, thank you. So here is my results. Keep in mind that due to time limit, I was only able to conduct analysis for the base year. So this is only if the Bellway Plaza proposed development is done today, actually there today, what would be the impact on level of service at these impacted intersections?
Okay, so while you're taking a breath right there, I just want to make it clear, because something you said is not exactly accurate in terms of my position. I am not saying get to the bottom line. I'm not saying that, because you came here with some measure of expertise. But what I am saying is you have to get to what's relevant if you're in terms of level of service.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, not bottom line, but the relevant analysis for purposes of preliminary plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So here we're showing the level analysis at several different intersections, showing, for instance, at Maryland 193 and Rhode Island Avenue, the overall intersection level of service will go down from D to an E in the base year. Specifically, if when you look at different turning movement groups.
And is that in the AM or PM?
This is during the PM.
Okay.
Yeah. I only conducted an analysis of PM period. So the level of service for Maryland 193 eastbound movement, making that left turn onto Rhode Island Avenue northbound, level of service will go down from E. So that's actually really bad intersection, really bad approach. If you drive there during the evening peak period, it's going to go down from E to F. As you can also see that in for the intersection of Maryland 193 and Cherrywood Lane, specifically looking at Cherrywood Lane southbound traffic. So this would be the side traffic trying to use southbound Cherrywood Lane to make a turn onto Maryland 193. So that approach will go down from a level of service D to level of service F. There are also other areas where there will be problems. For instance, Maryland 193 and Cunningham Drive. This is also one of the three major existing access intersections to the site. So Cunningham Drive southbound, where traffic is going to leave the site, will go down from a level of service C to F. Other notable results would also be Maryland 193 and Maryland 201, where the left turn from Maryland...
So let me get back to Cunningham for a second.
Sure.
So the southbound on 193 in Cunningham jumps all the way from C, passes D, passes E, and goes straight to F?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Your observation is correct.
Okay.
So can you tell us why? So, and I'll give you So let me help you out here. When you write referee reports or you run simulations for academic journal articles, it's totally different than here. We have perhaps some models that may be very archaic and terrible from transportation standpoints, but that's what we have to go by. That's legally what we're bound by. So no matter if you have the best simulation model that you can look at 1 year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, and you can look at economic development, and you can simultaneously bring in other transportation nodes and stuff, it doesn't matter. What we have to look at here is a box literally we have in the report that says, here's the level of service AM, here's it in PM. It doesn't matter about times, congestion, other types of vehicles, any of that kind of stuff. So this needs to be like think of this as a very concise referee report where you look at our table and you say, here's what's wrong, here's what it should be, here's why. And then whether or not it's fixable within this context or if it was just a wrong assumption. And I think that would help us figure out, like, is it an assumption in our model that's just not good? Or is it something else that is kind of out of whack?
I really love that comment. That leads me right to the last part of my witness presentation, which is explaining why you are seeing different results in my analysis versus what you see, what you saw in the applicant's traffic impact analysis. Exactly the kind of things you mentioned. It's not because of the method difference. It's really about certain issues with assumptions and errors in the applicant's traffic impact analysis report, which I will present now. Okay, thank you very much for that comment. Next slide, please. So I skipped the next 2 slides, which shows some further details on the results for the different intersections. And I'll jump to the reasons. So this slide further summarizes my observations from my own analysis. Next slide, please. Additional observations from my own analysis. There are certain intersections that goes down all the way to E and F, while from the applicant's traffic impact study, you didn't see anything go beyond E. So why the difference? That's what I'm about to explain with the next set of slides, based on my review. For the applicant's traffic impact analysis dated January 17th, 2020. Next slide, please. The first difference is in the selection of study area. I'm familiar with the guideline for, do you have a question, Madam Chair?
So did they choose the study area or did we choose the study area? Who chose the study area?
It was determined during scoping,
Okay,
and so it was a little bit of give and take.
okay, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for
Okay.
that question. Based on the guideline for traffic impact analysis in Prince George's County, it stated that it is the responsibility of the party that conducts the traffic impact analysis upon consultation with the county staff to ensure, to select a study area where if the site traffic, so this, that has a significant potential significant impact of traffic at these intersections, if the there are more than 150 side traffic or 20% of the side traffic influencing that intersection should and shall be included in the study area. So I followed that guideline. So in my analysis on the traffic after the trip generation, there are additional intersections where there will be more than 150 vehicle trips from the proposed sites that will negatively influence the traffic at these intersections. Therefore, I included more intersections in my analysis, specifically the intersection of Maryland 193 and Rhode Island Avenue, Maryland 193 and 201, and several others where there will be significantly more traffic from the proposed preliminary site plan in my analysis. So that's one difference in that I included several additional intersections where negative impact of traffic is fairly significant. Some of these were not included in the applicant's traffic impact study. The second reason for the difference, next slide please, sir, is about background development. You are probably more familiar than this than I do already. There's a major change in the type of land use that's proposed for the site. Prince George's County guideline for traffic analysis states that we can assume the trip distribution pattern is the same as the current trip distribution pattern. So all of new trips generated from the site, they're going to go somewhere. Where do they go? That's an assumption. That assumption determines the impact at an intersection, right? So right now the land use is all retail. Majority of the traffic, based on the current trip distribution pattern and data, come from the east, from the Beltway to the east, coming from that direction. But now the proposed site plan is about adding 2,500 additional residential units. That's very different. So the people who go to that site for shopping are likely to be going there from different places from where the new owners or new renters are, where they work. Knowing that area, working at the University of Maryland, I can bet a lot of the faculty students west of the site can potentially be owners and tenants of that area. So which means a lot of that trip distribution is going to be on the west side, using Route 1 as a major access to get to the site rather than using the east. So this is an important consideration. I consider that in my analysis, but this part is, so the applicant's traffic impact study simply assumed that the trip distribution pattern, where people come, where people go, would still remain the same as the current pattern. With this kind of change of land use, I believe that assumption is very unreasonable. And it's required by the guideline for TIS that the traffic impact study needs to consider changes in major trip distribution pattern. So some details in the slide, I want to go into that kind of detail, showing other background development area that to the west of the site that were not included in the applicant's analysis, but were included in my analysis because of the new trip distribution pattern. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the part where I had a major issue with the applicant's traffic impact study. There's a lot of attacks, a lot of numbers in this. I'll make it easier for everybody here to understand. The applicant's traffic impact study predicted that with the addition of 2,500 new residential units, while the shopping commercial would remain about the same, 70,000 square feet. With 2,500 additional unit of residential units, the net new additional vehicle trips to the site was predicted as only being 245 trips, brand new trips going to the site.
So,
after adding,
hold on, I'm trying to follow you. Did they say that there would be a net of 200 new trips going to the site, or new 200 trips per that peak hour?
Per peak hour.
Okay.
So everything I talked in terms of units is the PM peak hour. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that clarification question. Okay. In their own report, they predicted also 1,500 new trips would be generated from these 2,500 additional residential units. So then only 245 additional new trips actually leave the site, either access or egress the site. So where are the people doing in these 2,500 new residential units? I mean, it's 4 to 7 in the afternoon. They cannot all be sleeping in their apartments. They need to go to work somewhere, go to school somewhere, and come back to their apartments. Upon further review of the analysis, this is why there is a huge difference between these two numbers. 1,500 trips generated and only 245 net new trips loaded to the different intersections for the traffic impact study. They made an assumption about what's called a pass-by trip. Okay, so if I have a shopping mall, I build a new coffee shop, then the people who go to coffee shop may already be going to the mall already, right? So we need to deduct some of the trip generation. That's pass-by trip. It's a standard practice in traffic impact study, understood. But this is different. We're talking about building a new residential sites in the current commercial sites. The only pass-by trip that one should only consider is if someone who goes shopping at a Beltway Plaza today, right now, actually either buy an apartment or rent the apartment from this proposed site. That would be the only true pass-by trip. And they assumed 420 of these pass-by trips. In other words, the assumption was, in their analysis, that almost 30% of these apartments will be owned or rented by people who go to that shopping mall and shop there already today. I think that assumption is very questionable. And there is also an error. the applicant's traffic impact study took 420 pass-by trips off the residential trip generation. Then again, they also took away 420 trips from the commercial retail trip generation. They deducted the 420 trips from the trip generation results twice. One should not do that. Even if it's 420, you should only deduct it once. And I'll show you how unreasonable that assumption is to deduct that twice. Because if the assumption goes from 420 pass-by trips, go above a little bit more. If the assumption was, if the pass-by trip was 543 trips, a small difference. Then their traffic impact study will then show you that there will be actually overall net trip reduction at the site, while they propose to add 2,500 new residential units. So this is a major reason of why my analysis shows results that significantly differ from their results.
Okay, let me stop you for a second because I need to ask Mr. Nelson a question. So every exhibit, because I have to mark this and accept it into the record. The first exhibit was the CV, which would be opponent's exhibit number 1. Okay, the PowerPoint would be opponent's exhibit number 2, and just as for every exhibit, excuse me?
We have it in back.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that, so you have it already?
I don't know if this is the same as what's in that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to make sure that, because every exhibit that they've submitted, I made sure that they shared, that they showed you first, and I failed to ask you whether that they have, the applicant has your exhibit. Sure. I don't, what was his question? Oh, that question, okay. Well, is it the same? Okay.
We have changed the order of the slides. Mr. Desko has these slides in different packages because we've been working on this over the last few months. We will provide to him this afternoon an electronic version of this.
So do you have it there? Can we have it printed out for them? Because
I don't have a printed out copy.
no, but maybe we can. Do we know how to do that? Because it's not fair. If we made sure that every exhibit that he
No, I
submitted
appreciate that.
was given
and
to you.
I should have had one.
Yeah.
I won't bore people that explain why we don't have a hard copy
Okay.
of this. But I can give Mr.
I think we can get,
Yes, Madam Chair, we can have that printed for you.
okay. Now? Okay, thank you. Okay. It's because they need to, both sides need to have all exhibits. Okay, okay, okay.
Thank you. I'm almost done.
Okay.
I've got a question before you go, though, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, so I want to see if I'm understanding you. Are you saying that the applicant's traffic study or
your microphone.
I'm sorry, analysis used incorrect assumptions?
So yeah, they used first. I believe they used incorrect assumptions
Okay, now,
about
all right.
pass-by trips.
Next question. What makes them incorrect? Are you saying that they're incorrect because the law in the county was not followed, or incorrect from a policy point? That's what I want to know.
So first of all, there is one thing about unreasonable assumptions, and we can debate about that.
Okay.
There is another thing about error in the technical analysis.
And that's where I'm going.
So in this case, there is an error in the technical analysis. Okay. Thank you. Next.
I mean, you may get to this, and I totally understand. So I buy a lot of your presentation now that you're focused on it, in terms of the impact, but I don't even know if it's meaningful. So that's what I want to know is, like, so I do academic research, right? And I write articles, I do all this stuff as well. And I have trouble sometimes when I go into courtrooms or different places communicating the same ideas to people because it's totally different from when we write journal articles. So what I want to be focused on here is it actually meaningful? So I do see that there's the 420 that's double counted, and it's in our staff report. I know that it's double counted in there, which may not be the right assumption. Maybe it is, I don't know. But say we add it back in, is that meaningful? Say we add the Route 1 and the Greenbelt Road in there as well. Is that meaningful? So yeah, there could be all these assumptions that you could pick away, right? Like you can always come in and pick away at everyone's article. But does it actually
result in like an actual rejection, or is it just a revise and resubmit kind of a deal? Like, so is this stuff that you can just help in terms of adding on another intersection and they make improvements, or is it something that totally tanks the transportation report and they need to go back to square one? I think that's what we're trying to find out. And then it has to be within the bounds of what we're legally bound to with the AM and PM trips. Even if you have a better simulation model, it doesn't matter. We have certain legal restrictions that we're bound to. Maybe it would be better if you would go back and help revise that. And that would be a great thing on the outside for you to help revise some of the ways that we make judgments on the outside and what we use and what goes into site selection to make it a little more refined. But for this particular case, we just need to know, given the very limited criteria that we have to consider, does it actually impact that in particular, and if it's meaningful for these kinds of assumptions?
Oh, yeah, that's an excellent question. My objective here is to present you evidence that can, and also try to ensure you that you get the accurate technical analysis that actually shows the correct results about the estimated traffic impact at intersections per Prince George's County guideline for traffic impact analysis for your decision making on this case. So that's what I'm doing here. I try to show you that there were some errors as well as questionable assumptions in applicants' traffic analysis, which render a big difference between their results and the results that I'm presenting to you, where the level of service results are fairly different. So to your great question of does it actually matter, my short answer to that question is yes, in this particular case. That's also the reason why I showed everybody at the beginning of my presentation that traffic conditions are already bad in this area. In an area where traffic is already bad, when we talk about adding an additional 420 trips or more, that's going to produce a significant impact. So the results you would see if someone go back and revise their traffic impact analysis again would likely be very different. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My two last slides. The next one. So there are some issues about trip generation. There are some issues about new trip distribution pattern, as I mentioned to you. So in this case, because of the land use pattern is totally different, the origins of and destinations of the trip going into, coming out of the sites respectively, were likely to be very different from the retail trip only situation today. If this is not considered, then I believe a specific guideline in the Prince George's County Traffic Impact Study guideline document is not complied with. Next slide. In terms of summary, some of these errors and assumptions, as well as methodological issues, that has contributed to underestimation of cited traffic impact on existing intersections. So just by correcting one area alone, adding these additional trips is going to show the net trips going up from 245 to at least 665 additional trips in the PM peak. That's a lot of trips. So this, and what does this mean to critical lane volume, which I've heard quite a few times, I'm very familiar with also on my own. So my last slide is my assessment. Last slide, please. Thank you. What does this mean to the critical lane volume results? So the critical lane volume results at all intersections considered in the applicant's traffic impact study reported were significantly underestimated, which led to underestimated deterioration in intersection level of service. There would be a significant increase in critical lane volume and consequent reduction in level of service at additional key intersections not considered at all in the applicant's traffic impact study. I listed some of those on the slides as well. Dear Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Planning Board, that concludes my presentation. Thank you for allowing me to be a witness today.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Does the board have any other questions? And Commissioner Giraldo.
I want to know specifically the errors. Not the assumptions where different people can differ, but really the errors that led to the Prince George's guidelines not being complied with. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Planning Director, who has the flash drive with this information on so we can go and make a copy?
I do.
Okay.
It's in my bag. There are also files on, okay. So do you need it right now? Okay.
I'm sorry, but.
Back to the question that Mr. Geraldo asked. So there are the differences between unreasonable assumptions and errors. I understand you want me to focus on errors. Before I get errors, I would say I do applaud that the applicant's traffic study did revise one unreasonable assumption about the mode share. Previously, in the first version I reviewed, the mode share assumption for transit was 20%. They revised that to 6%. So I've seen some changes and unreasonable assumptions already. In terms of errors, there are several, but the ones that immediately come to my mind that I would highlight again include number one, errors in trip generation. The second one is errors in, essentially it's a failure to consider the changes in the trip distribution pattern because of the new land use type.
Failure to consider the new land use in determining the trip generation.
The trip distribution pattern. So trip distribution pattern is now, should be significantly different now. Then that should be considered in the traffic impact analysis rather than assuming the trip distribution pattern is going to remain the same as what we see right now
And
today.
that's because using the current land use that's based on retail and the new use, retail only, and the new use will be retail and housing.
Correct.
Okay.
Are there other questions at this time?
So I'll just repeat my
Thank-
question.
thank you.
So I buy your analysis. I think it's fine. But when I referee articles, this is a revise and resubmit in my mind. This isn't a flat out rejection perhaps. And that's what I'm trying to get at is we have tables in the staff report, right? So my interpretation of what you're telling me, if I'm an editor in a journal and I get your referee report, my interpretation is, okay, I need to go back to the authors and I need to have them add in another row to add in the intersection of 193 and Rhode Island. I need to have them add in another row of this, and I need to have them change maybe one of the failures from B to C and one of the ones from C to F, and then they need to go back in and potentially have more mitigation in those intersections. But it's not a complete outright failure of the whole study itself. It's just that, yeah, there's different types of trips that'll be taken because there's different types of people who go into the site and coming from it. And they didn't incorporate the whole site area that might be proximate or more relevant given these types of trips. But in the end of the day, it seems like it's just a couple extra rows and more mitigation. Is that incorrect? I mean, that's how if I were the editor of the journal and I sent this to you, that's how I would be interpreting your results.
First of all, thank you very much to talk in language in my typical world. And so I believe that would be the decision of the editor, and in this case, that would be your decision. I'm presenting my evidence to you. So what I believe is that the current version of the applicant's traffic map study has some major issues and some errors in it. That's the information I want to present to you. I want to also show you, to the extent I can, given the time I have, the significance of the impact of these issues and errors on the traffic impact study results that you have reviewed previously. And then I will just show you if there is a clear question you want me to answer or you want some opinion, professional opinion from me on a specific decision you plan to make.
Do you have a revised table? So, I mean, like in our staff report, we have a table that has the background conditions existing from the actual trip itself and then the future existing conditions later on. That would be like, if you want to speak the same language to us, right? Like if I have a journal and I have a certain format that you have to put all the tables and the figures in, you haven't done that right now. And I know this is your first time coming here, at least since I've been here, so it's probably totally different kind of thing that you were expecting to do. But you don't have the things that we would have to have in this report, that maybe it's too bureaucratic or whatever it might be, but this is how we would actually make the decisions. We need these 3 tables, and we would need to know what are the correct numbers that should be revised, the additional rows that we should have in there, because that's essentially what we make our decisions on.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. If I could provide any information after the today, I'll be happy to do so.
Yeah, I don't know in timing-wise what we have to do, but yeah, no, and I appreciate the comments. I think this is helpful. I mean, it could obviously help our staff in some ways and other applicants in the future in terms of thinking about traffic in a slightly different way. So I appreciate the comments.
Thank you again for.
Thank you. And I know you have to leave, but we'll want to get your flash drive back to you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I need to get to Ms. Porter. Did you wish to speak? And then followed by Mr. Orleans. Yes.
Madam Chair, just,
But I want them to have the copy first.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just point of order, would it be appropriate for us to rebut Mr.
Yes, but I
Zangano?
thought you would like the copy first, or no? Or do you want it read back now?
We can wait. I'll let Ms. Porter go.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Molly Porter, Community Planner, City of Greenbelt. On behalf of the Greenbelt City Council, I'm here to express support with conditions for this preliminary plan. These conditions address several topics that were raised throughout our review, such
Can you
as
lower the microphone just a little bit? Thank you.
the concerns regarding housing, types of housing, number of housing, transportation issues, and recreation. The city and the applicant have come to agreement on these conditions and will enter into an MOU that will include these conditions. The city respectfully requests that this MOU be incorporated into the planning board decision as a condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, Mr. Orleans? Yeah, okay, Ms. Borden, do you want?
Yeah, sorry about that. Deborah Borden, Deputy General Counsel. There is actually an MOU that is in one of the conditions, but it relates to the provision for the park, I think, for the dedication. So our position is we don't have any problem with them including other things in that MOU. They do have to do the MOU for the dedication of the recreation space. So we were assuming that they would do one MOU that would take care of all of their issues. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Orleans, please identify yourself first. Okay, thank you.
Bill Orleans, I have no expertise. I would like to suggest for the benefit of Mr. Tedesco that I remember the woods fondly that were felled to lay the ground for what later became Beltway Plaza. They were good woods. What they were replaced with was maybe not so good. I don't oppose the redevelopment into a mixed-use area of Beltway Plaza. Indeed, I've been suggesting it to Mr. Capistan, maybe not to Mr. Wan, but another of the principals of Quantum for years. 10 or 12 years ago, when Aimco, then the owner of Spring Hill Lake, proposed redeveloping Spring Hill Lake, the suggestion was made to representatives of Quantum that they should collaborate with Aimco and redevelop what was then much of what was Greenbelt West. I still think it's a good idea, and now that Aimco is out of the picture, these new owners of Franklin Park at Greenbelt Station, a very pretentious name for a garden apartment project, would still benefit. Franklin Park ownership would benefit. Quantum would benefit from reconsidering the development of all that stretch between Cherrywood and Edmiston and Kenilworth Avenue. I don't oppose all development or redevelopment. I oppose the concept of any development is good development. And what Quantum is doing, I think, is good for Quantum, but not good development for the county or certainly not the city of Greenbelt. The redevelopment they propose has no relationship to the apartments at Franklin Park. It has no relationship to Berwyn Heights on the south side of Greenbelt Road. It's just something, notwithstanding the slogans that were used earlier about very cool slogans, concepts, connectivity, a sense of place, those pretty images we saw in the video. There's no relationship to real community. And while I'm aware that the board is constrained by a number of factors, which I don't happen to agree you should be constrained by, and that there are limits to what you can do, or frankly, from my perspective, want to do, since I believe this is an applicant's-driven process, and the board generally is supportive of what the applicants want to do. Nonetheless, you could encourage the kind of collaboration that I think we all would have benefited from 10 or 12 years ago. It's not too late. Mr. Tedesco referred to the community engagement over the course of the last week, pop-ups in Beltway Plaza. It's interesting, they were announced at the city council meeting last week. I was there. I knew nothing about them until he announced them today. A real community engagement would be letting people know in advance that we're going to come and talk about a vision for the future of what we know as Beltway Plaza, what we know as Spring Hill Lake, Franklin Park Apartments, and have real community discussion, a vision of what should be there in the future. Anyway, without any expertise, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Orleans. Okay. Okay, so I don't think you have your copy yet, so do you want to wait, or do you want, or I can call on some of the speakers?
I think we're ready.
Okay. Okay. So do you want to present Mr. Lenhart, or are you cross-examining? Or is he...
I'm just going to present Mr. Lenhart. I don't think there's a need to cross-examine. I think the commissioners did a good job of their own cross-examination to highlight some of the issues. But I will call Mr. Lenhart, who has been previously qualified as an actual expert in the field of transportation impact analysis, not policy analysis, which I think we heard in 45 minutes of policy analysis. It'd also be interesting to hear from your transportation planning staff with respect to some of the comments that were made. But Mr. Lenhart will present, and then after his presentation, I would like to have a moment just to conclude. Rebuttal from Mr. Zhang, if I could. Before Mr. Lenhart actually goes through the oral testimony rebuttal, we do have a written rebuttal from what was in your backup, and I would like to have that marked as applicant's exhibit. I think we're up to 15. 16.
16? Okay.
I do have a number of copies.
Can you see if you see this name on it? Oh, yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's here.
So again, just for the record, applicant's exhibit 16 is a written response to the material that Mr. Nelson submitted that was added to your backup. And then Mr. Lenhart will address Mr. Zhang's oral testimony verbally.
Okay, so we have Mr. Lenhart's rebuttal to the Mr. Zhang's presentation that was incorporated into the backup. It's not exactly the same as what was presented today. I think the order has been changed. But anyway, we have the response, and we're going to accept that into the record as applicant's exhibit number 16. Okay, Mr. Lenhart.
Good evening. For the record, Michael Lenhart.
Can you?
Yes, Michael Lenhart with Lenhart Traffic Consulting. Office at 614 B&A Boulevard, Suite 214, Severna Park, Maryland, 21146. I'll try to be as concise as possible, but there were a lot of things put on the record indicating errors and omissions and incorrect assumptions, and so I'd like to address all of those and as respectfully as possible disagree with the testimony that was put on the record, and I intend to, through my responses, show that Mr. Zhang, or Dr. Zhang, while he may be an expert in some areas of policy,
too far from the microphone.
some areas of policy and different things, I do not believe, based on his testimony, that he has any understanding or expert basis in traffic impact studies or the adequate public facilities ordinance of Prince George's County. And so with that said, I'll try to go through. Now, the exhibit that Mr. Tedesco just put on the record was a written response dated February 17th, 2020, responding to Dr. Zhang's comments that were dated February 7th, 2020. And that was the latter half of his presentation were the comments that I responded to here. The first 5, 6, 7 slides that he had were new slides that I had not seen. Those slides mostly related to a RITIS, R-I-T-I-S, application. It's a software application that it's a data source that compiles and stores data of speeds along arterial roadways and different roadways throughout the state. That, while it may have interesting use in certain areas, it has no bearing whatsoever in traffic impact studies or in Prince George's County's adequate public facilities requirements. Never have I seen it used in any traffic impact studies or a setting such as this. And again, it may be interesting, but it is not something that is considered on record in this venue.
So just, Mr. Leonard, just to clarify, what data source do you use then? When you're feeding into like your simulation models, what are you feeding? Is it census data on?
We do actual traffic counts. So, so the process is we do a scoping agreement with staff. We agree on the scope of the study. We do traffic counts at those intersections. We use critical lane volume analysis at signalized intersections. We use highway capacity software analysis at unsignalized intersections.
Okay.
And then in some cases, we'll do link analysis. It's not really applicable here, but in some cases we will.
So you collect your own data at the different intersections?
That's correct.
So so just to kind of back up, I don't think he was attacking you professionally. And I do this all the time in academia, and if people aren't familiar with academics, which he is, it can be like almost, it's almost like it's an attack, or it's a question of like your expertise or whatever. It's a regular kind of back and forth that you go, and it can get really combative, but then you go and have beers afterwards or whatever. Like, it's totally fine. So what I'm interested in is the difference between the samples. If you were to take it on a different day that it was raining or there's an event in DC or somewhere else, would that impact your sample?
Traffic fluctuates from day to day. It might be 5% lower one day, 5% higher another day. You might have an accident somewhere down the street that causes traffic to reroute and go through an area. And in cases like that, hopefully we're able to catch it, understand it, and do new counts because there's something in the area that's caused an inaccurate data count.
So how would you, I guess what makes your data better than the data that he gets? Would be my simple question.
His data is, it's a software on a screen. He didn't collect it. He went to an application online. He clicked a button and it showed something. We collected it. We have counts from different days at different intersections that we've been able to look at and validate that the counts are pretty similar, pretty close. We've looked at state highway turning movement counts at adjacent nearby intersections that show that the data that we have is very, very similar across time frames.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, it's a little bit different though. I understand the software part or whatever, but if I were to take his software and I would just drill down to like the exact day that you guys took it and the exact time that you took it, would I get like a similar number using his software, or is his just sort of a simulation?
It's apples and oranges, complete apples and oranges.
Okay.
And the software he referenced here today is not mentioned anywhere in your guidelines, your code, state highways guidelines, or requirements for impact studies. I worked for State Highway for 10 years. I've been in the private sector for 20 years. I've probably done over 1,000 studies and never seen that used. So
Okay, so I think this is just a difference in how you do it from an academic standpoint and a practitioner standpoint.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so that was the first 5, 6 or so pages of his slides. And then we got into the things that I prepared written testimony on. One was the study area. Dr. Zhang testified that the guidelines say that studies shall include intersections that have 20 or more %, and that's not accurate. The guidelines say should generally include, and we look at that with transportation planning staff. We look at the area, we look at adjacent access routes and travel patterns, and we come up with a proposed scope of work. Sometimes they agree, sometimes they don't. But at the end of the day, we come up with an approved scoping agreement by planning staff, and that's what our study is based upon, and that's how the guidelines are written. And we have had numerous conversations with Mr. Masog throughout this to ensure that we provide data to satisfy the approved scope. Mr. Masog has gone above and beyond and studied 5 additional intersections that were not included in the scope of work, and that's included in the staff report. And as testified by Mr. Tedesco, City of Greenbelt asked for even more intersections. We added 6 additional intersections at the City of Greenbelt's request. Every intersection passed, not even close to being a failure. And again, level of service A through E is acceptable inside the Capitol Beltway. And so, and I should also note that the traffic impact study that we have on record, the last traffic impact study was dated January 17th. That contained the latest letter that we have from State Highway Administration commenting on the initial traffic study that we did. And that State Highway letter was November 21st, 2019. In that letter, and there's 5 internal divisions at State Highway that review this. This is not just one person cranking out a letter. Several of the divisions made comments. Traffic Forecasting Division concurs with the trip distribution and assignment methodology. Travel forecasting is the Department of State Highway Administration that projects future traffic when they're looking at building major roadway projects, when they're looking at traffic impact studies and assessing future traffic volumes. That is the office that specifically oversees and reviews that information. They concurred with our trip distribution and assignment. Traffic Development Support Division, they concur with the scope area and study intersections. They concur with the background approved developments, concur with the trip generations and distributions, and State Highway has generally agreed with the findings in our traffic impact study. All of which Dr. Zhang indicated was done incorrectly. Just bear with me because I want to make sure I address all of the points that were brought up. And if you have questions along the way, please.
Going west, and only two net new 200 trips,
245?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an error on Dr. Zhang's part, and I will explain that.
Because, I need to know why.
And I will get to that. First of all, the background developments, Dr. Zhang referenced approved projects in the Route 1 corridor and the Route 1 sector plan, that some of the projects he referenced are 2 to 3 miles away. Some of them are not yet approved, and most of them are student housing projects. And I've worked on many of those, and none of those projects did we include background developments in Greenbelt. And I've talked with Mr. Masog and planning staff, and they concur with the background developments that we had in our traffic impact study. And Dr. Zhang's recommendation is not appropriate. The trip generation. So the error that Dr. Zhang made in asserting that there's only
Okay,
two...
Mr. Lenhart, you're soft-spoken, so don't wander too far from that.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
The error that Dr. Zhang made in asserting that there was only 245 new trips, that he's saying in the PM peak hour that our traffic study only added 245 new trips. That is incorrect. Dr. Zhang looked at our trip generation exhibit. It's Exhibit 7 in our traffic impact study. In that exhibit, we counted all of the existing traffic volumes at the existing 800,000 square foot shopping center. We totaled those up, and we had an informational line that showed how much traffic is currently being generated by the 800,000 square foot shopping center. And that was 2,334 evening peak hour trips. And that was the number that he referenced in his testimony. 2,334 is just an informational number to show how much traffic is coming in and out of the existing center. That includes pass-by trips, and it includes primary trips. The 2,579 number that is in our Exhibit 7 that Dr. Zhang referred to is the new primary trips that would be generated by a 700,000 foot center and 2,500 residential units. That does not include pass-by trips in it. So Dr. Zhang tried to take apples and oranges and make a comparison and say that we only added 245 new
Let
trips.
me make sure, because you all speak transportation language, I'm not that fluent. So the 2,334 PM peak hour trips that Dr. Zhang referenced
Yes.
includes the background and the pass-through,
It includes pass-by from the existing 800,000
Right.
square foot shopping center.
Okay. And the 2,579 does not. That's just the new primary
It
trips.
does not include pass-by, and
Okay.
it's only for a 700,000 square foot shopping
Okay, got
center.
it.
So
Okay.
one of the difficulties we had in preparing the study is that the existing center is 800,000 square feet. It's going to be reduced to 700. How do we subtract the traffic that's going to be taken out by the reduction of that 100,000 square feet? It would be a wild assumption on where that traffic is subtracted from. So we left it in. We didn't subtract it. Transportation planning staff noted in their findings that we kept traffic in there for 800,000 square feet, which probably overestimated the amount of traffic that was going to be generated by this proposal because we didn't subtract for it. And so the 245 trips that Dr. Zhang represented in his testimony is a made-up number. It's an apples to oranges number. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything. If you take a look at our Exhibit 8A in our study, which is it was a trip assignment for the residential traffic. We actually, in that exhibit, we added 1,208 trips in the morning peak hour and 1,015 trips in the evening peak hour to the study intersection. I guess if Dr. Zhang would have turned one more page, he would have seen what we added to the actual study intersections. And I don't mean to be flip, but I just want to point out that his testimony had many errors in it and flaws. And so I think his summary sheet, he indicated that we should have included 665 PM peak hour trips, and in fact, we included 1,015 PM peak hour trips. And so I couldn't disagree with his testimony any stronger. But
So you included way more. He said what number?
he said at least 665. We had 1,015.
Okay.
He talked about internal trips and that we subtracted internal trips twice. That is not accurate. In order to calculate internal traffic, he used the Institute for Transportation Engineers as a trip generation manual. In that manual, it contains methodologies for calculating internal or multi-use trips. So if you have a mixed-use project, you have office, retail, residential, ITE provides methodologies to calculate how much traffic is going to be interacting between those uses and how much is going to be off-site. The table that we prepared showed it twice once under residential, once under retail, so we could show the interrelation between those two uses, the retail and residential. It wasn't subtracted twice. It was applied correctly. We've done this many, many times. It's been accepted many, many times. Mr. Masak's shaking his head yes.
So how was it not subtracted twice though? Because when I'm looking at the table, it looks like it was. And even if it was, like you still have a difference of a positive difference of 350 units. So it's only 70 off of whatever he said. So it's not that much of a difference because he underestimated the PM trips that you have that are higher. So I think it's still, it rules in your favor for that, but how is it not subtracted twice? Because when I'm looking at it, it's most certainly subtracted twice. It's 1,500 minus 420, minus 65, which gives you 1,015. There's no positive value in here. The net is done twice.
I understand completely how it would look that way when you look at that. If you could turn to, and I apologize, the exhibit that Mr. Tedesco put on the record doesn't have individual page numbers, but it's 1, 2, well, it's a response to comment number 4. It's on.
This might be something going forward. If this is not a problem, if it's not actually counted twice, we need to actually include a footnote in these tables. Because the same darn thing happens on the other side of the table for the in-out AM peak hour trips as well. And it's not clear at all that it's not being counted twice. So we need to include a footnote that these aren't being counted twice, that they're, to explain it, if this is the case. Just reading this, I would totally agree with his testimony that it is counted twice, but I'm open to.
Understood. So if you have residential and retail, and they each generate 1,000, well, if you look at the top of page 5 there, it shows better our comment response to number 4, and it shows the internal relation between the two uses, the residential and retail. So the retail is generating 420 trips, right? 110 are in, 310 are out. But they're going to the residential and from the residential, and that's where the trips occur. And I mean, it's applied properly. It's taken right out of the ITE guidelines, and I would look to Mr. Masag to confirm for you that it was done properly.
Okay, but I'm still wondering, when I'm looking at, so I understand the diagram and that there's some relationship between the two uses because they're co-concurring on the site. But in the table in the staff report, when we have this, we're subtracting out 420 and 110 from both of them. So should we be adding it in? If we're subtracting 310 and we're adding 310 down below, then that would net out to not actually have any sort of an impact there. Because it looks like we're subtracting the 420 twice. So when you add up the total number of 2514, it maybe should be 2934. I don't know. I don't know why we subtracted twice.
Mr. Mesa?
Yes, we can explain that better in the future. Today, as far as today goes, though, in this case, for instance, we subtract 310 inbound trips from the residential. We subtract that same 310 trips outbound from the retail. They have to balance throughout the table. And if we had several uses, this would be repeated several times.
Okay, it's still, from like a net standpoint, if I'm an accountant, I would say you're double counting this twice in like a net standpoint. I understand like the gross that you're looking at two separate uses, but when they're when they're right on top of each other, so this might be different if you have two different sites within the development, right? I don't know from a professional standpoint if they're on top of each other with the mixed uses, if that changes, and if we should be counting them in both tables themselves. Because if the retail is on top of the residential, then perhaps we shouldn't be counting it twice within there. We should only be counting it once because it is essentially the same, it's the mixed use. It's within there.
But we count both of those uses per typical suburban rates that are published in the guidelines.
So maybe this would help.
That's the issue.
Maybe I'm trying to struggle with what, because I understand it's some could be a little difficult to comprehend, but if you had a residential neighborhood by itself and somebody wanted to get a jug of milk, they got to drive out to a store, they got to get in their car and they drive back, right? But if you have, and that's twice, but if you have mixed use, you've got residential retail together, the person never gets in the car. They walk to get their milk, they walk back. And so so the trip gets subtracted out of the person that's walking to the store, and it gets subtracted because a car never goes on the network. So it comes out of the retail, it comes out of the residential, and then it comes out again when that person goes back home, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would just view those as canceling themselves out, though.
Yeah,
Like, if
exactly.
and in here, you're subtracting it twice from the numbers. Like, I go 1,500 minus 420 minus 65, I get to 1,015. I go 220, or 2,293 minus 420, minus 375, and that gets me to 1,499. So it's been subtracted twice out of there, which I don't know if it should be subtracted twice, and that's what I'm not clear, because I don't know how you guys do this, and it's not clear from the table. So I think it's a reasonable question of like, why? Because that impacts everything else that we do, right? That impacts like whether or not we have too many site trips in there, and it's not obvious to me. And I understand they're separate sites, but these are not separate sites, they're the same place, so you shouldn't be subtracting it twice.
Yeah.
I may be able to help. Deborah Borden, I think that the issue is that the standard for doing this calculation by the ITE standard says that you take these groups or classes of uses separately and you add them up. Okay, so you can't do a mixed use calculation. There is no such thing. You have to do a residential calculation, and then you have to do a commercial calculation. And you must smoosh them together, and boom, that's your number. That's what they're doing. They are canceling out some of the trips that will be made by people going to or going from residential to retail within the site. Because there's no other way to do it, because the protocol is they must be calculated separately. There is no other way to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem there. I think we need to clarify that in.
If I could expound just a little bit to try to give some comfort with the methodology. If you have a house and if you have a convenience store and they are a mile apart, that house will generate, let's say, 9 trips a day. The convenience store will generate 1,000 trips a day. And so when I go to get a gallon of milk at the convenience store, I make a trip from the house. That trip ends up at the convenience store. Then when I go back home with my milk, again, there's a trip from the convenience store and there's a trip back to my house. Now, if I could smush these two uses together so that they're close enough so I don't have to drive, that is 1 trip out from my house and 1 trip back to my house that needs to be subtracted. And so instead of generating 7 trips a day, instead of generating 9 trips a day, we're generating 7. And the same thing with the convenience store. My trip in and my trip out have to be subtracted. And so that convenience store, instead of generating 1,000 trips, generates 998 trips.
Because it is, as Ms. Borden indicated, because there's no way to do it all together, so you have to do them separately. And
That's my problem, is that these are not independent land uses that are completely separate. They're on top of each other, and I don't know if we should be doing it this way, but if it's the standards, that's fine, but we need to put this in a darn footnote. Because these are not, we don't have commercial over here and residential over here on this site. They are literally on top of each other. And it is not the same. It may be that we need to revise these standards later, but it's very different than what we have been dealing with for the past 15 years in transportation in terms of how you should be calculating it.
And we will do this in the future. I see where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Where are we, Mr. Lenhart?
Dr. Zhang indicated that the state improvements on Route 1 corridor were going to change the travel patterns in the area, and that the project would change the travel patterns in the area. In fact, the state Route 1 project, it's not a capacity project, it's basically a safety project. They're going to widen the travel lanes a little bit to make them safer. They're going to put a median in to eliminate left turns at driveways, and they're going to put bike lanes in. It's not a capacity improvement. It won't change the travel patterns in the area. Our trip assignment and distribution was done appropriately. It was done based on the scoping agreement. State Highway specifically commented that they concur with the way it was applied. I'd like to spend just a moment talking about the transit. As indicated in the original scoping agreement, we coordinated with staff and we assumed a 20% transit ridership for the new residential uses. That assumption was for bus and metro rail, metro bus and metro rail, and it was based upon several things. WMATA had a 2005 ridership survey that they conducted that looked at metro rail stations around the metro region, specifically within a half mile of the metro stations, and they developed transit ridership rates within that half mile for office, retail, and residential uses. And their findings were that out to a half a mile from the station, residential developments had a 31% metro rail ridership. It didn't go beyond a half a mile, didn't say what happens at a mile, so we started with that. WMATA also had a 2017 annual sustainability report that was, the source of that was the 2015 Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments State of the Commute. That report stated that the transit ridership in the DC metro region was 20%, an average of 20%. And it didn't differentiate between metro rail and metro bus, just 20%. However, WMATA has other information that says that inside the Capital Beltway, buses, but metro bus gets about a 6% ridership rate. And therefore, given the fact that this is good access, good proximity to the Greenbelt Metro Station, there are 4 metro bus lines that go along all 3 frontages of this property, with stops on all 3 frontages, and one of them goes into the site and stops inside the site at several locations. 2 of those bus lines go directly to the Greenbelt Metro Station with average headways of 11 minutes per bus. That's outstanding metro service to the rail station. Several others go to Twinbrook Metro Station and New Carrollton Metro Station. And we felt, based on all of that information, that a 20% was a reasonable transit number. However, we were getting a lot of questions about it in the community, in the city, and so rather than argue over it, we talked with Mr. Masog and agreed that we would provide an updated report. My initial discussions with Mr. Masog was that we should use a 10% transit, which is what Dr. Zhang had indicated should be 5 to 10%. Rather than using 10%, we used 6%, which is straight from WMATA's information that says bus ridership only, ignoring the metro rail station, is 6%. And so we use 6%, everything passes with flying colors. I just wanted to point out that we really took conservative measures with this. And were there any other questions that you feel I haven't hit upon?
I think mine were answered. I don't know about anybody else up here.
Oh, I could, some other, sorry, you probably want me to get out of here, but some of Dr. Zhang's exhibits talked about certain movements
Where do they do-
Level of service at certain movements, that's not how your guidelines are written. They're written in critical lane volume, which looks at the overall intersection. Again, has no bearing whatsoever on your standards. And some of the information, I couldn't ascertain exactly what it was intended to be. So I think that covers my notes, but if you have any questions.
Okay, does the board have any questions of Mr. Lenhart at this time?
This is very
Okay.
helpful, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Very brief question, ma'am.
For Mr. Lenhart?
Yes.
Can you give, where's the other microphone? Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Leonard, I'll be very brief. I know it's late, but I just wanted to ask you, you said that you did your firm did your own traffic counts.
Okay, now, don't wave the microphone, okay?
I want to direct your attention to that.
That's correct.
All right. And it's true, is it not, that State Highway, in their comments on your report, observed that your traffic counts were low?
That's not, you're misrepresenting their comment. There was an imbalance between two intersections, a small imbalance. They noted it, but their report said that they concurred with our results and our findings.
Well, I'm directing to page 6, case 1, where they said at intersection number 9, the existing PM eastbound right turn volumes are low compared to the most recent available count on the ITMS database.
The state was, we did look at
Let me
that.
finish the thought. The
Okay,
2000
but let me follow you too.
Yeah, I wanna
Where,
follow you, too.
where are you? The letter from the State Highway Administration, is that where you are?
I think it's quoted in Mr. Lenhart's revised report at page 6. I'll let the witness get there. Case number 1.
Which comment?
Is this the document we just received?
Applicant, Exhibit 16?
Is that what you're looking at, Mr.
No, no,
Mason?
no, no.
16?
No, the 16 was the submission to this.
Right.
This is one of the Mr. Lenhart's reports that were submitted into the planning record earlier in the case.
Okay.
So this is his revised report. I believe it's the December 24 report or the January 17. I think it's December 24. But it's case 1 at page 6.
Is it in the staff report?
It's in 16, comment number 8.
Okay.
Exhibit 16.
Comment
Okay.
number 1, you mean? Is that what you said case
I
1?
look over
you
your
mean-
shoulder, just, I don't want to look at your notes. Right, that's right. Comment
I think
number-
that's what you're
misspoke.
referring
I'm
to.
sorry.
Yes, so State Highway, one of their comments in the initial, their initial review was that at intersection 9, which is Maryland 193 at Cherrywood Lane, they said that the eastbound evening peak hour right turn volume on the eastbound Maryland 193 approach appeared to be low compared to the most recent available count on the state's database. And the state was referring to a 2016 count in their database, and they said that that showed a 455 eastbound right turn volumes for the same movement that we counted 147. We went back and we pulled the exact traffic count that they were referring to off of their database, and we looked at that traffic count, and the movement that they are referring to was only 34 vehicles, not 455. I believe that their comment was an error, and we have addressed that. I have the information straight out of their own database. Sometimes they do make comments that are incorrect. We've addressed that in this revised traffic study to address that comment for them. And we have several counts at that location, in fact, and none of our counts match up with the volume that they indicated. It matches up with the volume that they had in their database, actually.
So let me just summarize. It's so late. You're saying that Professor Zhang was wrong in using his methodology to compute the traffic, and you're saying State Highway was wrong in comment number 1 at page 6 of your report. You're saying
Two
that there
completely
was-
different issues. Yes, Dr. Zhang was wrong in his testimony and his application of the guidelines. State Highway's comment was an error We've provided them with a response to that. We have confirmed that in fact that was an error. We have several of our own counts to confirm, and we've looked at their own count that shows that they were reading it. Whoever wrote that comment misread their traffic count.
All right, what about comment 2? They suggested you increase the count in the eastbound direction, did they not, by 130?
They
suggest that?
They said that it could have been increased by 130 vehicles. Sometimes there are, this is suggesting that there's an imbalance in traffic volume on eastbound 193 between two of our study intersections. Sometimes there are imbalances, and those occur because sometimes there's driveways in between, commercial driveways, that pulls traffic out of the road or adds it back. That can cause an imbalance. We do 3 hours worth of counts in the morning and evening peak hour. And we always use the highest 1 hour within those 3 hours. So one intersection might have a peak hour of 4:30 to 5:30 in the evening. Another one might have a peak hour of 5 to 6. We use the highest to make sure that we are covering the worst case scenario, but that causes an imbalance because we're using slightly different peak hours. And they said it could have been increased. They didn't say it should be increased or you have to increase it. And even if we did, it would not impact the results of our study whatsoever.
I have a lot more. I think it's 5:45. I think Professor Zhang has laid out our case on traffic. Mr. Lenhart has laid out his case. They have the burden of proof. I'm going to argue the burden of proof at the end of the day. So I'll in the interest of trying to complete this case, I'll move on to the next part of our case. If that's
Thank you.
I have a
Okay.
question, however.
Of whom, Mr. Lenhart?
Yes. So I see that they have the comments and then your response. Were these responses sent to Maryland Department of Transportation? Your responses to
Dr. Li Zhang?
Yes.
They were not.
So, okay.
Because these are Dr. Zhang's comments. The state highway had, all the comments that Dr. Zhang had were reflected nowhere in the state highway's comments. The state reviewed, approved, agreed with all of our findings. Staff has agreed. The cities and their engineer has agreed. So we see no reason to send this to anybody. And again, I've pointed out where his errors are. Enough said. Thank you for indulging me, though. I appreciate
Questions
it.
of Mr. Lenhart? Okay, Mr. Nelson, you still have people here, so how about we let them speak, or do you want to proceed in a different order? Or do you have an order in which you would like to call them?
I know everyone's exhausted. I prefer to go first because I think
Okay.
that it's going to streamline their testimony. I do believe that
Okay.
sincerely.
Okay.
So if we could first, Mason
And let me
Nelson.
ask you this, are you okay, or do you need a few minutes? or
No, I'm
anything?
fine.
Okay.
Mason Nelson, on behalf of the protestants, let me just identify my clients generally. I want to bring up a map to show you where they all live and the property they own. But generally, I represent the protestants in this case. And if we could go to the second slide, we'll see the next slide. This is, can you blow that up a little bit more? This is, I was trying to present a fuller picture of the neighborhood because a lot of the plans are focused on the footprint of the Beltway Plaza. Some of staff's plans include some of Franklin Park. But this image includes all of Franklin Park and includes the Spring Lake Elementary School up to the north, you can see there. It includes the Greenbelt Middle School to the east. And these are the people on whom I'm speaking today. And forgive me, they're signed up. I just want to make sure that some of them had to leave.
If they've left, I still have them noted here, signed up, and as opponents.
All right, okay, let me just say their names and just so we have a record of it. Shannon Michaels.
Okay, wait a minute now. Do I have that name here?
I sure hope you do.
I don't see that name. Shannon Michaels?
Shannon Michaels, 9001 Breezewood Terrace, apartment 301. If it's not, we'll fill out a form.
It's not on this list.
I can fill it out.
It's not on the list you gave us, I don't think.
Is that person still here?
No, the list I gave you were the people who are going to actually testify
Okay.
in person. I'm identifying the people I'm here on behalf who, when we prepared that list, weren't here. So those are the people who are going to actually testify.
Okay.
I just want to put on the record the people
Oh,
I'm
who you're representing, okay.
just so there's
Okay.
I have the words in the record.
Okay.
Shannon Michaels, 9001 Breezewood Terrace, apartment 301. Judith Rubenstein, 6007 Spring Hill Drive, apartment 303. Angela and Carlton W. Stewart, 9015 Breezewood Terrace, apartment 301. The owners of the Franklin Park apartment complex. The formal name is Empyrean Village of Maryland, LLC. The principals are Ralph Ryder, who's here tonight. The other principal is Joe Kazanovsky. These are all persons of record. Mr. Kazanovsky is not here, but I'm speaking on his behalf as his representative. In addition, Ashley Robinson, 9310 Evanston Road, apartment 103. Karen Brown, 5914 Cherrywood Terrace. Those are the people here I'm here on behalf of, and their fundamental objections are traffic and the school issue. So let me, looking at, and I have a
Are
copy.
they opposed? They're opposed to the impact fees?
They're imposed to the school overcrowding issue and the traffic, and I have a copy of this exhibit for Mr. Tedesco if he wants it now. Do you want that now?
Let me turn, are we allowed to address the issue of school overcrowding once the law changed?
Madam Chair, Deborah Borden for the Office of General Counsel. The issue of school overcrowding would be irrelevant because it's not included in the APF that we're allowed to entertain for this case.
Are you making a different argument about the schools other than APF?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and it's not going to pertain to overcrowding?
No. Here's our point. Number one, the ordinance, I'm familiar with the amendment to the ordinance. I'm familiar with the provision about the fee, the concept you pay as you go. I'm familiar with all that.
Okay.
I'm not revisiting that.
Okay.
But the ordinance requires the planning board to evaluate the schools. Staff did so, meaning the enrollment in the schools. Staff did so in the staff report.
Okay.
We all know that.
Okay.
There are errors in that presentation, which we want to correct. And then our legal argument also is that 24 hours ago, there was an application for 3 variations. We argue they still need a variation for the access to 193. We argue that they don't meet the test for a variation because one of the requirements, and I'll get into this in greater detail, I'm just trying to give you a preview of why I say it's relevant, is they have to show that there's no, I'm paraphrasing, adverse effect on the public welfare. That's a paraphrasing from memory. We say it's relevant to the variation request, which we say is required in these circumstances, notwithstanding the fact that the attorney for the applicant has withdrawn the request last night. Let me be clear, we are making the legal proposition that the subdivision regulations require variations for each of the 3 access points to MD 193. We are making that position as precisely as I can make it. The law requires a variation. And now, then we have to get into the test for a variation, which is separate from the adequate public facilities. And one is, I'm paraphrasing, no adverse effect on the public welfare. And we're going to present evidence that there will be a significant adverse effect on the public welfare, especially with respect to Spring Lake Elementary School. And we have facts to support that assertion. So that's why we assert it's relevant.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow you, so I want to make sure I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
So you said that you still believe that the 3 variations are required, number 1.
Yes.
Number 2, that you don't think they meet the legal criteria for the variations.
For a variety of reasons,
Right.
but but one of the reasons is relevant to the school piece.
Okay, okay.
Right, which is the public welfare piece. These are major, significant legal issues that we're going to push. Because I believe in these issues. All right. So,
Your mic's not on.
If I may, the three variations you're referring to, are you specifically referring to a separate variation for each of the three access points, or are you referring to the three variations originally submitted with the project for three different issues?
all right, so the question council, staff is asking is, what do I mean when I say plural? When I say three variations, I am describing the variation the law requires for the access on 62nd Street. That's on the east end. So on Cunningham, which is in the middle, and for the right in, right out, non-signalized access between Cunningham and Cherrywood. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you, if you want to refer to that as a variation, I think it was three separate variations, but that's what I'm referring to. All right? All right.
You have a question? Okay.
The theme of my client's case is this project is a moving target. There are rules and schedules in the system that are designed to allow staff to review the application, to allow interested citizens to review the application, and there have been repeated amendments at the last minute, and there were even more in the last 18 hours. There have been errors in deferring issues to the detailed site plan. These are legal points we assert, and we fundamentally assert, and I'll explain why, that this case is not ripe for consideration on a preliminary plan. It's not ready. In terms of the themes also, our theme is too much traffic, doesn't satisfy the regulations, and the overcrowding of the schools. We also assert, of course, that they fail to meet the test for whether you call it one variation or three for the access to MD 193. Those are all fundamental, hard legal issues. Let me just make the record clear. This is an issue we're not raising. We are not arguing my clients didn't get adequate notice of this application. We have reams of notice. We've had multiple meetings with the applicant. I don't want to tell you how many meetings I've been to and heard presentations. We know the facts. We have the notice. We're not raising that argument. Now, let me first talk about the variation piece. In the beginning, there was an application for three variations: 62nd, Cunningham, and this non-signalized right in, right out. We submitted comments in December 2019 opposing those variations, and we presented the legal argument. Then, on I think it was December 24th, the applicant submitted a revised plan, and it was tough to give a revised plan that was materially different because this one only had two access points to MD 193. It had 62nd and Cunningham, and it eliminated the right in, right out. Not there. So I said, oh my word, should we retool the different plan? We submitted a new opposition on the variation on January 3. January 16th is 35 days before today, which is the deadline for new material. And the point I'm trying to make here is the plan that is before this body today has two access points for MD 193. And you can confirm this with staff. We have the plan. I'm going to show it to you in a moment. It shows 62nd Street and Cunningham, and it doesn't show the right in, right out. So I'll just make that point. That plan was submitted December 24th, 2019 with two access points. It's never been modified, even after the 35-day deadline. Now, the the applicant argued today, look, we don't need these, you know what? After all this work, after all this legal analysis, the applicant says, we don't even need a variance. It was all for naught. We disagree. We say a variance for those three access points, whether it's 2 or 3, is required in accordance with subdivision regulation 24-121, and I'll just read the first sentence. The planning board shall require that proposed subdivisions conform to the following. When lots are proposed on land adjacent to an existing or planned roadway of arterial or higher classification, they shall be designed to front on either an interior street or service road. They don't meet that requirement. Staff report said they don't meet the requirement, and that's why they applied for the variation. Let me go to the next slide, please, and I want to just express, this is the 35, next slide, please.
This is a different, this is your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so I need to get that in the record too and afterwards.
Right, I have a hard copy. And we have,
Okay,
yeah, we'll
okay.
do it. All right. And next, this is this body's process guidelines, and we all know what it says on the next page. We've highlighted. Next page, please. Well, I'll give it to him right now.
Okay.
It's,
Did you give it to him?
yes.
Yeah.
All right. This rule is designed to help staff and help citizens, I assert. 35-day deadline. That deadline was January 16th. Reports were filed on January 21, the revised traffic impact analysis with a point-by-point response. And this is a document that addressed the three access points, 62nd, Cunningham, and the right-in, right-out, but there's no underlying preliminary plan showing that. Another violation of the 35-day rule is this magical modification of the condition of the finding in respect to the stormwater. We'll get to that in a moment. Where they last night or 2 days ago changed the finding from expired to current. We'll come back to that. Let's go to the next slide. I want to show you what's in the preliminary plan. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the most recent preliminary plan document, which shows the two access points. This is what I was referring to. It shows 62nd there and Cunningham to the west, and it doesn't show the right-in, right-out further to the west. All right, next slide, please.
Let me stay there for a second. Okay, show
I'm
me.
sorry.
So it doesn't show the right-in, right-out, you're saying?
That's
Okay.
my point. I mean,
Okay.
and this is the base document that is the subject of the application for the preliminary plan. It doesn't show one of the access points. So I'm thinking to myself, I've been trained to think at the preliminary plan phase, that's when you focus on the traffic issue. When we get to the DSP, I've made an argument about traffic, say, Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry, but we decided that preliminary plan, that's done. That's the way the world works. All right, so I said, this is my opportunity to discuss traffic. There's a disconnect between the application for preliminary plan, which shows two access points, and the traffic assessment, which we'll show you next two slides, please. This is just Mr. Lenhart's report. Now you'll see that this is Exhibit 2 of his report, which shows on the right 62nd. It's not to scale, but it's representative. Then Cunningham, and then 10 and 11 that's the right in, right out, but it's spread out just so you can see it visually. But the point is, there's this fundamental disconnect between the plans.
So what you're saying is that the traffic analysis is based in part on the fact that there's 3 access points vis-a-vis only 2?
Microphone.
Right, and what's before you is a plan with 2. There's no, I mean, we got last night a revised condition, there's no revised plan, right? It's not, if it's there, I'm prepared to be educated, but we've spent a lot of time on this issue. We're trying to nail this point down. To me, it's a fundamental legal deficiency.
So I may be just totally missing this, but where's the third access point? Like what's the street name? Because I'm only
It's
seeing
between Cunningham,
62nd and Cunningham.
All right,
Where's
so
the third one?
the third one in the plan, preliminary plan, or in this traffic document?
Either one of
When
them.
All
you're
right, let's go
discussing-
back to the, this plan. This is the preliminary plan document.
Madam Chair, if I may, Sherry Connor for the record with the subdivision and zoning section. If I can just clarify for the planning board that this is an exhibit showing the parceling of the subject property. And the reason that you see the 2 access points that are signalized is because they are on separate parcels for private roads entering the subdivision. And the third access was submitted on the preliminary plan as a driveway access. It is not in a separate parcel. Which staff clarified at the beginning of the presentation that the private street access, in accordance with that provision for the variation that Mr. Nelson cited, a subdivision is to be designed to front on a service road, a street or a service road. These are private streets. That's why you see them parceled separately here. But the variation would have still been required for the driveway access. Driveway access is not shown on this exhibit.
My point's different. I would, if staff has a plan, preliminary plan, that shows, that was filed in December, that shows 3 access points, including the right in, right out, I'm prepared to be educated. We've spent an intense amount of time looking at this. We have spoken with staff ourselves. We've been confirmed, staff has confirmed there was only 2 access points. If there's a plan, please direct it to us. Is there a plan, can you point out a plan that shows the third access point?
We have the applicant's variation exhibit. That was the exhibit.
No, the question is, in the application for the preliminary plan, can you cite to a plan that shows a third access point? That's the question.
Okay, so I need to get it answered. So can someone answer that, or the applicant, can you answer that?
So I'll answer in 2 ways. One, the preliminary plan set included the existing conditions plan, which showed the existing access points. And 2, Exhibit 11, which was submitted today, references the driveway going to a private street.
Well, I think his point is that, okay, so let's go back to the first one, because I think his point, he also referenced the 35-day rule, and he's, so I think he's trying
So
to.
the 35-day rule is not dispositive, it's policy. I'll
dispositive.
defer to your counsel on that, but it's not dispositive, it's policy-driven. It says should recognize, and then it also provides that waivers can be provided that a later date does not extend the mandatory action period. And I will submit to you that I have got
It
probably.
also says it may not provide enough time for
It
review.
may.
Right, may.
In this case, it doesn't change any of the staff's analysis. It only changes the fact that I no longer need a variation. So the only impact it has is on my application that was previously filed with respect to requiring a variation. It doesn't change the analysis from an adequacy standpoint. It doesn't change the analysis from a lotting standpoint. All that's taken care of. And I will tell you, I've got 2 or 3 conditions that require me to make changes to the plan prior to certification. So the change of a plan is not anything new. I understand and I appreciate Mr. Nelson, so he's doing the best he can to represent his client, but and he can raise his voice all he wants. It doesn't change the fact that the application for a variation asked for 3 at the time. It was probably filed when it didn't need to be, because 2 of the access points were always private streets and met the definition of a street and met the standard for the regulation of 24-121A3, and with the inclusion of new parcel I to show the driveway as a private street, similarly as the other two, it is moot. So we can spend another hour going back and forth about the variation, and it's a legal point, and I can raise my voice too. It is moot. You should not be entertaining it, and we should move on.
Mr. Tedesco? Yes, you do need to temper that, okay. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you. So, thank you for that clarification, but I didn't hear staff say, I didn't hear counsel for the applicant say, here is a plan that shows the third access point. I am raising a legal point that's technical in nature, that the application for the preliminary plan must show what they're asking for, and it doesn't. We will continue to press that point.
Okay.
So I've made that point.
You have.
I'd like to move on. And
We'd like that too.
this is traffic. I'm going to scan through this because originally I was going to speak before. Oh, we're in the wrong PowerPoint.
So, Madam Chair, again, Sherry Connor for the record. Staff would just note that the variation exhibit and all plans submitted as part of the application are included as part of the preliminary plan submittal and application and plans that are part of this record. This variation exhibit was submitted as part of that in support of the variation request showing those access locations, in addition to the existing conditions plan that reiterates that these are existing points of access for the site.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, our point is it's not in the plan.
Okay.
We'll move on to, if we go back to my, thank you. Next slide, please. Traffic. I'm going to go through very quickly because I thought I was going to speak before Professor Zhang. Next slide. This is just in, next slide, please. Next. All right, next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, I just want to make the point that, you know, Professor Zhang was...
Is this where you want to be? Or the one
It's
before that?
okay. It's okay.
Okay.
He made the point, expressed the opinion that the applicant's report analyzed too few intersections for the reasons he articulated. I don't want to rehash that. I also want to make the point, though, that the city's consultant, GPI, next slide, please, also recommended additional intersections to be studied, some of which were in my client's neighborhood, Franklin Park. So this is another objective observer saying that the applicant studied too few intersections, and one of the conditions for the city's recommendation of approval was that the applicant study these intersections after the preliminary plan, which, you know, I don't need to make the point. But as an advocate for my clients, trying to help them, it didn't give me solace. All right, next slide, please. This is just to emphasize the narrow nature of the applicant's intersection analysis. All right, now let's go to the section on schools. And schools. Madam Examiner, I'll reiterate. I'm mindful of what you said about the adequate public facilities issue. I'm not talking about adequate public facilities. It's relevant it's a critique of staff's analysis of the evidence, and it's also relevant to the variation issue. Next slide, please. This is a copy of staff's analysis of the impact of the proposed development on the affected school cluster. And you'll see, and what staff has done is factored in the existing pupil generation rate, which this body may, you know, increase, but we're dealing with existing. And it shows that the elementary school cluster is 113%, so it's over capacity. The next slide comes from the planning board, and this breaks down the individual schools. And this goes to the public welfare issue, because all the students generated by this proposed development will go to Spring Lake Elementary. And the utilization rate is 159%. We think that's relevant. Now, we calculated how much, what the pupil generation would be for this elementary school using the existing pupil generation rate would be 298 students extra on top of that 159%. And then, this is hypothetical, I'm just trying to bring the point home, that if the county were to adopt the higher pupil generation rate, the development would generate 404 extra students for this school. We have some, let's talk about, next slide, please. Next slide. This is the Spring Hill Elementary School. Next slide, please. This is the entrance to the school. Next slide, please. This is from the street. And these next slides are designed to show that this school is overcrowded. And this is just, excuse me, can you go back one? I mean, this is just taken from the sidewalk looking in to the Green Spring Lake Elementary School. Next slide, please. This is just a few feet down the road. Next slide, please. Same thing. This is the school as it existed 24 hours a day, 48 hours ago, or a week ago, whenever it was that these photographs were taken. Next slide, please. That's another classroom at Spring Lake Elementary School. Next slide, please. All right, so let's stop there for a minute.
Let me ask a question. So I'm on page 26 I'm following your argument regarding the schools, and I'm on page 26 of the staff report, and maybe you can answer, or maybe our own council can answer, but I'm looking at 24-122 02 of the subdivision regulations, and that requires us to review for impact on school facilities. And also we have to examine Council Resolution CR 23/2003. And so is that for the purpose of establishing the school surcharge or not? Can somebody help me with that?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I may be able to assist. Derek Berlage, Acting Deputy Planning Director. The schools test, including the staff memorandum that you find in all of your subdivision packets, by council legislation is an information-only test. We're required to analyze the likely impact on school population based on the planning board's adopted pupil yield factors, and provide that information for your availability and for the school system to help them do long-range planning. But it is not an adequacy test because the council a number of years ago clearly indicated through legislation that it is not an adequacy test that would have any impact on whether a subdivision is or is not approved. It is simply an informational exercise, if you will, and all development pays the school impact tax, and the council viewed the school impact tax as being a superior way to address the development-related impacts on school population. There are some types of development that are exempted, but essentially the school impact tax is a financial requirement. It's independent of adequacy, and the adequacy analysis is for informational purposes.
That's what I want to
affect your
get. So it's for informational purposes, help the school board also. So section 10-192-01 establishes the surcharges.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So just a question, why do we put anything in there about over-enrollment or capacity or actual enrollment when all we're doing is really just calculating the number of kids that would be in a multifamily unit or residential unit and then calculating the charge? Is that just because it's required, but we don't have to actually use it?
Subtitle 20.
Because the subdivision ordinance combined with the resolution that the chair referred to requires the planning board to conduct the analysis, and so we make it part of the record. But the legislation also makes it clear that the results of that analysis are information for planning purposes for the government, but do not have any impact on whether the board should or should not approve the subdivision application itself.
Okay.
And people can be forgiven for not understanding that that distinction if they haven't.
Well,
looked closely at
I
the
understand
documents,
that
but that's what it
distinction
is.
precisely. I'm sorry.
Will you finish your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that precisely. I made that remark
You
twice.
did say it. You did.
I'm not making an adequate public facility. I'm correcting the errors in the staff report, and and I started this argument by saying they require the variation. The variation enables the retail, it enables the 2,500 units, which generate 6,000 human beings, which generate 404 elementary school students, all of whom will go to Spring Lake, which is horribly overcrowded now, and that's all relevant to
To the variation.
To what?
It's to the variation. You're bringing it up not for purposes of APF, but to address the variation, that it does have an impact.
Right.
I got it.
All right, thank you. All right, we're at the middle school, and middle school it's a newer school, but it's also overcrowded. This next slide, please. This is Greenbelt Middle School. Next slide, please. These are, the temporary classrooms behind it. Next slide, please. More. Next slide, please. More. These are all in the parking lot of the Greenbelt Middle School. We believe that's evidence that that school is also overcrowded, and that's the school to which the students will go.
Okay.
Relevant to the variation piece. Next slide, please. That's the middle school. Next slide, please. All right, now we're at the high school, and I just want to make the same point here. Next slide, please. Now, the Eleanor Roosevelt is a very pleasing campus. You drive in, it's very pleasing, but it too is overcrowded. Let's go to the next slide. This is behind this large facility. Temporary classrooms. Next slide, please. More temporary. Next slide, please. More temporary. Next slide, please. More.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion? I think Mr. Nelson has preserved the issue sufficiently, but at this moment, we don't have a variation to even consider. They have been withdrawn. And Mr. Nelson is perfectly capable of appealing the case should it get approved on the basis that there was supposed to be a variation. But going through the actual process of arguing a variation that is not before you, it would seem to me to be a colossal waste of time. And so I think that Mr. Nelson has made his point, it is preserved for the record, and that we could, in fact, move on.
Well, I respectfully disagree with counsel for the board that this variation was in play as recently as 8 hours ago. We believe the law requires the variation, and I believe
Okay.
I'm entitled to make the record as to why, if an appellate court, if this body were to rule against me on the variation piece, why an appellate court would reverse it on the theory that they couldn't get a variation if the law required it.
Well, that's the part I'm really trying to understand, because I hear what you're saying. You're not addressing APF. You said that a few times now, starting from the very beginning, and you're saying that, but it ties into the variation request, which you then say is necessary, and that's why I'm trying to understand, why is it necessary when it's been withdrawn? I mean, you're saying they can't go forward without the variation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why? That's the part
Okay.
I don't know.
This is my opening comment. Section 24-121. The subdivision 24-121, little a, The planning board shall require that proposed subdivisions conform to the following.
Okay.
Then we drop down to paragraph 3, 3. When lots are proposed on land adjacent to an existing or planned roadway or arterial or higher classification, they shall be designed to front on either an interior street or a service road. And if you look at the staff report that was filed whenever it was, staff says they don't meet that condition. We can go to the staff report and pull it up. Staff says they don't meet, I think it's at page 22 of the report.
I'm on that page.
Okay, it says they don't meet it, right? And then they go into the 4 criteria for the variation. So now, there's a new argument, well, we don't need, there was all for naught, we don't need it. Well, we say they do need it. And at the conclusion of my remarks, I'm going to ask the planning board to rule as a matter of law that they do need a variation, I beg your pardon, and disapprove the application. I think my clients should be permitted to spend a few...
Okay, so I guess what I'll need to hear from the applicant again is why we don't need the variation. Okay.
You want to do that now, or can I finish my remarks? I feel
No,
like
no, you can finish your remarks.
Good, all right, because I didn't say anything when we took Leonard out of it. Fine, okay. So, let's talk about the requirements for variation. And let's, next slide, please. I think
Well,
at the end,
we have them set forth, 24-113, they're set forth on pages 27, 28.
right, and I
yeah.
have a slide. If you just
Okay.
go forward 2 slides, requirements for, next one, please. All right, here they are. This is it, 24-113. These are the 4 criteria that we're all
Yeah.
familiar with.
Yeah.
And I'm going to paraphrase. But paragraph 1 is detrimental to public safety health. I'm paraphrasing. Paragraph 2, uniqueness piece. Paragraph 3, not a violation of other applicable law. Paragraph 4, particular hardship issue. And we're focusing on criteria 1, 2, and 4. All right, so let me just go through in order. The public health issue, public safety, health, and welfare, we cite 2 things. The first is the school piece, which we've touched on. The second is staff report addresses this point. Why do we have this subdivision regulation that prohibits access to an arterial road such as MD 193? Staff says it in the report. Well, it's generally regarded, it's safer, there are fewer conflict points. Proper traffic engineering, modern traffic engineering has one road, one signalized intersection that goes in around the property, and then there's a service road that circles around and serves the interior. That's classical, modern traffic and engineering. Staff report says so. There's no debate about it. All right, so the fact that they don't want to do that, it's detrimental to public safety health. The staff report says it's more dangerous to have these access points to MD 193. Uniqueness. I want to talk about uniqueness. Uniqueness is an important point. So if you look at staff report and they're talking about the uniqueness piece, and staff makes the point, well, you know, it's an old mall. It's been there for 40 years. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is Beltway Plaza, and you'll see I'm looking from right to left. On the right is 62nd. Then Cunningham, and then the right in, right out. All right, those are existing conditions. Next slide, please. This is east-west. Can you folks see the text on that? This is 3500 East-West Highway in Hyattsville. So the theme of this evidence, Ms. Hewlett, is that Beltway Plaza is not unique. That's the theme here. Beltway 3500 East-West Highway is also an old mall, and it has access to an arterial. That's another example of a similar situation. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is 3901 Branch Avenue, Temple Hills. It too has access. It's an older mall, access to the arterial, the same as Beltway Plaza. This is further evidence that Beltway Plaza isn't unique and doesn't meet the uniqueness test. The next slide, please, is the next slide, it's a blow-up 3901, just because that was easier to see. You can see a better view of the accesses. next slide, please, is also 3901. It's the other side. I'm sorry, did you? Yeah, that's right. So that's the other side. Also has the accesses to the arterial. Next slide, please, is 2400 University Boulevard, East Hydesville. It too has access to, it's an older mall, access to Beltway Plaza. My theme here is there's nothing unique about the configuration of Beltway Plaza, and they must show uniqueness in order to get the variation to have access to MD 193. Next slide, please. Next slide is the Coral Hill Shopping Center, 4821 Marlboro Pike. It too has accesses to the arterial. And the final slide, next slide please, is Metro Plaza, Metro, M-E-T-Z-E-R-O-T-D Plaza, 9133 Riggs Road, Delphi. It too has access. And there's two more. It's just 3 more slides. We can just roll through them. The point.
Quick question
Yes,
on
sir.
all these. So, or 2 questions. One, do you know if they had to get variances in all these cases?
Variation, I'm sorry.
Variations on these. And then 2, are they actually private roads? Because it's different from pulling into a parking lot and then going down like a private road, right? And I think that might be somewhat of a distinction between this case and those cases.
Well, first of all, I believe these are older developments that were approved and built before this new subdivision regulation, right? I believe that's why they're that way.
So do you have any that were after the subdivision regulation came in place that would meet your same sort of criteria?
Did you ask me whether I have an example of someone, of a project with access such as this after the subdivision regs? Is that the question?
Yeah, you're giving us examples and saying we need to apply the variations to this case because you have all these cases that have driveways that abut arterial roads or these highways, right? So do you have an example of something that was approved after the subdivision regulation that required a variation, that was a private road or something that's like pretty similar to this particular case?
No, I was looking, maybe I should have investigated that. I did not investigate that because I was looking for examples that would make the case that Beltway Plaza is not unique. That's the point. That's my theme here, because their point for the variation is, look, we're unique. We're old. We have 3 access points. Therefore, we get the variation. I say, legally incorrect. You're not unique. Now, then you asked a point about a private road. I work all over the state, and all I can do is read the words in the ordinance, right? Section 24-121 says, when lots are proposed on land adjacent to an existing or planned roadway or arterial or higher classification, they shall be designed to front on either an interior street or service road. That's what the subdivision regulation says. I didn't write it, but I'm told by people, by staff, and by Lee Zhang and other traffic engineers that modern traffic engineering is, you don't want access points to the major roads. You want to have access, for example, using our road here off Cherrywood, and then you have a service road that serves the interior. But the problem with that, from the applicant's perspective, I believe, is it shrinks the footprint of the development. It reduces the density. It also reduces the traffic and increases the safety. But my main point, Mr. Durner, is I'm trying to make the point that Beltway Plaza is not unique in that respect. That's why I have those exhibits.
Madam Chair, Sherry Connor for the record again. This subdivision has been designed for 2 of these access points to be private streets. They are interior streets, which can be public or private, which these parcels are proposed to access from. Therefore, it does meet the requirement as read in to the record by Mr. Nelson for 24-121A3. The staff report not specifying that those 2 didn't need the variation was an oversight on staff's part. And today, the applicant withdrew the 3rd access point, proposing a private street in that location as well. And because of that, staff finds that no variation is necessary for access.
I was asking the question earlier because I wasn't sure if we were counting Cherrywood, because I don't view that as needing a variation, because it's Cherrywood hits into the highway, but then there's an access point that goes to the parcel that's above that, so it's not actually butting right onto the 193.
Correct. It's for direct access onto arterial higher classification roadway.
Yeah, these other two entrance points look like they're designed to be streets that are going up, so I think, I agree that, yeah, you have examples that open into the parcels maybe right on there, but I don't think that's this parcel in particular. At least my design kind of view of it is this parcel has some private streets that are going to go up it, similar to what you might see if you go over to the Prince George's Mall, that there's like a private road that kind of goes up into it. It's not a direct access onto the highway, so it's a slightly different kind of a design standpoint, but I could be wrong, but that's just sort of I don't even know, I don't understand how this parcel is similar to these other ones, and that's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around.
All right, how about the right in, right out? And we go through the photographs, but they all have, I'm going to use my layman's understanding of proper engineering. That if we had a greenfields there today, how would we do access to it? And we had all the time and all the money and luxury of time. We would use Cherrywood as the access. We'd re-engineer it so the traffic was adequate. We'd go north on Cherrywood, and then you go the requisite distance in, and then you turn in, and there'd be a service road around the interior, the perimeter of the site, which would serve the site. That's how we would do it if this were a greenfield. So this case is interesting legally, because what do you do if you have a development that was approved, whenever it was approved, prior to this new regulation, where the county was allowing this sort of direct access, and staff reached the judgment in their staff report that they need a variation, didn't they? Right? They went through the analysis.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I think the staff report was not correct in saying, if it's interpreted that as written, that it was opening directly onto that, I don't think that's the interpretation. It seems like today they're actually agreeing that wasn't the intended interpretation, that this is an interior street that it goes into. And it's different than these things, right? Yeah, like these subdivisions were done before the subdivision regulation. That was a long time ago when planning was in a totally different stage of the world. Now we have people going into interior streets so they can control the traffic a little bit better. There's better flow of it. And that's what's being proposed in this development, which is very different than the shopping malls of 20 or 30 years ago. And I mean, my reading of it, not even looking at the staff report, just looking at the designs, that this is an interior street that it's going up into. There's two of them on there. And then Cherrywood's sort of off to the side, if you want to count that one. And my layman's reading of the subdivision regulations and the section 24-128-3 is that it's fine. It doesn't need a variation. I'm just struggling to see why you think that we keep needing to argue that against that. I mean, I think we can move on to other things. I think you made your points that if you want to argue in court later on, you've definitely established some arguments
May I
against
ask
it.
just a question then? We have,
Before you do, can I comment, and thank staff for the clarification, and then also my colleague. But I wonder fundamentally why we're even having a discussion about something that's not even before us. And so I would ask my counsel, because as I understand it, I'm pretty clear about the fact that the variation request was withdrawn. So therefore, we can't even consider it. I mean, that's kind of my starting point. So if counsel, and forgive me, I did have to step out of the room for a minute, but if counsel would comment on that, I would certainly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Deborah Borden, Deputy General Counsel. Yes, according to the exhibit, geez, I don't know which number this was. It was an exhibit from the applicant dated February 20th, 2020, with regarding Beltway Plaza, withdrawal of variation from section 24-121A3. I'm sorry, it was Exhibit 12? Exhibit 12. They're specifically indicating that they are proposing 3 access points onto Maryland 193 by private streets, which is permitted under section 24-128B8 of the subdivision regulations. They provided a visual exhibit of that. I believe. And that was Exhibit 11. And thus, the previously requested variations from Section 24-121A3 is moot. For these reasons, the applicant respectfully requests that the planning board's resolution in this matter omit the analysis findings provided on pages 23 to 25 of the technical staff report, and instead simply indicate that the requested variations were withdrawn and not considered by the planning board, since the design guidelines required in Section 24-121A3 have been met. And it is my understanding that staff concurs that those requirements have been met, because all of the access points will be from private streets. That's it.
And thank you, Madam Council. Just to follow on, Madam Chair, and I'm no attorney, but I believe I've heard more than a couple of times that your right is preserved, Mr. Nelson, if you want to continue to redress this beyond our decision in this case. But we have citizens who've been sitting here all day.
I
All day.
appreciate
And
that.
I
I'm the lawyer, many of them.
I would really like to hear from them and get their testimony on the record, so.
I will tell you this, I mean, we do try to take the citizen testimony, but as Mr. Nelson indicated, he represents those citizens who are
I don't know
here.
if I represent everyone, but a bunch of them I do. So I'm near the end of my remarks, but I just want to respond to one of Mr. Durner's questions. Analytically, there's a distinction between 62nd.
Don't wander from the mic.
62nd and Cunningham, which are signalized, and the right-in, right-out non-signalized. So analytically, they're a little different. We assert they need a variation for each of those three, but we understand it's a different analysis with respect to the two. But we think they need a variation for each of them.
You have said that, okay, so let me just say something here. This is a long day, and we are here for the long haul with everyone, but we do want to be fair to everyone and give everyone a chance to speak.
Two more points.
Excuse me?
Two more points. Two more points.
Two more points, but I want to make my statement here. You've heard it from everyone already about the variation. We've heard it, the applicant in Exhibit 12 withdrew the variations. We've heard that our technical staff and professional staff say that they don't need the variations since they're private roads. We've also heard from our legal counsel, which is of concern, important to us as well. And I see that, as happens amongst lawyers, we disagree sometimes. You have made your position known. Our counsel has made her position known. Your point is preserved for the record. But I think our colleagues really set the tone when they said that you're addressing something that is no longer on the table.
I've completed my remarks on the variation. I want to address two remaining legal points. The first is stormwater management. If we go to next slide, 24-120, it says that at the time of preliminary plan, there must be an approved stormwater management concept plan or indication that the application has been filed with the appropriate agency. And the next slide, the staff report. This is an excerpt from the staff report, page 7. This is the one that was miraculously amended last night, right? With the red ink. It says that it's invalid until September 19, 2019. It then went on to say that it was inconsistent with the preliminary plan of subdivision and the type 1 tree conservation. So now they've changed the date from September 19, 2019 to 2000, I think it's 22, I'm doing that from memory, but some date after today. But they haven't modified the language. The approved concept plan is inconsistent with the preliminary plan of subdivision. We say they need that, they don't have that, and therefore this body cannot consider the application for preliminary plan.
They don't have what? What is it that they don't have?
They have, well, I'll let you answer it.
Madam Chair, if I may address the stormwater issue. So, as it shows here on the As it shows here on the slide, we had a stormwater concept plan approved April 26, 2019, valid till September 19, 2019. And the application was accepted on October 7. So based on that, one would think at first glance that the application was accepted without a valid stormwater concept plan. However, we have in Exhibit 11 submitted today an updated stormwater concept plan. Excuse me, Exhibit number 14, which has a updated stormwater concept letter. This concept letter has an approval date of September 19, 2019, and expires September 19, 2022. So it is true that staff did not receive this letter until last week, as Mr. Tedesco indicated in his testimony, but it is backdated so that there is no gap in between the approval of one stormwater letter and the approval of the extension. So for our purposes, if DPI is satisfied that there was an active stormwater concept plan as of September 19, 2019, then we would consider that sufficient for acceptance of the plan.
I think he was addressing the latter part of that but okay.
Right, yeah, I do raise questions about legitimacy of this new date, but let's assume it's all legitimate.
Well,
the next sentence controls.
Okay.
The approved concept plan is inconsistent with, that's my point. I mean, yesterday I had 2 points. First, it was expired because of the date. That was cured apparently last night or this morning. And the second point is that even if it's still within the deadline, the approved concept plan is inconsistent with the PPS, preliminary plan of subdivision.
Okay.
So can our staff answer why you said it was inconsistent? Was it just the date? So now fixing the date makes it consistent and we could change that as well?
Mark Juba with the Environmental Planning Section. The plans themselves, the layouts are slightly different. So on the Stormwater Management Concept Plan, there's areas where buildings are shown on the preliminary plan subdivision that are actually shown as parking on there. There's an area on the back of the property along the north where the existing parking lot we were hearing about earlier was originally proposed to be townhouses. It's no longer townhouses. So the layout of the buildings and parking are different. But I do want to mention also that for preliminary plan of subdivision, the applicant only needs to submit either an approved concept and letter or evidence that's currently under review. And so that's why we initially put the finding that they would have to have a stormwater management concept plan that was consistent at time of detailed site plan, because then it would have to be. But for a preliminary plan of subdivision, you can have either or.
So since they have an active one that's good until 2022, if they just revise their plans before the DSP, is that cool?
Correct. And at time of permit as well, they'll have to go ahead and get final approval of the stormwater management plan, and that will have to match up with what's approved with the certified plans at the time of permit as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so you know what? Okay, so you have another point, I think you said, but you know, at some point, I know, I'm feeling really badly, and we're about to take another break, because we're sitting here, and just as other people are sitting there, we're gonna have to take a health break soon. And we're still not getting to the citizens, so, okay, that's what I'd like
I
to.
broke up my case to allow Mr. Lenhart to testify. I just make the point, I have one final point. The proposed preliminary plan conflicts with the general plan, which calls for, plan 2035, which calls for low to medium density development at this site. Low to medium density.
Can you get to the microphone?
Yes.
You're fading out.
Say the application for preliminary plan conflicts with general plan 2035, which calls for low to medium density at this site. Staff addresses this at page 7 of the staff report. We raised that point. That's all I have. Thank you for allowing me to address the planning board.
Okay, thank you. Now, you have clients here that you represent. Okay, is there someone here that Mr. Nelson does not represent? Okay, so it's 3 people, all right, 4 people?
And they should be signed up as persons of record, I believe, and they should be on the list I submitted to the bailiff.
Yes, but you elected to take the time representing the people that you represent.
No, I want them to testify. I was just making the point that.
I understand, but you went first. You said you wanted to go first before they did, which is fine. So I'm gonna go with the other folks first.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Well, that part wasn't clear to me. Okay, but I don't know who they are. So, sir, can you? Those people who just raised their hands, we're gonna come on down, then we're gonna take a quick break. Okay. And I'm asking people not to be overly redundant. Okay, because the schools are not an issue. Overcrowding of the schools is not an issue for purposes that we analyze for preliminary plan of subdivision. So just, go ahead.
And just for clarification, in the staff report, in a couple of places, we have, so we have 2 variations that were requested prior to the staff report being published. One is off the table. The other one was section 24-121B12. But it's also referred to as 128, section 24-128B12 in a few places. So if we could just go back through and just change the typos, I think that'd be helpful. Assuming it's 128, I don't know if it's 128 or 121, but let's be consistent everywhere.
Okay, sir, can you just identify? You're looking.
I was telling the other guys to come in. My name is Mark Pauley. I reside at 9254 Edmonston Road Townhouse, Greenbelt, Maryland.
Thank you.
And I'm also the Director of Maintenance at Franklin Park.
Okay.
Could we pull up the slide that shows the school? I think that was slide number 2.
Okay.
And if we could zoom in on the elementary school. We're going to need, that's a map.
We're going to need what, sir?
We're going to need the big map, that one there. And can you zoom in?
Yes.
Okay, you need to go down. Oh, the other way. Pull your mouse down. Okay. All right, go up. Keep going. Okay, can you zoom in on that a little bit?
This is as far as it will zoom
Okay.
in.
At the very top, move your pointer up a little bit higher. Stop right there. Okay, that is our elementary school right there. Okay, it is totally encapsulated in our property. There's no way any kid can get to this school without going through our property, either on the roads or walking. There's no other way. And if you go ahead and add another few hundred kids onto that, they're going to be walking through our property. We already have a massive amount of problems already, because when the school starts to open or when it gets out in the evenings.
So there's no way to get to the school except for via your property? That's what you're saying?
Exactly.
And where's your property is that?
At Franklin Park, ma'am.
Oh,
Where is it?
That whole apartment complex.
right.
Oh, Franklin Park, okay.
Yep, Spring Hill Lakes. So anyway, we've already got a massive problem there now with the traffic, because what happens is that people bring their kids up there and stuff in their cars. Kids are walking, they're crossing. We've got Greenbelt police out there a lot trying to help. We've got 1 crossing guard and 2 crossing places. I myself even helped the kids get across. So if we go ahead and put hundreds of more kids there walking through our property just trying to get over to school, we're going to end up with people dead. There's no way we can have that many people crossing our property or even busing them in. This traffic basically stops. The school buses, it's a 2-lane road. Cars and trucks and buses are making left-hand turns, right-hand turns, and the traffic stops. You've got cars parked with their 4-ways on out in the street. Nobody can get around. Cars are double parked, and this would just be a total nightmare. Number 2 point I want to make is on our utilities. Our water bill ranges from $154,000 to $212,000 a month, okay? And every single year, well, we have about 2 water main breaks per year, okay? Now, I was out at the Greenbelt Plaza last month, and they had a water main break coming right up when I was standing there. So what happens is, these pipes are old. They're cast iron pipes. They were put in 40, 50, 100 years ago. So what happens is if he goes ahead and puts these 2,500 apartments in, the water consumption is going to be drastic compared to what it is now in just a supermarket and stuff. So your water consumption is going to go higher. So if you've got a 20-inch pipe and you've got to get a lot more volume through it. You've got two ways. You can either make the pipe bigger all the way to the water plant, or you increase the pressure. And if you increase the pressure on pipe that's already rotted, we're going to have so many problems it's going to be unreal. We will not be able to handle the water flow. All we're going to do is just bust a lot of pipes. And then the same thing with electrical. Every a couple times a year, we blow transformers. Pepco comes out and changes electrical wires. You know, these are old wires, old pipes and everything else, and it just can't handle that much stress. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and staying. Okay, who else was not represented? Come on down and tell me your name, please. Tell us your name.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Williams, and I'm a resident of Franklin Park, and I oppose this building proposal. With this new apartment project, residents will have their beaten paths of going to work, shopping, and laundry overtaken with months of construction. The proposal is that with the 6,000 residents or so moving in, it will put a strain on crowded schools, jobs at Greenbelt Mall, green spaces will be eradicated, overcrowding bus services, and overcrowding on our residents. As a concerned residents, plus some others, on the feral and stray cat population, the Lumen project also brings up a huge concern for several of us who have invested time and resources to spaying and neutering. Franklin Park has its own share of feral and abandoned cats, which management is committed to stemming the numbers. Construction will only send the colonists from the Greenbelt Mall scurrying here to Franklin Park to further invade this residence. Putting up a business that would bring more jobs to the area is more than welcome. New residents directly in front of ours promises to take away so much more from the residents already there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Williams, okay. Come on down.
I'm glad I wrote that down. My name is Mona Fall. I'm a mother.
What's your last name?
Fall, F-A-L-L.
Thank you.
I'm a taxpayer and I'm a resident 9120 Spring Hill in Greenbelt, Maryland. I oppose the Bedway Plaza project for the following reason. Number one, I agree with all the lawyer reasons said earlier. While they are all pertaining to my household, I'm especially concerned with the traffic, the overcrowded schools, the security risk. I'm not sure if any of the investors or small business owner ever live in Greenbelt or will be moving in Greenbelt, but I don't need them to answer. We'd like to proceed and briefly explain why, how the traffic can impact our daily lives. I work and I own a business that I had to move, which is my business I have to move several times to accommodate my profitability. As easy it is to move my business or change jobs, it's not the same when it comes to my residence because I have kids that I have to consider. I work for an airline company in Reagan National Airport where on time is late. So we have no tolerance for lack of punctuality. Late 10 times on 365 days period result in the loss of my job. The school buses are often late due to weather, traffic, lack of drivers, new drivers, learning a new route, or I don't know why. The airport is currently undergoing construction and the traffic there as well is actually a nightmare, without even adding the lack of parking, which contribute to the possible punctuality risk. Public transportation is also high risk to run into delays. So all these facts and information to stress the importance of leaving early or the importance of how a few-minute delay can cause someone a job and a family to go into hardships, as well as the consequences of lack of job in a home in PG County. And with the state of the economy in 2020, where average family are surviving pay stub to pay stub, so my family. My house have 4 kids attending 4 different Prince George's public school, and 3 of them are riding the bus. 2 of my kids taking 2 different special need bus. 2 of my neighbors have kids attending different schools than my kids. So just in my block, I have 10 homes. I live in a townhouse, which I know about. We have between 3 houses, 6 different buses in the morning that are stopping in my street, which is between Breezewood Drive, where the project is about to start, and Spring Hill Lane, where I live. The special need bus, for those that don't know, while the average bus may stop for only 1, 2, or 3 minutes, can stay 5 minutes or more, depending on cases, which the stop sign and Light flashing, therefore stop traffic until the child is situated in a bus and secure and the parent safely on the walkway across the street if they have to. My daughter needs to wear a vest in the bus, and some morning is a process to make her get in the bus. If she's not familiar with the driver or the aide because of the type of disability she has, she would be one of those kids that actually would take almost 5 minutes or more some days just to get in the bus. My main way out of my house is to get to 193 and hope to exit by either Route 1, 295, 495, Kenilworth Avenue, which is already backed up on peak time because of construction currently ongoing on those roads. So more construction traffic coming in the mall will make my worst nightmare come true. For working parents, while we love kids and show compassion, we have a reality that we have to consider. Me waiting behind a bus, a school bus, is a lot of stress. Fear to miss my train to work, a parking spot at work, and more traffic in the city, which can eventually lead to me losing my job. Second, the overcrowded school in Greenbelt just created my son to be homeschooled starting next week. I will spare with the detail just for consideration to other people that also need to share their concern. I'm already concerned for my last son, who will be coming to Spring Hill Elementary School this upcoming school year, and perhaps it will be homeschooled as well. We moved from another city in Prince George County, which was not crowded and definitely not overcrowded, so I can make a difference between the situation I'm facing and the potential consequences on our children that this Bearway project can bring in our community. Finally, my third reason, every day I have the police to have to park in Breezewood and Spring Hill to ensure safety for the student in Greenbelt Middle School to get home. Every day, every single day is a fight between students. They also bring the fights home. Not sure of the daily reason, but this is an issue that I doubt more residents added in this little tiny area will fix, but I'm afraid it will actually aggravate the issues we already have. While I appreciate the developmental ideas and upgrade as well of the compassionate and honest character of the developers, I would definitely appreciate the renovation to start with the school, the more boutique, the roads, new jobs near our homes before what I want to call a selfish financial move by bringing more residents. For the record, I drive 45 minutes to around the mill to shop, and now to the new upgrade PG Mall, so families are not necessarily shopping where they live. We are shopping where we can go to a one-stop shop with deals and options. Also, I had to add that this last part after I listened to different testimony. Bearway Plaza developers have a few struggling businesses owners that came here to testify, but yet the project is supposed to be a happy community. Have any of them ever visit the already existing communities, visits to school, actually met with the resident or attempted to meet the resident before they heard about the opposing? They claim that they set workshop in the middle of the day while we are at work and about 2 hours a few times to answer any question we may have. As a business owner myself, when I want to reach people, I make flyers and send to USPS to dispatch. I never receive any correspondence in my mail pertaining to this happy project. A beneficial project would have been the renovation of the already existing dining mall, so the already 5,000 residents can actually shop there instead of driving miles away to find satisfaction. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, was there some, okay, come on down. Crimson Tide, okay. Just state your name for the record, please.
Cheryl Coleman.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a resident, Spring Hill Lake, Imperial Village, Franklin Park. I am a substitute teacher.
I'm going to ask you to bring that a little closer.
I am a substitute teacher for Greenbelt Middle School. I've been a substitute teacher for Spring Hill Lake Elementary. The traffic is insane. I've been living at this neighborhood for 20 years. I have seen the development and the changes. I have seen so much crime. My daughter had a classmate that was murdered in one of the buildings. We don't need all of this going on. 20,000 other folks or whatever to come into this area. You're going to build on top of us. Move us out. For those who have subsidies, what do you do with us? What do you do with us? Because you know why? Due to the fact that we have parents who are working parents who work just to live in their building, just to maintain. They have kids, they have all kinds of things going on that we have to deal with. In this community, it's enough people here. You don't need all of that Upgrade the mall, fine. But we don't need to have all of this condos and whatever you're gonna build in the space to be behind that mall. We have a community store within our area. We don't have to roll on over to Giant. We can walk to Giant if we feel like walking, and we take the shopping carts. If you don't have a car, you roll that cart right on into the community, and they come and pick them up on a truck. But as far as anything else is concerned, keep what we have. Upgrade the area, but we don't need about 20-some thousand other folks coming up in there. Because I'm going to tell you something. It may be redundant for the fact that I'm speaking about Greenbelt Middle School. I see it every day. I have to deal with the fights. There are 30-some kids in a classroom. You have no co-teacher. They're in the gym. They have to put them in the gym sometimes when there are not many teachers to cover the classes. I know that because they stretch me from one class to another because they don't have enough. Okay? So therefore, as far as it goes with this, no, I'm not feeling that. And I know a lot of our people that live over there are not either. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so some of these folks are, are you represent?
I was gonna say something, but I don't have to.
Oh, well, I mean, people can, but I'm just telling you that I need to take a break. I need, because, he's the last one. He's not the last one. Okay, how many, okay, well, let me see. Who's John Edward Lee? That's you. Okay, who's Natalie? Natalie? Okay, so we're finished. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, because we have you down here twice somehow. Ralph?
Ralph Ryder is my client. He doesn't need to testify. He endorses
Okay.
everything that's, he opposes the project.
Okay.
He's the principal for the Franklin Park apartment complex. His company owns.
Is he here?
He is here, yes.
Okay, he doesn't wish to speak?
He's exhausted.
Okay. Well, I'm not exhausted, but I'm going to have an emergency if I don't get the restroom soon, so that's what I'm saying. I need a break. Okay, and I want to hear what people have to say. So I'm going to have to take a little break. And then you have Devin Jackson. Okay, so Devin Jackson. Devin Jackson, as far as I can tell. Okay, got it. So he's an opponent too. He's represented by, okay. So we have, Ralph Belder's not going to speak, and John Edward Lee. So is that it then, John Edward Lee?
I guess.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
James Brown.
Oh, James, I knew that. Okay. Okay, so James, okay, so you two. Board will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. We're going to resume for 10 minutes. Thank you for that. We're going to go, okay, with John Edward Lee, followed by James Brown. Please identify yourself for the record and adjust the mic to you. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is John Lee. I live at 9015 Breezewood Terrace at Franklin Park. Before I really get too deep into what I wanted to share, just wanted to share a little bit about my own personal history so you kind of understand where I'm coming from. I was actually born in Connecticut in a small town of Killingworth that had a population density of 68 people. The total population was 2,500. If you look at the map of Connecticut, Killingworth is actually the largest town in Connecticut, but it has the smallest population. It was mostly farms, so you kind of understand where I'm originally coming from. I recently moved down to Maryland literally last year. My first day at Franklin Park was on March 1st of last year. So I literally have already celebrated my 1-year anniversary at Franklin Park. The reason why my wife and I decided when we moved from Connecticut back down to Maryland, we decided to rent because we were not sure of where we wanted to before we invested in purchasing. So we settled into Franklin Park so we can begin our hunt for our house. But we renewed our lease because we still don't know where we want to go. So my concern with the proposal is population density. I've lived all over the East Coast in various population density scenarios. When I was growing up in Killingworth, as I shared before, they had a zoning law that no house can be built unless if it sits on a minimum of 2 acres of land. My house sat on 9 acres of land. So my neighbors were literally a mile away, which was kind of nice for my dad. I hated it. But if I could have that now, I would die for it. It was enjoyable looking back. I did not know vandalism. I did not know really any kind of mischief crimes. The biggest crime going around in Killingworth was the illegal growing of pot on certain parts of the neighbors or in the woods. Or cow tipping was the other big one. I lived in Hartford for 6 years. Population density obviously is much higher, was close to 6,000 per square mile. That's when my eyes were opened to crime, to all various types. And then my wife and I decided, well, because of her job, she got a job in New York. We moved to a city called Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm sure many of you have heard it. It is actually ranked within the top 10 worst cities in the United States for crime. Why? Because of the population density. It is the smallest town in Connecticut with the largest population. It is currently at 145,000 miles with only 6 square miles to make up the city. The density is more than 10,000 people per square mile. The crime rate was amazing. According to last year's FBI report, 1 in 37 people will experience some form of violent crime in Bridgeport each day. I'm not saying that's the issues we have here in Greenbelt. Far from it. A lot of the crimes that I see is back to the suburban vandalism, small town, small little petty crimes. Yes, there probably is violent crimes, but I haven't seen it. I do see it, unfortunately, on the news in terms of Prince George's County. The current population density in Greenbelt is 3,789 people per square mile. With the intended proposal, it will grow to 4,745, identical to a town that I was familiar with called New Haven, Connecticut. They're actually not that as dense, but it's pretty big. I'm not saying that this population density, we're going to see a lot of crime, but we're going to see an increase. But here's my biggest concern. The idea that they have is incredible. It's an incredible concept. I love it. But it's in the wrong spot of Greenbelt. They're talking about 2,500 units right up against another complex that has over 3,000 units, all in one little spot. There's got to be another spot in Greenbelt where this could work and benefit Greenbelt commerce, grow the population without having this kind of density. Because the problem when you have this much density in one little spot, you're overcrowding, which is going to bring about a lot of anger. And with a lot of anger or frustration comes a lot of crime. I've seen it. Growing up in a town that had only 86 people per square mile to a city that had over 10,000. It's one of the most crowded cities, Bridgeport, in the United States. It's amazing. My wife and I used to go to New York every now and then just to enjoy a city that had a lot to offer but wasn't as crowded. Believe it or not, Bridgeport was more dense than New York City because it's so small, 6 square miles. People were angry. People got on each other's nerves. Murder rates were high. Violent assaults, sexual assaults were high. Theft. If someone stole my garbage can, that was almost a daily thing. So I always used to buy these disposable garbage cans from Home Depot and bought it literally the night before. I would have to put out my trash, because then the next morning, if it wasn't there, I know it got stolen. That's Bridgeport. I don't want to see Greenbelt grow into that situation. Greenbelt is a lot better than that. Prince George's County is a lot better than that. There has to be some form of planning so that we spread the population out. Don't approve this and cluster what could be a great area. There's so much land in Greenbelt that I think that this concept could thrive. It's an incredible idea, by the way. I love it. But it's in the wrong spot. With the overcrowding of schools, I know we're not supposed to repeat, but it is one thing I do have to mention. When you have overcrowded schools, just as Bridgeport did, vandalism goes up. The kids are popping out of their skins. They're not allowed to, they're being told not to do certain things in school, so they're being, controlled into a behavioral bubble, but then when they get out, they need to let the energy out, and guess what? Vandalism. I don't want to see that section of Greenbelt to be victims of daily vandalism either. Think about the population density. That's really the root of it all. Even the maintenance, our maintenance director talked about the water usage. That would be because of density. If they were in a different part of Greenbelt, the water need would not be an issue. Population density. Think about how many people will be clustered in a small area. We're even talking less than 1 square mile, where more than close to 8,000 people will be residing. 9,000 possibly. I can't even do my math that well. But it would be close to 9,000 people in a square that's less than 1 square mile. And here, I grew up in a town where in my square mile, there was 5 of us. It's mind-blowing. But population density changes everything. Keep that in mind when you make your decision. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us all day. We appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Brown, come on down.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Start with the things I heard earlier this morning.
You have to identify yourself first.
My name is James Gordon Brown III.
Okay.
Well,
And address? Okay.
okay, they said the
Where do you live?
9334
Okay.
Emerson Road for
Thank you.
15 years I lived there. Okay. They
I
said
can
that.
hardly hear you.
Ma'am?
Can hardly hear you.
I apologize, I'll get closer. They said that the mall is in need of survival. One of the persons talking about the pros. Beltway Plaza is due for a change. It needs to be upgraded. All these things are true. Lived there, my first job was in Beltway Plaza. Bob's a big boy. So that tells my age, sorry. But, and I got fired. But, so. The gentleman made the statement about the density. They make the statement about the change. In the last couple of years, I'm not so sure how many, but they got the brand new movie theater. which is excellent. Please go to that movie theater. It is fantastic. Great seats. Good job on whoever did that. They got the new Hook and Reel, Metro PCS. They got the new Eyebrow Place. They got the TJ Maxx, the Z Burger, that new sports shop with the fancy young kids' shoes, the furniture place. They got the school uniform place for the kids. That's nice. They got 2 new food places. Faux something delicious. Go eat there. It's fantastic. And the new hair extension salon. All these things are brand new. So it is being developed. Maybe it's not being developed fast enough or profitable enough. If that's the case, and you're trying to build on top of that, that would be a crime. 10,000, to piggyback on your, that would be 2,500 units. Franklin Park has 2,887 units. If you do 2 people per unit, that's 10,000 people. 10,000 people in one confined space. So you talk about traffic and you giggle about schools being overpopulated. That's not funny. I have grandchildren that's going to be going to these schools. And they're in huts. Now, yeah, I would breathe heavy also. Because that's true. It is going to be dense and very overpopulated. I don't have much more to say. But if you have not been to Franklin Park, madam, you said that you've been to the theater, but you've never been to the back. Go to the back. Yes, see, that's where all this is supposed to go. And that looks fantastic. Let's all look at this. It looks fantastic, don't it? But right across the street from that is Franklin Park Apartments with their back to us. It's almost like they're going to build a gate, shut off everybody, and build this new fantastic facility with 2,500 units in it that they're going to have to go around to get to or build one new road. That's going to be a travesty. And go there for yourself, see it for yourself. The failing Beltway Plaza, which has been failing for years, is a great spot, but I wouldn't, rather you build that up than to tear everything down and build on top of other people. People live there already. Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe Mr. Tedesco can address this when he comes, but I didn't get the impression that this new, what they're presenting in terms of the mall was going to shut off.
That's why I wanted them to bring that up. They showed it there, but they did not. Look right here. Right back there in the gray, that's Franklin Park. All that back there in the gray, that's where I live.
Right, but you still have access to this new
Look at how
area.
it is cut off. Right now, there's nothing
I
back
don't
there.
think they said that, but Mr. Tedesco can clarify that.
Can you, Mr. Cadessa, I'll step out of the way.
When he gets back up.
When he gets back up,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, he will.
All right.
I just wanted to raise that because I did not get that impression.
Right now, if you go there, and we can get on the bus, we still have a bus, and look at it now. It's a walkthrough. You can walk straight there from anywhere in Franklin Park right to the mall because it's just a parking lot.
And Mr. Tedesco will clarify for us whether the intent is, to your point, to shut off Franklin Park. Because I did not get that impression from his testimony.
I didn't either until I saw.
We'll let him clarify.
Okay.
We'll let him clarify.
I'll step off. So you can-
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I think that, as far as I know, that concluded my sign-up sheet. Did I miss anyone? Okay, thank you. Mr. Pauly? No, I'm not, I just wanted to I'm making a note to myself because you mentioned something that I want to address. Okay. Okay, was there anyone else? Okay, who wished to speak? No, well, no, you spoke, Mr. Paul.
One quick thing. Anyway, before you guys.
No,
the microphone.
No, hold on. You're not represented by Mr. Nelson? No. Okay. Right now, you were done, Mr. Nelson, right? For the time being, huh? Okay, so you get to go. Okay.
So I want to be, I want to be done. So if Mr. Nelson has anything more to say, I'd rather him say anything.
Okay.
I'll go and we can finish.
Okay. Mr. Pauly, what is your one thing? Because we're not going to hear from everybody all over again, so it's got to be different from what's already been said.
All I wanted to say is for some of you guys to go by and look at the school and look at the traffic.
Okay.
And then you'll know.
Okay, thank you. We got that. Okay, that's Mr. Pauly. Okay. Okay, Mr. Nelson? Are you?
I believe we've completed our evidence.
Okay, so you're done?
We're done.
You're done. Okay, so everybody who wants to speak has spoken, right?
I'll just make sure the record's clear. Ralph Ryder is the principal, person of record. He endorsed my comments. He's the only person who was going to speak. I told him he didn't have to.
Right, okay, so let me be clear too, because we do have him signed up to speak. He had to leave, so he is a person of record.
But he's my client. He's the property owner, principal of Imperium Village of Maryland, the owner of Franklin Park.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tedesco.
So as I understand, in the orders of procedure, the applicant gets the last word, so this is the last word, just to be sure.
The applicant does get the last word.
Okay. So, Madam Chair,
That part's correct. Okay.
you get the last word. I get the
Well,
last.
okay, but for now, in terms of your presentations, okay.
So I'm going to be brief. I certainly,
But as you get ready to close, the one thing I want to hear about was something that Mr. Pauly said, and because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, was that the kids traverse his property. That is the only way to get to the school, and that's what
I think he's talking about the elementary age kids to get to Spring Hill Lake Elementary School. They would either go public streets, which go through Franklin Park, or down Cherrywood Lane.
It's a shortcut, is that what?
No,
it's not a shortcut.
So Franklin Park is made up of a number of public rights-of-ways and streets, and when he said his property, I think he was referring, I don't want to speak for him, but I think he was referring to Franklin Park, which is the property that he maintains as the principal maintenance person. It's not as if they cut through his backyard.
Okay.
They traverse currently nobody does because it's all commercial, but it's public streets and rights-of-ways, which is why you have a whole list of improvements for BPIS to improve sidewalks, bicycles, connectivity, et cetera. But when he said traverse through his property, I think he was referring to, and again, not testifying for him, but I think he was referring to pedestrian activity through the area known as Franklin Park, through public rights-of-ways and sidewalks. I believe that's what he was saying. Okay. It became abundantly clear to me with the citizens of Franklin Park coming to testify, and I thank all of them, and I only wish that we had had the opportunity to speak to them directly. We were foreclosed upon on Tuesday when we were told not to show up to their meeting. Had we had the opportunity to attend that meeting, I think a lot of the things that you heard today could have been thoroughly discussed and vetted, as it has been for many, many months with the city of Greenbelt and their advisory planning boards. I would like to know if the citizens in Franklin Park were advised by the owner or Mr. Nelson that Franklin Park enjoys the conceptual site plan approved by this board in 2005 for 5,800 units. Do they know that? Were they told that? How would that affect their opinions of this case? But we will never know because we were told not to come, which is upsetting to me, because I really feel that information was given, and I think there was a common theme with the information that was given that evening. And so they're hearing a lot of this stuff for the first time, and I applaud them for being here. I applaud them for taking an interest. And if they have the desire to get the facts and not scare tactics, to preserve a rent income, we're happy to explore, happy to share those with them. The other theme that we heard is population density, population density, population density. And we need a development plan. Some form of planning is needed. We have that. It's called the 2013 approved Greenbelt Metro Area and Maryland 193 Sector Plan. And that plan recommends redevelopment of Beltway Plaza in phases for mixed-use activity, precisely what this application is calling for. This is inside the Beltway redevelopment of an existing 1 million square foot mall, which is occurring throughout the country, which is recommended in our plan, suggested by you, adopted by you all, recommended by you all in the conceptual site plan. And so it's just confounding on how we can sit here and argue about things that is only going to improve the situation, not only at Beltway Plaza, but in the city of Greenbelt and the county as a whole. We talk a lot about, I want to address excuse me, I digress. I want to talk about Mr. Brown's walling off and gating. Mr. Diaz-Canel, if you could pull up the illustrative plan, please. Actually, go back to the other one, the street grid, okay. So, currently today, if you go on Breezewood Drive, there is no access, pedestrian, vehicular, bicycular, no access whatsoever from Franklin Park and all those cross streets that currently intersect with Breezewood Drive from Franklin Park. There is no access to Beltway Plaza. If anything, today it's walled off because there's no safe or adequate pedestrian connectivity. Actually, Beltway Plaza property sits above Breezewood. So yes, you can walk there because we can walk up a hill. But what we're proposing is actually opening it up. And that's what I stood here 6 or 7 hours ago questioning, why do we have opposition in this case when what we're proposing is actually beneficial to Franklin Park? It's going to allow those residents to have safe pedestrian connectivity that doesn't exist today, safe vehicular connectivity through access points, a main access point into the center, which will go into the heart of the center. And so it's just mind-boggling to me on really the basis of the opposition, because I really don't think if we had a chance that they really would be opposed. And if they knew that the property is already approved for 5,800 units and they're here talking about higher density, whether they even knew that or not, that'd be interesting for me to know. Because everything I heard today is basically telling me that the owners of Franklin Park have zero desire to ever commence with that approval. Zero. Because if they did, they would be contradicting themselves standing before you in a year, 5 years, 10 years.
So you're saying it's unlikely that they would ever come back?
I would hope,
based on what they're saying.
Based on what I heard from their counsel,
Okay.
who presented their arguments in case today, I presume that they've made an internal decision that they will never redevelop pursuant to that conceptual site plan. If not, then everything we heard today will be completely contradicted by them as an applicant.
Okay.
Real quick, the other thing I want to mention is Mr. Nelson, again, in the shotgun approach that I can appreciate, but still nevertheless a shotgun approach. Let's throw everything I can. He mentioned the finding number 3 regarding the general plan. Well, this is a subdivision. This is a preliminary plan of subdivision. The subdivision ordinance requires compliance with the master plan or sector plan, and finding 3 very clearly indicates that this is 100% consistent with the sector plan, as the CSP was. Finally, I've certainly aligned myself with Mr. Lenhart's comments, Mr. Masog's responses to Dr. Zhang. While I appreciate Dr. Zhang being here, I do, again, for the record, state my objection for him being an expert. I will say his testimony, your questioning of him, supported the fact on why I objected for him being an expert, because he's not an expert in traffic impact analysis. He may be an expert in academia and policy, but he's not an expert in traffic impact analysis. Nothing he said was consistent with your guidelines with respect to actual impact analysis. We don't measure travel speeds. We use It's not required in this county. It's not required, as far as I know, in any county in the state. Measure travel speeds. We use critical lane volumes for adequacy. His reporting was based upon individual movements when that's not the proper test. It's critical lane volume is the test. No analysis was done that was consistent with your guidelines in his presentation. Every agency, even the consultants hired by the city, and I'll get to a point that Mr. Nelson made, agreed with the traffic impact analysis. And Mr. Nelson cited to the city's consultants with respect to additional intersections. Well, we actually studied those, and we've already provided that to the city, those additional intersections that were outside of our scope. That's why I mentioned in my presentation that we were required to test 15 intersections. Staff did analyze those 15 plus 5 additional ones on their own. The city analyzed those 15 plus asked us to do 6 additional ones. We studied 26 total intersections. So although Mr. Nelson put up something on his slide in his presentation from the city's consultant, that's already been addressed. And I think where Mr. Zhang's analysis falls apart, based upon what Mr. Lenhart said, is that he used a tool that's not recognized by any jurisdiction. It's not recognized by the ITE. It's not recognized by your guidelines. And he didn't do his own counts. Everything he said was unreliable. At least it was unpersuasive. At most, it was utterly unreliable. He mentioned that his goal was to prepare an analysis and determination per the guidelines, but nothing in his analysis was actually consistent with the guidelines. So I found that comment somewhat confounding. I think and just to clarify one other point, I align myself with Mr. Juba and his comments with respect to the stormwater concept approval. The concept approval is a concept. It always evolves with the plan as it moves forward, all the way through technical approval, and then the technical approval is what facilitates permitting. The technical approval absolutely has to be consistent with the detailed site plan and the TCP2. Mr. Juba talked about the inconsistencies that Mr. Nelson raised in the staff report, and Mr. Juba correctly indicated that there was buildings shown on the TCP1 that were different than on the conceptual site plan. That is not unique. The project evolves through DSP, and when we do a DSP, which will lock in the buildings and the locations and the design, we also have to do a TCP2. And what does the TCP2 do? You guys know. It revises the TCP1. So the fact that there's a comment that the stormwater concept plan is inconsistent with the TCP1 or the permit plan, that's why it has to be revised, and that's why there's language in there about it being revised through the technical review and ultimately through permitting. It's a red herring. Please don't be persuaded by it. You guys sit here every Thursday, hear cases. That happens almost in every case. I don't think I need to say anything more about the variation. I agree with Ms. Borden. It's been withdrawn. It's not before you. The regulations have been met. And Mr. Nelson, who I respect immensely, he does a good job for his clients. But I'm sorry, on this case, he's lost sight of the forest for the trees, and he's just so committed to making the argument he prepared to make, he couldn't get off of it. And unfortunately, it was a waste of time. But I will tell you that Mr. Nelson has stood before this body and other bodies where we have gone toe-to-toe, and he's always correctly going right to the letter of the law. Read the law, read the statute. This is what it says. So let's do that, if you would indulge me. Section 24-121A3. You front on an arterial roadway, the lot should be designed to front on a street or an access road. A street. 24-121A3 should be designed to front on a street. Well, what's a street? How's street defined? 27107.01A, subpart 225, subpart A, one little I.
a public or dedicated right-of-way of 30 feet, or a private road, right-of-way, or easement along which development is authorized by subtitle 24. There are 3 exceptions, 24-128B9, which is the safety access that sometimes you all approve, B10, which is of opportunity housing, or B15, shopping center, none of which are applicable. So a street is a private road authorized by subtitle 24. 24-128B8, private streets may be approved by this board in a DDO or a TDO. Those are private streets. The reason why he's not arguing that, the reason why he's arguing we still need the variation is because he would have to concede that they meet the design meets the strict letter of the law. And of course, he's not going to do that. So what's he going to do? He's going to stand up before you for 90 minutes and argue about how a variation is part of tying it to the schools. Your staff has reviewed it, your transportation staff, your zoning section staff. I'm sure it was vetted through your legal counsel. It meets 24-121A3. That's why we go through it. With that, Madam Examiner, I would. I'm sorry, Madam. Madam Chair. Mr. Nelson, I've been in 6-day ZHE hearings, so it's just when I see Mr. Nelson, I just think ZHE. I apologize, Madam Chair.
No worries. I don't have a problem with them.
The only thing I want to just conclude with is going back to applicant's exhibit 13, which are the revised findings and conditions. Since the first time I was here, we did confer with the city planning staff with respect to Mr. Dorner's request for conditions related to BPIS under condition 12. And what the city would request, we talked about substituting D and G. What the city would request is that we leave D, but strike with appropriate solar-powered lighting. They don't feel like that's necessary. They'd rather have the bus shelter, and then to satisfy your request, just move G up and make it new E.
Walk us through those pages, Mr. Tedesco.
Sure, if you look at my exhibit 13, it's page 5.
Okay.
Page 5 and 6. So on page 6 is an alternate improvement under G, which is Commissioner Dorner's request to, he'd like to see that done, and not as an option, but done.
So which one are you asking to?
So we would just simply move 12G and make it 12E, and then renumber everything.
Replacement of 232 feet? That's what it reads on
Yes, ma'am. So replacement of 232 feet of sidewalk on the north side of Maryland 193 from 58th Avenue to 49th Avenue with a 5-foot wide sidewalk and 588 ramps. That would become E under the primary improvements.
Which number? 12E? 12E.
12E becomes, 12G becomes 12E.
Got it.
E becomes 12.
But you need to move, I think staff will understand it, but you need to move E to the top.
Yep.
Okay, new E. And then on D, we would strike we would leave D, but we would strike with appropriate solar-powered lighting.
You're still 12D?
12D, a bus shelter built to City Greenbelt standards located on the east side of Cherrywood Lane, north of the intersection.
Okay, and just strike with appropriate solar-powered lighting?
Yes, ma'am. And that was the request of city, which the applicant will agree to.
And everything else stays the same?
Everything stays the same except for the lettering.
Got it.
And then, and just for the record, I don't think it's necessary for your motion, but for the record then, we would strike in 13, we would strike F. We would delete F, 13F, because it's being moved up to 12E. So we would strike 13F, and we would strike 15E. It's all the same improvement. Okay? The final piece, and just to close out, another comment Commissioner Dorn had with respect to the city conditions. We believe, incorporated, and your staff has adopted and recommended the relevant conditions for this body to include into its conditions. And those are primarily conditions 4, 5, 10. Those are,
9? At least in one of your illustrations, I think you have 9.
I'm not sure if that's in there or not. Ms. Connor might have to confirm that, but regardless, we did agree to enter into an MOU. We have an MOU for the CSP. We'll do an MOU for it. So regardless of the fact that a few of these have been incorporated into your conditions, we will have an MOU between us and the city, a binding agreement to implement all of these and adhere to all of these. So I don't think it's necessary beyond what's already been proposed by your staff and recommended by your staff to incorporate any more. For the record, will state we will execute or enter into an MOU pursuant to the agreement we've reached with the city per the mayor's letter, which indicates that the MOU will be required, which we agree with. So with that, Madam Examiner, I want to thank you. Gosh, Madam, it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm sorry. Madam Chair. Watch, on Tuesday, I'll be calling Ms. Nichols Madam Chair. So with that, Madam Chair, I will respectfully submit and request this board's approval. I thank you for your time and attention. It's been a long day. I want to thank staff for its review and analysis of this application. I want to thank Mr. Nelson for his presentation. But again, I think the substantial evidence in this particular record is only leads to one conclusion, and that's a recommendation of approval and a motion accordingly. So with that, we would respectfully request approval.
Okay.
I said 2 weeks ago, a bigger podium, right?
Okay, you did say that. Okay, it's not our hearing room.
I know.
We're tenants. Okay. I do need to get Mr. Nelson's PowerPoint presentation, which was opponent's exhibit number 3, accepted into the record. So we'll do
I have
that.
2 PowerPoints. I have Professor Zhang's, were staff copies. Is that the one you're referring to or the one that I used?
No, we already did his. We already has his. This is another one. Yeah, I really was only looking for, okay, yeah, at the time, but that's okay. We can put it into the record. Just give it, Mr. Cosby, can you give it to Ms. Proctor? Okay, thank you. But I don't, that's number 3? Okay.
Then I have a copy of my PowerPoint. It has 2 words written at the top, work copy, but those are the only notations on it.
But we already have the, oh.
May I clarify? What I just handed staff was copies that your staff made of Professor Zhang's PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
All
So
right.
that was 2. That's okay.
Right.
And then this is yours.
This is mine.
Okay, so that's
Given
3.
a copy, clean copy to council.
That's fine.
I
So
have a
this
copy
is,
that I marked up, but there's 2 words on this copy that say work copy. That's the only notation on this copy. I can provide a totally clean copy tomorrow.
yeah, okay, we'll do this right now. Okay, so that's opponent's exhibit number 3. Okay, all right, we're good. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Everybody has spoken. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the findings of staff in addition to the revised findings as outlined in applicant exhibit number 13 and approve preliminary plan 4-19023, TCP 1-008-10-01, and variation from section 24-121B12, along with the associated conditions. None of them?
No, we don't need variation.
It is a variation. Yeah, 1, 2.
Okay, for the PUE.
Thank you, but I'm following.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. You all know I keep up. Okay, it's like, okay. So 128B, that's right, because council did ask for the clarification. Thank you, thank you. Along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report, in addition to, and as further revised in applicant exhibit number 13, with further modifications, and my reference now is to applicant exhibit number 13. First reference being to 12D on page 5, which shall now read as follows. A bus shelter built to City of Greenbelt standards located on the east side of Cherrywood Lane, north of the intersection with Breezewood Drive. Let's see, 12G will now change to 12E. 13F will be stricken. And on page 7, 15E shall also be stricken, just to ensure that the new placement and language is consistent. That's it.
We have a motion.
Did you mention on page 6 that 12G becomes D?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. There may be some discussion. I actually have some things I have to say here. It's been a long day. I want to thank everyone for coming and for hanging in there and for persevering. I think that's, we care, and we care what everyone has to say. Ultimately, our decisions have to conform to laws that have been enacted, and this is not a legislative body. We do not enact any laws, but we sure as heck have to follow them. So there are a couple things I have to say. There was a lot of reference and testimony regarding schools and the overcrowding of schools and the the adequacy that was raised, but that has been taken away from us. That analysis in terms of an adequate public facilities test has been removed from the equations in evaluating preliminary plans of subdivisions. Developers now have a school surcharge pursuant to section 10-192-.01 of the Prince George's County Code. So we, whether the schools are overcrowded or not overcrowded, we cannot address them in terms of an adequate public facilities analysis. There is now a school surcharge. Now, Mr. Nelson has indicated that he's been here regularly, so he's well aware that we cannot consider that for purposes of an adequate public facilities test, and since our legislative body has removed that. However, he says that the overcrowding of schools is nonetheless relevant in this case because of the variations analysis, because his argument is that the overcrowded schools run afoul of section 24-113, the very first criteria for a variation request. That may or may not be a plausible argument, but the point is we don't get to that argument because the variations have been withdrawn. So that we don't need to address that. Mr. Nelson feels that the variations are still required, but I don't have a clear answer as to why they're still necessary if these access points are private roads. So I'm not understanding that. I've also heard people say, that, okay, well, maybe this would be a great idea somewhere else. I'm not sure where the someone else is and where the someplace else is, particularly owned by this applicant. So you do have to own the property. I've also heard that it, very often people get used to an area the way it is. That may or may not be the case here, but as Mr. Tedesco indicated, there's a CIP approval for thousands of lots here at what was formerly Spring Hill Lake.
CSP.
Yeah, people didn't want them there either. Where most of us live, there are people who preceded us in their neighborhoods who didn't want us where we are as well, because people get used. That's human nature. People get used to an environment the way it existed for some time. So you can't just say go somewhere else, because the applicant owns this property. They have a right to develop this property in accordance with the law. It must be in accordance with the law, but they do have that property. The application is consistent with the sector plan. The issue of transportation was a big deal, and I could understand that. But we have two different people who've presented two different, it was actually more than two, but we have two different analyses. Okay, so I acknowledge Mr. Zhang as an expert in some measure of transportation, some form of transportation. We were just presented with his CV, did not know the extent of his expertise, but clearly he has some in transportation. Whether that translated to a traffic impact analysis remained to be seen. After hearing his testimony, I'm not convinced about that. We have the Lenhart Group who addressed the transportation issues and corrected the analysis, which I perceive to be flawed in terms of traffic impact, as presented by Mr. or Dr. Zhang. So we have that correction. We have our own professional transportation staff, Mr. Masog, who addressed it, and then we have the analysis of and the review of the several groups from the State Highway Administration. It's also been reviewed by the City of Greenbelt. We have the stormwater management issue that was extended, so that was removed from the equation, and the concept approval does continue to evolve and can be addressed further at detailed site plan and at permit stage. We also have, we all see in this era that bricks and mortar stores are generally speaking not doing well because of the onslaught of e-commerce, which is very, very convenient. So typically you have to have more residential and more of a community to address, to make it sustainable. We've seen that in many, many jurisdictions. We've seen it recently in the city of Bowie. We also, and then you see what happens, what happened with Landover Mall. And I would hate to see something like Landover Mall happen here and remain an eyesore for years and years to come if this is not successful. And I would hope that people wouldn't find that preferable. The other thing I'd like to say is that we have to remember this is the MUI zone, mixed use infill, which promotes smart growth principles, and it's intended to create a community environment enhanced by a mix of residential, commercial, recreational, open space, employment, and employment institutions. So that's a combination. That zone was created by the council, not us. So we have to adhere to that mixed-use infill zone. So I think for these reasons and the testimony that we've heard and the analysis that we've heard from our staff and from the City of Greenbelt and also Mr. Hurley, that was very helpful as well. But also what was presented into the record by our own principal counsel was very illustrative for our purposes in guiding us through this quagmire. I think that substantial evidence in the record establishes that this particular application meets the letters of the law for approval of a preliminary plan of subdivision. And conversely, when you do have an application for a preliminary plan that meets the criteria of the law and you do not approve it, the courts then find that arbitrary and capricious. We do not want to be in the habit of being arbitrary and capricious. I find that this meets the criteria of the law as established by the case law and the council and the various provisions in the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinance and the school surcharge ordinance. And I just wanted to put all that on the record.
Madam Chair, can I just, the motion maker did not indicate that the change to 12D, which is the strike the language with appropriate solar-powered lighting, I wanted to know if that was left out purposely. Oh,
I
she
just
did.
reread the condition.
Okay.
Not to include what was stricken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And, at the same time, I understand the concerns of citizens being raised, and I certainly understand the concerns about schools. It's just not something that we can consider at this point. So I thank everyone for coming out, and that was the end of my discussion for the moment. Anyone else?
So I think you succinctly summarized a lot of that stuff. Just because I'm an academic sort of by nature, I would say that I do think that the transportation witness that came before us, I would definitely consider him to be an expert in transportation issues. Not necessarily the one that came up today, in some aspects of it. So I think I would agree with that. But I know you had said, well, he might be one. No, I think he definitely is. He's a full professor.
I said some measure because of transportation.
Yeah, but
I
not
just
of
don't
that
think of
impact
traffic
study.
impact.
And that's what I was trying to get at with him earlier is we have very specific criteria in this county that we have to go at. And if we bring experts up here that are rebuttals, it would be great if they could just work with the other experts ahead of time and add in these other critical intersections or these other things that might need to be considered if that's the case. But if we don't get people up here showing specifically what we need to modify in the staff report, we can't do anything about it. It might be that the speed or these other visualizations that he was showing at the beginning of the slides, I like that stuff because I do those kinds of visualizations in my own data work. It might be that that's the future of transportation, but that's not how we judge it right now. And this is what we have to judge it for right now. And I think Mr. Lenhart made good case rebuttals, and if he was in academia, he would have written a response to the referee, to the journal editor, and he would have said, no, here's why I'm right in these sorts of situations. And in this situation, we're the editors, and we have to decide that I think it's good enough. I think it meets the criteria that we need to have, and sure, there could always be issues to be debated or fixed in our transportation ways that we measure them, but for today's purposes, I think it's sufficient. And I think this is going to be a very interesting project to come about. It's going to take a while to get it up and going completely, but it's a really cool project that's going to look very nice in this community. And density isn't the end of the world. My dad actually was born in Bridgeport, and I had an uncle that lived in New Haven, and my mom lives in Ohio in a very rural area. So I identify with some of the witnesses and their fears, but density is not something to be feared. It can actually offer really nice benefits and nice spillovers. And I'm an urbanist by training, so I always like to think of the positive amenities from density. And this brings a lot of the positive amenities. It has these open spaces. It's not this old kind of style that you would see in New York, where you have kind of crossed public housing and then you have these secluded areas that are more dangerous. This is very open. It is very safe. It's going to bring in people that are going to have enough density there to be able to support the businesses in that area so they don't die out. And that they're able to make profits, and we're able to bring in nice, hopefully community businesses that are locally organized and kind of get small businesses going in this area. So just sort of as my one recommendation, that it's not at all binding by nature, but I mentioned it earlier, and one of the conditions the city had talked about co-ops and these other things. That would be something nice if you could make it pencil in on this kind of project. It would be something really nice for this sort of an area to have. Obviously, it's not going to work if you do the entire development like that, but having some sort of an aspect of mixed income housing would be helpful, because that's something that we're not seeing a lot in this county. We get really nice projects coming in, but it's a totally different clientele. It's a totally different type of person that comes into Prince George's County. And I don't want us to be the new DC, the new Northwest, or the new Southeast that we're just pushing out and we're gentrifying all the people that are here. So to the extent that we can keep people there and we can make it affordable, then that would be great. But good luck in the project going forward.
Madam Chair, I would like to associate myself with all of the comments that have been made. Many of the citizens have left, and it's always encouraging when they come. And I certainly hope that they would have an opportunity to see how this process ended. And while it was the first time for many of them, I would hope that it would not be the last time. We need to have citizens involved and engaged. It helps us to do our job in a much better way. And so I'm encouraging them to continue to come back, to continue to listen, not just when it affects their neighborhood, but other neighborhoods throughout this county. We're doing a lot of amazing and wonderful things, but we need citizen input. We need them to listen, to help us to think, and their involvement is what makes this process so much better. And I really do want to thank them for coming.
Madam Chair, I'd like to share comments with my colleagues, and also tell the citizens how much I appreciate, we all appreciate the participation of citizens, because it's critical in the job that we do. I also want to thank the applicant for the outreach that it made to the community to try to open up their eyes as to what was being planned.
I'd like to follow up on the outreach because I think there's an opportunity in the future. I don't know what happened with that last meeting, but it would have been a good opportunity for exchange. And since there's going to be a detailed site plan, that's opportunity knocking again, so you can have some more exchange before you come back. If there are no other comments, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and take two more items that we have. All right, Ms. Martin, let's go. Item 3C, followed by Ms. Borden, item 3A. Thank you.
They just sent it to me. I didn't have one barbecue. I like dry wings. I bag up my snacks and stuff. So I'm ready to go.
Maria, Ms. Martin, I'm so sorry, but something went awry earlier. Okay, Ms. Martin.
Thank you. For the record, Maria Martin, Countywide Planning. This presentation is to inform the Planning Board of the update to the pupil yield factors and the clusters. This was last done in September 2014. Also in this document are updates to the student generation rates for other counties in the Washington metropolitan region with comparison of the single-family detached generation rates. I love it. Sorry. Slow. The pupil yield factors, or the student generation rates, are used by staff as part of the information provided in a preliminary plan of subdivision to determine the impact of the proposed residential subdivision will have on schools. These are the new generation, the new pupil yield factors, and I'd like to highlight a few points. As you'll see that there are now 4 categories, that the multifamily actually has the highest elementary school generation rate, which is different. The single-family detached just barely is at middle school the highest rate and easily at the high school. Townhouses across the board are the lowest of the factors. Just to give you an idea of the difference between the 2014 numbers and the 2020 numbers, you'll first notice that with 2014, they're pretty much, what you would expect. The single-family detached has the highest generation rates on all 3 levels, and the multifamily has the lowest rates. But you'll also notice that the single-family attached is one category within the 2014 and the 2020 numbers. We've separated into 2 categories, townhouses and all other single-family detached. The changing of the categories is not that unusual because the multifamily in 2014 actually was a combination of the 2 multifamily categories used in the 2008 version. And if you want to see the older factors, they're in Appendix A. The first part of this document dealt with the method to calculate the subdivision impact, and the next part provides the method to evaluate the school capacity. So the subdivision regulations state that the cluster is a grouping of elementary, middle, and high schools that would be impacted by the subdivision. So what we have done is we've maintained basically the 2014 6 clusters. We looked at other combinations, but decided to stick with the 6 clusters. The difference is that we've updated the boundaries to, and as an example, one of the reasons why we updated the boundaries is because of school closures in between 2014 and now. As an example, in Cluster 3, Forestville High School closed in student year 2016-17 and was incorporated into the Suitland High School boundaries. So those changed. As you also notice that the utilization rates in Cluster 2, as pointed out tonight, is the highest, and followed by Cluster 1. So the lowest utilization rates of the schools are in Cluster 6. So I just wanted to make one final note that these numbers will now be used in the public facilities referral memos moving forward. And that concludes staff's presentation. Wow. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Okay. We appreciate it, and had we thought earlier, we could have continued it. We're so sorry. But anyway, thank you for staying. Sure. And are there any questions? Okay, and it's just a briefing, so we don't need to take a position. Thank you so much.
If there are, you know where I am.
Okay,
so.
indeed. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Borden.
Okay, this is going to be very quick. Deborah Borden, Deputy General Counsel. I have before you PGMC 108-20, and it is known as the Education Bill. We have been working on revisions to this bill. We've gone over these revisions with the Parks Department this morning. They are in agreement with these revisions. The first page has the purpose clause on it. We have not adjusted that yet. We're going to do that after working with the sponsor to make sure that our revisions are acceptable. So that's why it's highlighted. There haven't been any changes, but we will adjust it if our revisions are accepted. So the changes are that the approach that we're looking to take is to embed this in current sections as opposed to establishing a whole new section. We've proposed that this should be a requirement for the commission to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Prince George's County Public Schools, and then to assign to the commission and to the public schools various responsibilities under that MOU. So the public schools will have the responsibility to develop the content, the curriculum, select qualified staff to deliver the content, measuring the effectiveness of the program, assessments, and data collection. We think that that's appropriate. That is what they do. Our responsibilities would be to coordinate access to our designated programs. It would be up to us to designate the programs, the appropriate programs to include in this pilot program. It would be our responsibility to both designate and coordinate access, as well as covering a reasonable share of costs incurred to operate the pilot program, including any materials or supplies and direct personnel costs incurred by the school system to operate the pilot program. We went over this very carefully with the Parks staff. We spoke to both Alvin and Debbie, and they were in agreement with this language.
Council Borden, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing this memo with us so much earlier today for review. Do you need action from us? Or?
Yes.
I need approval to proceed with working with the sponsor.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, may we say early happy birthday to Commissioner Washington, and happy birthday to Peter.
Yes, happy audience.
Mr. Hunt, wait a minute, the critical question, Mr. Hunt, is there any additional business to come before planning board today?
Madam Chair, that's all for today.
Thank you. Planning board is adjourned. And by the way, Mr. Hunt, I was remiss. Did I ever acknowledge your birthday in January? No. You did not. Happy, very, very, very belated birthday in January. Okay, thank you.